The 30-second test was passed successfully, a step from the roof of a skyscraper into the abyss. A flash, and Kangmin-ah was already standing on the ground 50 kilometers from the city. She had officially confirmed that she possessed the gift of teleportation. For now, only she knew this secret, returning home to her mother like an ordinary schoolgirl. But her quiet life ended the day Min-ah, resting after practice, saw the local rich girl, Li Ru-ah, habitually bullying a classmate. Ru-ah had no powers. Her only ability was money, which she used to buy herself the right to be cruel. Min-ah didn't want any trouble and was about to leave, but Ru-ah noticed her. Calling the girl over, the arrogant rich girl slapped her across the face. But the fatal mistake lay elsewhere. Ru-ah began mocking the most sacred of all, Min-ah's dead father. She laughed at the pathetic death of an honest police officer at the hands of a thug, and at that moment, Min-ah lost it. In a split second, right before the eyes of the crowd, she grabbed the offender and teleported her into the bottomless depths of the ocean, instantly returning. It all happened so quickly that no one realized where the queen of the school had just disappeared to. But Min-ah didn't yet know that Ru-ah's father was a professional killer, and he had already begun hunting for the one who made his daughter vanish into thin air. 2 days have passed since Ru-ah's disappearance. It would seem that the disappearance of the granddaughter of Korea's richest man would turn the entire country upside down and cause utter chaos. But strangely, this didn't happen. Life continues as usual, as if nothing had happened, and students calmly head to class. A deceptive calm reigns in the classroom. However, those who knew Ru-ah best understand that this is the calm before the storm. Several students glance nervously at each other, their heads buried in their phones. Something is definitely wrong, but no one dares say it out loud. One of the guys panics when they realize they truly have no idea what could have happened to Ru-ah. If she doesn't show up soon, the consequences will be catastrophic. Fear grips him ever tighter. He understands perfectly well that if they don't find Ru-ah, then everyone who was with her that day is doomed to die. His hands shake as he tries to type a message in the group chat. The conversation reveals growing panic among Ru-ah's inner circle, and he realizes he's running out of time. In the classroom, several students from Ru-ah's circle exchange nervous glances. A brown-haired girl clutches her phone nervously, while a boy next to her tries to remain calm, but the tension is palpable in his every movement. Suddenly, a blond man approaches them. Hyun, one of Ru-ah's main henchmen. His appearance makes everyone freeze, as everyone knows about his fiery temper and closeness to the missing woman's family. Hyun grabs one of the boys, Gyun-woo, by the collar. His voice trembles with a mixture of rage and desperation as he demands to know Ru-ah's whereabouts, hoping that he knows at least something. Gon-woo, in despair, admits that he was unable to find any trace of Ru-ah. He has shaken down all possible witnesses, even using force, but absolutely everyone claims to know nothing about her disappearance. The situation is getting worse. Hyun keeps calling and demanding results. He's delivered a brutal ultimatum through Gunwoo. If Ru-ah isn't found, he's going to kill everyone who was there that day. The realization of the mortal danger finally dawns on everyone. The boy's face contorts with horror. He realizes his chances of survival are practically non-existent. Panicked, Hwang Gyun-woo turns to the blonde man, desperately trying to find an ally. He reminds him that they shouldn't abandon each other at such a critical moment. Gon-woo continues to insist, listing everyone who was in Ru-ah's inner circle. He tries to convince the blonde that they are all in the same boat and must act together. The blonde looks at him with surprise and a cold smile. His answer sounds absurd and cynical. He declares that he won't get into any boats because of seasickness. Then comes a brutal confession that shatters all of Gun-woo's illusions. The blonde man calmly explains that he was hanging around them solely because of Ru-ah and not because of friendship or common interests. He asks a direct and merciless question: why should he have to deal with other people's problems? By addressing Gun-woo by name, he makes it clear that he has no intention of risking his life because of other people's mistakes. The blonde sarcastically asks if Gun-woo really thinks he can simply shift all the responsibility onto others. He reminds them of all the memories they supposedly created together, clearly mocking their attempts to manipulate their sense of community. Gun-woo desperately tries to understand what memories the blonde man is talking about, and is horrified to realize how angry Hyun is now. The situation is spiraling out of control at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, the brown-haired girl is carefully examining her phone, whose screen displays all the compromising photos. All the debauchery the blonde man had with the girls at the club is now documented. The blonde man, his expression tense, declares that he has recorded every second of their time together. This digital archive is his insurance policy and his ace in the hole. The girl continues scrolling through her phone's gallery with a slight smile. Judging by her satisfied expression, this material is more than enough for her purposes. The dark-haired boy lowers his head silently, realizing the futility of further argument. The blonde had outplayed them all before they even realized the game had begun. Gunvu snaps his head up, his face contorted with rage. He accuses the blonde of openly blackmailing them, hiding behind fine words of friendship. The blonde theatrically puts an arm around both of their shoulders, pulling them toward him, and with feigned sincerity declares that this isn't blackmail at all, but merely a small reminder. According to him, it's proof of how important they all are to each other. A dark-haired man with glasses interrupts the escalating conflict, suggesting that everyone focus on the main thing. Finding Lu A-hyun also wants to see her as soon as possible, and time is running out. The blonde gives him an irritated look, clearly displeased at being distracted from his show of power. However, he understands that prolonging this spectacle is pointless. One of the guys suddenly wonders where this Chang He is. In the midst of the general panic, his absence becomes especially noticeable and suspicious. It turns out Yoon Chang-hee is in far from perfect condition. His face is covered in bandages and bruises, clear signs of a brutal beating. Despite his injuries, Chang-hee sits in class, trying not to draw unnecessary attention to himself. A splitting headache pierces his skull, but he remains silent and tries to concentrate on his textbook. The dark-haired boy was suddenly struck by an alarming realization. He hadn't cared who exactly had been following him all this time, but now it turned out it was Yoon Chang-hee. The tension mounts with every passing second. The bespectacled man nervously runs through all the possible scenarios in his head, but none of them offer any hope of a successful outcome. The facts are shaping up to be a terrifying picture. Lue is the heiress to the massive Ilhe conglomerate group. If such a figure goes missing, the entire corporate machine will be thrown into the search, and they will use absolutely every available resource. A cold sweat breaks out on the guy as he imagines the consequences. If this beaten jerk spills the beans, and the gang figures out he's somehow involved in Rue's disappearance, he won't get away with it. Jung-hee sits with his head bowed, his battered face expressing not only physical pain but also deep fear. He understands the dangerous game he's been drawn into. A dark-haired, bespectacled boy watches the class from his seat, trying to catch the slightest details in the behavior of those around him that might provide clues to the mystery. Day slowly turns to evening. The city is plunged into twilight. Streetlights come on, and a black car moves silently along the deserted roads. Inside the car, a hard-faced man holds his phone to his ear and asks with slight irritation where exactly they left off in their previous conversation. His tone bodes ill. A dark-haired woman sits in the car and reports with cool professionalism that all yesterday's affairs have been put in order. Her tone leaves no room for doubt. The job was done flawlessly. The car continues to drive through the city at night. It's officially announced that the target was eliminated by a rival gang, and the James Company once again expresses gratitude for the services rendered. They will certainly contact us again next time. The woman stares silently out the window, her face impassive. Such conversations are routine for her, part of a job she carries out with cold precision. The man on the other end of the line clutches his phone tensely. Something about this situation feels wrong, and a growing unease is nagging at him. A photo of his daughter, Lu A, with pink hair and a bright smile, appears on his phone screen. The caption proclaims love, and the post has garnered over 200,000 likes. The woman asks again, puzzled, trying to understand what he's getting at. She doesn't see the connection between the completed order and his sudden anxiety. The man explains the situation. His daughter, Lu A, usually had to post something on social media to celebrate her birthday. It's a habit she never breaks. His voice hardens as he continues. Monitoring his daughter's social media accounts isn't that big of a deal, especially since she already hates them all. He lists specific instructions and expects them to understand. A man's reflection is visible in the rearview mirror. His face is focused and tense. His daughter's phone has suddenly gone dead, causing him serious concern. The woman reacts sharply to his question, not understanding the implication. She tries to figure out whether he seriously thinks she doesn't consider his daughter her father and what that even means. The man briefly replies that their car is being followed. His tone leaves no room for doubt. The situation is becoming dangerous, and they need to act quickly. The reaction is immediate. The woman notices one car driving behind her and another on the right. This is definitely not a coincidence, but an organized operation. The pursuers clearly don't belong to any gang. The woman gives a clear order. Let them ask their pursuers themselves. Her voice conveys professional confidence and a readiness for swift action. Suddenly, the traffic light turns red and the driver brakes sharply. The tension in the car reaches its breaking point. Every second could be crucial. The target's car suddenly takes off and veers into an alley, attempting to evade pursuit. The driver acts professionally, using the narrow streets to his advantage. A voice from one of the pursuers comes over the radio. The team receives confirmation communication has been established and coordination begins. The second pursuing vehicle also receives the signal. The drivers respond in unison, preparing to close the encirclement. A man in dark glasses peers ahead intently. His face expresses complete concentration. He understands that the operation is entering its final stages. From a bird's-eye view, several vehicles can be seen surrounding the target in a narrow alley. The coordination is impeccable. The white minibus is blocked from several sides. Commands are heard over the radio for teams B and C. The target is leaving on foot, and they must immediately surround the entire area and prevent them from escaping. The hunt is just beginning. One of the pursued men freezes in shock, unable to believe what's happening. The operation is unfolding quite differently than he expected. Suddenly, a furious fight begins. One man pounces on the other with brutal blows, giving him no chance to defend himself or retreat. A cry of rage cuts through the night air as the attacker calls his opponent names and continues to beat him mercilessly, pouring pent-up anger into every blow. The fight becomes increasingly merciless. Blows follow one another, and the victim is almost unable to resist the mounting pressure. With a powerful throw, one of the fighters hurls his opponent onto the pavement. The body hits the ground with force, and for a moment, silence reigns, broken only by heavy breathing. The woman draws her pistol and sharply commands everyone to raise their hands. Her voice brooks no argument. It's an order that must be carried out immediately. The gun barrel presses coldly against the man's temple, and a warning rings out, "Don't move, or the consequences will be immediate and irreversible." The tension reaches its breaking point. The woman calmly orders him to kneel before she shoots him in the head. The man stutters in terror, trying to buy himself at least a second to figure out how to survive this situation. A kick lands on the prone man with such force that blood splatters onto the pavement. Resistance is completely broken, and all that remains is helplessness in the face of overwhelming force. One of the attackers looks contemptuously at his fallen opponent and demands an explanation. "What the hell is going on, Korean?" His tone leaves no doubt about the seriousness of his intentions. The beaten man, bleeding profusely, looks up and hoarsely asks who they are. He's trying to figure out what game he's been drawn into and who's behind it. Suddenly, one of the men screams in panic, asking them to wait. He turns to his boss and asks in surprise, "Is it really Mr. Lee Soo-hyun?" The situation changes dramatically. The tone changes to respectful. They explain that they came here on the chairman's orders to escort him. What seemed like an attack turns out to be an organized rescue operation. The woman, perplexed, asks again about the chairman, lowering her weapon. She clearly wasn't expecting to hear that name in this context, and all her actions suddenly take on a completely different meaning. The man remains silent, processing the information he's received. His face expresses a mixture of relief, confusion, and growing concern about what really happened. The long shot shows the entire scene, the woman still holding the gun, although the tension has eased a little, one man kneeling, the others frozen, awaiting further instructions. The pursuer's representative solemnly announces that the chairman has a message for them. He pauses before uttering the name that will change everything, Miss Lu A. The words fall like a death sentence. Miss Lu A is missing. This explains the entire operation, the urgency, the sheer scale of the conglomerate's mobilization of resources to search for her. Press conference is displayed on the computer screen. In the company's upcoming financial report, the Group plans to cut unprofitable branches, and the company's chairman described this as an internal strengthening of the structure. A dark-haired man sits in front of a computer screen, carefully studying the news. There's still no mention of Lu A's disappearance anywhere, which makes him wonder if they're trying to hide this fact from the public. The computer screen displays an elegant woman with short dark hair and a confident smile. A voice inside the boy wonders who this chairwoman is, that her granddaughter has disappeared, and she's pretending nothing happened. The dark-haired man continues to sit at his laptop in the internet cafe, his gaze glued to the screen. The tension in his posture betrays his deep concern about what's happening. Suddenly, another guy approaches him from behind, the one with the bandages on his face. He timidly calls out to him by name, Min A. Yoon Chang-hee nervously reports that Ki-han's guys told them to find Lu Ah, and anxiously asks if Min Ah has done anything about it yet. The dark-haired boy turns sharply and asks in bewilderment, "Is Chang-hee really that stupid?" His reaction reveals how absurd the question seems to him. Chang-hee defends himself, saying, "Wow, he's such a loser." The dark-haired guy shakes his head in denial. "No, that's not it." Min Ah explains that he's simply worried about Chang-hee. His tone softens. He doesn't want his friend to misunderstand his words. He continues, "It doesn't matter who it is. The main thing is that he's not afraid of these thugs and is ready to confront any threat." But then the realization hits him. If Chang He is asking such a question, does that mean he didn't see anything and didn't understand who was really behind Ru A's disappearance? Minna looks down, and an inner voice confirms the fact. No, Chang He was right behind him when it all happened. He must have seen something. A close-up shows both boys, one battered and frightened, the other lost in thought. A heavy silence hangs between them. The camera focuses on the glasses of a dark-haired guy. In the reflection of the lenses, you can see the glare of the screen and the owner's inner tension. Minna suddenly realizes the truth and mentally exclaims, "No! Chang He did nothing wrong. He was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time." The internal monologue continues. He can't kill anyone anymore. This thought sounds like a final decision, a boundary he's not ready to cross. Min-Ah addresses Chang He by name, his voice serious. He's ready to say something, to make an important decision. He warns Chang He that a clueless guy like him will get robbed again if he goes alone. His tone is caring, if a bit harsh. Min-Ah suggests a simple solution: go together. This offer sounds like an outstretched hand and an attempt to protect a friend. He explains the reason. He can't take his eyes off Chang He now to figure out if he's seen anything or if he's planning to spill the beans. Mistrust is mixed with a desire to control the situation. Chang He looks at Min-Ah and timidly says that he knows there's nothing good about hanging around someone like him. He feels like a burden. Min-Ah lowers his gaze and quietly replies that Chang He doesn't need to worry about him. He's handled everything on his own, and he'll handle it again. It's his cross to bear, and he'll bear it alone. At an internet cafe, a guy sits down next to Min-Ah and casually says, "Bye." Min-A is perplexed. Something is clearly planned. Yoon Chang-hee jumps up and runs to the stairs. He's fed up with everything. Min-Ah watches him with irritation. At that moment, breaking news flashes on the cafe's screens. Min-Ah looks at the screen in horror. The announcer reports a knife attack at the PC club, panic in the cafe. A voice urges people not to go outside. Min-Ah whispers Chang He's name. He just ran out there. A cry of despair echoes over the city. Horrible things are happening in the streets. There's panic in the subway. A man is yelling on the escalator, threatening to kill everyone. People are running. The man screams furiously at his pursuers, demanding an explanation. He's on edge. A fight ensues. Blows fly quickly. The attacker was thrown to the ground. Above him stood Yoon Chang-hee, wearing a school uniform. Chang-hee's face is covered in bruises and bandages. He looks up in shock. A man stands over the beaten Chang-hee. People from the crowd ask if he's okay. The attacker's face is bloodied, his gaze crazed. He slowly says, "You all?" With a cry of, "Die!" he strikes with monstrous force. Beaten and covered in blood, he shouts, "Government mongrels!" A blinding flash, the decisive blow reached its target. After the flash, someone sits astride the fallen man. Those around him are shocked. Close-up of an eye, someone saw it all. This information could change everything. A blinding flash erupts in the street. Passers-by recoil in horror from the scene of the fight. People look up with expressions of shock. The fighters have vanished without a trace right before everyone's eyes. A man falls from a great height above the night city, letting out a desperate cry. Min-Ah realizes her mistake. She teleported without thinking again. The man continues to scream in horror. A deadly situation unfolds in the air. Min-Ah frantically tries to figure out where to take them, where there are no people. Mad with fear, the man shouts at her, "Let go," and tries to break free. A fight ensues between them right in the air at a dizzying height. The man strikes, and Min-Ah's hand bleeds. Pain shoots through her. Min-Ah cries out in pain. Both figures continue to fall through the night sky. The ground is rapidly approaching. Both are helplessly falling downwards at tremendous speed. Min-Ah's eyes widen in horror as she realizes what is about to happen. A man is rushing down, straight into the window of an internet cafe where people are sitting. Disaster is inevitable. There's a terrible crash. A body has crashed to the pavement. Witnesses scream, realizing what they're seeing. It's the man with the knife, and it looks like he's dead. The man lies lifeless in a pool of blood, his mouth frozen in a final scream. Police cordon off the scene, ordering everyone to retreat. An officer checks on the condition of the beaten Chang-hee. Min-A hides in the shadows, watching from the sidelines. She breathes heavily, trying to recover from the shock. Her body is shaking. Min-Ah stands on the roof of a building. A terrible realization rings in her head. She has killed someone. Her face is bloodied, her eyes wide open. Shock paralyzes her mind. Min-Ah falls to her knees on the roof, still breathing heavily. She looks at the blood on her hands. A tragedy has occurred at a shopping center. Someone is lying in a pool of blood, and panic is rife. Min-Ah looks at her blood-stained hands in horror. She's killed someone again. Her face is smeared with blood. The ability has gone out of control. The news broadcasts an urgent report about a stabbing in front of the PC club in the X block. 4 people were injured, but all survived. However, there is one fatality. The accused, Mr. Yoon, was killed at the scene, but the circumstances of his death remain a mystery. A witness tells a shocking story. Someone in the park suddenly fell right on top of the attacker, after which they both disappeared into thin air. People can't believe what they're hearing. A man fell from the sky right in front of them and died. It sounds insane. Y&T obtained exclusive footage and edited out the most shocking scenes out of respect for viewers. The video shows people screaming in panic, run away, and scattering in all directions. Eyewitnesses are shocked and wonder where the two disappeared to. After disappearing, the accused fell from the sky and died. The police have not yet issued an official comment, but are analyzing security camera footage. Strange incidents are becoming more common. On a golf course, a player prepares to hit a shot. This man complains that Lue's heiress managed his finances, and now all the cryptocurrencies have collapsed. The losses amounted to as much as 90% of the cost. His interlocutor notes that it is not surprising, rumors about the liquidation have spread everywhere. A group of people listen to the story. The tension mounts. An awkward silence hung in the air. One of the men blames everything on his idiotic younger brother, but the real problem is that girl. The pink-haired girl is the heir of Il-Hei Group, the #1 successor. All investors trusted Lue as much as they trusted her. The man with the hockey stick admits that he really thought they would finally be running a legitimate business. He loses his temper, grabs his subordinate by the throat, and begins to brutally beat him. The man grins. You know, he always wanted to try all those gangster things from the movies. The victim screams in panic. "Just a second, boss. Mr. Huang, that's it. I'll make it up to you." A golf ball is forced into his mouth. The victim is terrified. A powerful swing of the club follows. The impact is inevitable. Close-up of a bloody face, teeth knocked out, blood pouring into the mouth. The boss says coldly, "It was 5 billion won, but you Dan kids apparently don't know anything about money. How are you going to make up for it?" The beaten boy mumbles through the blood, Lue, she had a lot of businesses. He continues to follow them. He continues desperately. There are businesses that even the boss doesn't know about. If you do everything right, the losses will quickly be recouped. The boss stops and says slowly, "Tell him more." A crime scene in the rain, a huge pool of blood behind police tape. Minna stands in the rain in front of the cordon, looking at the blood in complete shock. Panic filled her head. She'd left everything, even her bag, at that PC club. It was an unfamiliar place, so teleporting there was impossible. Someone's voice calls her, "Hey, Minna." A girl classmate is holding a bag. "Isn't this your bag?" Minna lifts her head into the rain, drops streaming down her face. She quietly thanks, "I took my bag before the police cordoned off the building." A classmate remarks, "You didn't have to go that far." Then she chuckles, "I guess being an errand boy suits you, huh?" Chang-hee stands in the rain, his face still covered in bandages from the beating. Minna looks at him silently, rain running down her face. Chang-hee apologizes. "Sorry, she didn't mean anything like that." Minna turns and leaves. He tries to calm the situation. Everything is fine, but inside he feels something is wrong. Suddenly, he asks a direct question. "How did she do it?" Minna freezes, her gaze becoming intense. The memory takes her back, a bright blue sky over the ocean. 2 girls building a sandcastle on a sunny beach. A carefree childhood. The boy turns over a bucket of sand. The children laugh. Everything seems perfect. One of the children notices something in the water and looks at it with concern. Pink hair emerges from the waves, wet and scared. She's drifting on the water. On the shore, children stand frozen in shock, watching what's happening. Reality returns. An overhead view of the bloody crime scene. Police are on the scene. Minna's eyes widen in realization. The camera zooms out. She's standing outside in the rain, surrounded by police cordons. She turns to Chang-hee with a cold face. "I don't understand what he's even talking about." He calls out to her. She continues walking away from him. Chang-hee follows behind, asking, why does she keep following him? He says, He stutters awkwardly as he asks, is her hand okay? Minna sits down on the curb. He continues, "She was wounded earlier, right? Well, when she caught the killer." Minna looks at him seriously and says, "So it really was her." The tension between them reaches breaking point. Rain pounded the asphalt, enveloping them in a silent standoff. Chang-hee realizes the magnitude of what he's learned. He's seen it all, and now he can't figure out what to do with this knowledge. Minna tries to assess the situation. If she remains silent, perhaps no one will believe his words. She might as well leave things as they are. Suddenly, Chang-hee realizes a critical detail. His eyes widen in realization. The criminal's knife was covered in blood. The police took the weapon as evidence, and her blood remained on it. This is the only physical evidence linking Min-ah to the crime scene. And Yoon Chang-hee is the only person who knows the truth about her being there. Min-a turns sharply to face him. Her voice is cold, so what if he knows? She looks at him with eerie calm. Yes, she killed them both, she says without a shadow of a doubt. Chang-hee freezes, unable to believe what he just heard. Min-ah takes a step closer. Her words cut him. He doesn't even realize how stupid it was to tell her that. Chang-hee's face contorts in shock. She continues to press him. He himself admitted that he saw everything, revealing himself to the killer. Suddenly, Chang-hee starts laughing, nervously, hysterically. His laughter sounds broken. The situation seems both absurd and frightening to him. Min-ah shakes her head. She would never kill him. There's a strange sincerity in her voice. She adds quietly, even if she wanted to, she couldn't do it. Her gaze hardens. If she really were a ruthless maniac? A pause hangs between them, heavy and depressive. Min-a turns and runs away. Her last words echo in his head. He would be dead by now. Chang-hee calls after her, his gratitude sounding sincere and desperate. He thanks her for saving him twice, from Lu-a, and from that killer. Tears roll down Min-a's cheeks. For the first time in all this time, someone said thank you to her. The distance between them seems enormous, two silhouettes in the rainy void. Min-ah says coldly, nothing happened. She leaves without looking back. Chang-hee is left standing in the rain. Suddenly, he realizes that she is denying what she has just confirmed. Min-ah walks through the night, trying to figure out the strange feeling inside her. The city at night is drowning in rain, the lights reflected in the black water. In a luxurious bar, a man is talking on the phone. Kang Ki-han has just heard Hwang Juan-sung's threats, and his patience is wearing thin. He takes a sip of whiskey, making a snide remark about a freak playing golf with someone's head. He grabs the beaten guy by the hair. He has 1 week to return all 5 billion, or he will be tortured to the last drop of blood. The man cries out in despair. It was Lu-a who convinced him to invest. She controlled the money, so why is he being asked to pay? Kang Ki-han may gain some time against Hwang Gyun-sang, but not for long. He turns to Yura, the girl next to him. She still has photos from parties where Hwang Gun-woo was having fun with girls. Time to use the dirt. The girl hands over the phone with evidence. Kang Ki-han, enraged, strangles the beaten man. He screams, was he the only one who got beaten up for this? He calls everyone vile freaks. He throws the victim onto the table. His patience has snapped. He's had enough. His partner stops him. Why ruin an expensive drink with such a trifle, Kang Ki-han? Hwang Gyun-woo looks cold. The blonde man starts making excuses. His brother told him to keep an eye on them, stop messing around. Especially with Ki-han, a $5 billion shalyok, a stock market shalyok, he wants the money right now. Hwang Gyun-woo sneers. The blonde guy looks like a wallet, you idiot. If I give him 5 billion, his brother will get rich, but Gyun-woo himself will be left in the dirt. The blonde's face freezes in empty shock from what he heard. Hwang Gyun-woo continues harshly. All this crap started because Lu-ah went missing. If they find her, everything will be fine. They want to see Lu-ah again too, right? Yura speaks on the phone with irritation. But how will they know when she'll be back? She always puts her own whims above everyone else. A pink-haired girl appears on camera. She looks like Lu-ah, but she's a different person, she adds. But this time, she's gone too far. Her gaze becomes confident. It's not that she's dead. She'll appear again eventually. Hwang Gyun-woo orders the blonde, gather all your guys and go to every club and bar. The blonde agrees. With her character, she'll soon come out. At the bar, Yu-ra turns sharply to Kang Ki-han and loudly declares she will definitely find Lu-ah. She asks in bewilderment, wasn't he supposed to be watching them? Yu-ra asks again in confusion. Huh? Me? Kang Ki-han covers his face with his hand in irritation. He gives the order, we need to sell all the powders that Lu-a left behind. There's a breaking news report on TV, the mystical fall of the accused at the scene of a random stabbing near a PC club. A witness tells reporters, this guy was waving a knife, there was blood everywhere, and then he just disappeared. The phone screen shows interviews with witnesses. This man stopped him. Was he wearing a cap? Is he even a human being? Another witness continues excitedly. He burst in and, in any case, if it weren't for him, then definitely 2 or 3 more people would have died. Min-ah lies in bed with her phone, watching the news. It was right at the moment when the school children were going home, she thinks. Min-ah lies in bed, scrolling through the news. A terrible tragedy could have happened. A memory comes to mind. A man telling a girl with long hair that, frankly, it's good that the man died. Life goes on. Another memory is of Chong-hee shouting after her in the rain, "Thank you for saving me twice." Tears well up in Minnie's eyes as she clutches her phone. The city panorama spread out beneath the evening sky. The authorities will not speak of this unknown savior. A blonde woman driving a luxury car with purple interior lighting. Authorities welcome any tips or ideas from the public regarding this case. She tells her companion through the rearview mirror, "Just got back to Korea after a long time, and it's so noisy here. Sunbees, does he think this makes sense?" The man in the back seat wearily covers his face with his hand and answers briefly, "Uh-huh." Yilhai headquarters, skyscraper. Group rises in the night sky. A man stands with his back to the panoramic window, looking at the lights of the night city below. The elevator doors open, a group of suited security guards and an elegant woman. In the foreground is the stern face of a man in military camouflage. An elderly woman in an elegant black dress with pearls is crying loudly, tears streaming down her face. A man in tactical camouflage with a 21 SAS patch stands under a bright light. His breathing is ragged. His eyes widen in shock. His face is covered in bandages and bruises. In the morgue, two doctors in white coats stand at a table with a sheet-covered body. One asks, "Is this the deceased's husband?" The man hoarsely confirms. A view of his back in camouflage. Men have male responsibilities, fighting, hunting, and defending their territory for the sake of their mates and offspring. His wounded neck is covered in bandages. It doesn't matter whether it's a national draft or something else. A group in an elevator, a woman holding a baby, surrounded by security. A man stands at a distance. This cannot be above a man's primary duty. The grandmother holds the pink-haired baby, her voice shaking with anger and pain. When he took her daughter away, she expected him to at least act like a real man. The man's face freezes in absolute shock, sweat streaming down his temples. This child? The tension reaches its breaking point. His mother's voice cuts him off briefly. "Shut up." A close-up of a baby with pink hair. The baby's name is Yi-Lu-A. An elegant woman holds a baby, surrounded by guards. Her voice is commanding. "My granddaughter, born to my daughter Ji-Yen, and..." The chairman looks disdainfully, the heiress of Ilhe Group, a kid who has nothing in common with trash like him. The guards grab the man by the arms. She continues harshly, "When your child was born and when your wife was dying, where were you?" Her eyes were full of icy disdain. "And Soo-hyun..." The man is broken. Guards hold him down. The verdict is final, worse than an animal. The man's face contorts in inhuman rage, sweat streaming down his skin. An animalistic roar erupts from his chest. A man stands in the hallway in a business suit. 16 years have passed since then. A long, empty corridor. Two figures stand at a distance from each other. Lee Soo-hyun says quietly, "They finally met." He stands at the table, his voice breaking, "My daughter." On the table lies a body with pink hair, covered in scars. Lue. Two surgeons in masks complete the procedure. Identification is complete. A blonde in tactical gear stands next to the table and asks cautiously, "Chairman?" Lee Soo-hyun holds the documents and reminisces. "When you were born, when you went to school, ah." He covers his face with his hand in pain, even at the very end. His hand hovers over his daughter's body. "Daddy was never there for you." He stands over the body. The blonde looks at him from the side. Heavy silence. The chairman looks at him coldly and says harshly, "She didn't call him here because he's her father." Lee Soo-hyun stands silently, his profile frozen and emotionless. The face of a man who has long since learned to bury his feelings deep inside. The chairman leads him through the morgue, coldly explaining, "As far as I know, Lee Soo-hyun, you are the best assassin in the world." In the next room, another body lies on a cot. The woman continues with chilling calm, "Find whoever did this to Lue. Bring me their heads." Her words are not a request, but an order. Lee Soo-hyun looks at her without a trace of emotion and replies, "I'm not your subordinate." 16 years ago, she took his daughter from him. Now he's not going to dance to her tune. The tension in the morgue reaches breaking point, tears well up in the eyes of a man, allowing himself to feel pain for the first time. He says through clenched teeth, "I'm going to try being a dad for the first time." 5 days have passed since Lue's disappearance. The school looks ordinary, but the atmosphere in the hallways is oppressive. Everyone knows something is wrong. A discussion erupts in the class. Maybe she went abroad? Her family is obscenely rich, but the others don't believe it. Lue was too controlling. The whispers continue. The children who interacted with her aren't coming either. The empty seats in the classroom speak volumes. The disappearance has affected more than just Lue. One of the students grins maliciously. Who knows? It's better for us that they don't exist. Deep down, he's glad to be rid of those who committed lawlessness. A close-up of a dark-haired girl's face, her smile carefree and sinister, as if she were enjoying the chaos unfolding around her. Flashback. Two female figures drowning in the ocean's blue, their hands reaching for the surface. A voice speaks from the void. I killed two. This memory haunts her every second. The second flashback shot. Another body falls from a height against a backdrop of city buildings. The inner voice continues bitterly. An unforgivable sin. But schoolchildren chat animatedly on the stairs. Life goes on as if nothing had happened. The contrast between their carefree demeanor and the weight of what they've done is striking. Yoon Chang-hee pauses in the hallway, his gaze thoughtful. A sarcastic laugh escapes his chest. Ah, Yoon Chang-hee. He seems to be reproaching himself or something. A guy with a bandaged face approaches him. Yoon Jung-hee, whose name tag reads Ki-e. He waves his hand in greeting. Hi, Min-ah. Hall. Ki. Min-a turns around, her gaze wary. She answers briefly, Oh. An awkward silence falls between them, both remembering their last conversation. Chung-hee stands with a bandaged face, the marks of a brutal beating still visible. It must be because Lua disappeared. He saw something, and he paid for it. A close-up of a young man's face with a clear, open gaze. There's no malice or fear in his eyes, only sincerity and a kind of childish hope. Another flashback, a red-haired woman drowning underwater, her hand reaching up in a last attempt to save herself. The text reads, What a drama. As expected, I did the right thing by killing her. Min-ah and Chang-hee are standing in the school hallway. He says hesitantly, Stop pretending you know me. Her response is cold, huh? Why? She tries to keep her distance, but he doesn't back down. Min-ah freezes in silence, trying to find the words. Chang-hee continues insistently, Weren't you the one who called me a murderer? Aren't you scared? Chang-hee, in a panic, denies everything that was said. I never said that. His face distorts with horror. He understands how dangerous his position is in front of someone who has already killed two. He takes a step back, trying to make amends. Yesterday, I just thanked you. His voice trembles, desperately hoping Min-ah will understand him correctly. Min-ah stands motionless, her gaze cold. The silence between them is heavy as lead. Chang-hee nervously fills the pause, and, Now I want to repay you for your help. An overhead shot of three schoolchildren walking down the hallway, their silhouettes elongated in perspective. Chang-hee asks, Repay? Min-ah snaps, What are you, a magpie? Will you give me some beans? Chang-hee says tensely, I want to help you a little. His face is determined as he tries to connect with the girl who holds his life in her hands. They stand by the lockers. Min-ah answers coldly, What? Her tone makes it clear she doesn't believe a single word he's saying and is ready to end the conversation at any moment. Chang-hee explains, I didn't sleep well last night, so my head feels a bit foggy. I think coffee might make me a little happier. What do you think? His attempt at casualness comes off as strained. Chang-hee shouts enthusiastically, Oh no, I'll go and buy it right now. He rushes off, trying to prove his sincerity and safety at any cost. Min-ah commands sharply, Wait a second. Her voice stops Chang-hee in her tracks. She hasn't yet decided whether to trust him or not, but his behavior seems too suspicious. Min-ah walks down the hallway, her inner monologue filled with bitter irony. Is being an errand boy in your blood? She doesn't understand what drives Chang-hee fear or something else. Schoolchildren crowd around vending machines, choosing drinks. The mundane scene contrasts with the tension Min-ah is experiencing. For her, every interaction is now dangerous. Chang-hee stands by the vending machine, holding 2 cans of coffee, a satisfied smile on his face. A faint musical note hangs in the air. He's genuinely happy at the opportunity to do something good. Chang-hee hands both cans to Min-ah, trying to hold them in his trembling hands. His movements are clumsy but full of effort. He truly wants to make amends. A tall boy approaches them with a slight smile. He says casually, Long time no see, Chang-hee. Another student stands nearby, watching the scene with interest. Chang-hee shyly answers, clutching the cans to his chest. Coffee, just what I needed. I was sorely missing my caffeine. His attempt at a casual demeanor fails. He's clearly nervous. A tall man with a sly smile leans toward Chang-hee. As expected, Chang-hee, you bought this for me, right? Thanks in advance. His tone is friendly, but with a hint of superiority. Close up, the guy smiles, his face filling the frame. He says, Were you looking for Lua? The question sounds too casual, as if he knows more than he's letting on. Chang-hee freezes, his eyes widening in shock. A voice inside him desperately screams, I don't know where to begin. He realizes that any wrong word could give him away. A close-up of Chang-hee's trembling lips. He slowly forces out, You weren't looking, were you? His voice is barely audible. He's balancing on the brink of exposure, trying to figure out who's in front of him, friend or foe. The tall man grabs Chan-hee roughly by the head, forcibly pressing it against him. His voice is mocking. Let's step outside for a second. It's not a request, it's an order. Chang-hee flies into the air, his body twisting in an unnatural fall. An exclamation escapes his chest. It all happens too quickly for him to react. View from above, Chan-hee is lying on the floor by the window. The coffee can has rolled away. A tall man looms over him. The contrast between their poses speaks for itself. The tall man grabs Chan-hee by the hair, pinning his head to the floor. A groan of pain escapes the victim's chest. This isn't the first time he's been humiliated like this. The guy laughs, looking at the prostrate Chang-hee. Hey, what's it like to fly? Must be fun? His tone is full of sadistic pleasure, as if it were just a funny game. The second guy watches the scene with grim interest. Hey, Chang-hee, why is your life so hard? Close up, the guy leans over Chang-hee, his fingers still clutching the victim's hair. He grins, just try a little harder, okay? Chang-hee lies there, his face contorted with pain and fear. He tries to remember, Kang Min, where is she? I told you to look together. His voice trembles. He doesn't know what to say next. The tall man stands up, looking down at Chang-hee. His words ring out like a verdict. You should have looked for her yourself. The bright sky outside the window is a striking contrast to the gloomy scene. Another student says with a malicious smile, What did you say? He is clearly enjoying every moment of Chang-hee's humiliation. Chang-hee is still lying on the floor, his voice breaking. I have problems with my ears. I can't hear very well, you know? He's trying to somehow get out of the situation, but it sounds pathetic. The guy coldly replies, Ugh, you. A dynamic shot, a tall guy jerks Chan-hee's arm. The speed of the movement is conveyed by the blurry lines. Everything happens quickly and violently. The second guy mockingly comments, What? Didn't hear that. The tall man grips Chang-hee even tighter, almost lifting him. His voice is menacing. Why are you making life difficult for yourself? A pause, then the verdict, if you don't find Lu, you'll have to deal with us forever. Close up, Chang-hee lies on the floor, blood streaming down his face. He whispers softly, Lu, Then, even more quietly, without her, the realization slowly dawns on him. Against the clear sky, a tall man looks down at Chang-hee. His question is rhetorical. You're nothing, right? The humiliating truth hangs in the air. Another student, looking at Chang-hee, says with disdain, I was going to let you go because you bought me coffee. But his voice grows colder. Gin Woo, undress this asshole. Chang-hee takes out her phone, trying to pretend to be busy with something important. The guy asks mockingly, Behind him, a fight scene is visible. The violence continues. A close-up of the phone. Yura's number appears on the screen, along with the words 7-in-1 Hunprus. Chan-hee asks hopefully, Yura? A flash of, so what happened, appears at the bottom of the screen. Yura stands in a warehouse surrounded by tall shelves of boxes. She answers the phone, Yeah, like you said, I found a warehouse with Lue's number, but that's crazy. Then she adds hesitantly, and I'm not sure if there's any powder in there. A close-up of Yura's face with the phone to his ear. The voice on the other end of the line sounds tense. Wait, then it orders, don't talk, hang on. Overhead view, Chang-hee hides around the corner of the building, pressing herself against the wall. The voice on the phone is wary. Yura? If you check the back of the warehouse, the answer is curt. Stop. The tension reaches its peak. Min-ah teleports, yanking Chang-hee out of the boy's grasp. The caption reads, Let everyone just die. Min-ah stands motionless over the defeated bully. It's over. The guy on the ground asks, What the hell? Min-ah coldly replies, You're just in time. I was just looking for you. Chang-hee says the name, Kang Min-ah. The camera shows him standing in the distance. The tall guy turns to Min-ah. Have you come to get beaten up too? She stands to the side, her silhouette clearly visible against the sky. The guy smirks. Or were you looking for Lua? Min-ah calmly replies, No, you must have found her. The bully grins. Otherwise, you will die by my hand. The threat hangs in the air. The guy grabbed Min-ah by the head. Hey you, daughter of a Shah, are you even listening? Down below, Chang-hee thinks, You've never been punished, have you? The bully yells. What? Min-ah, says emotionlessly. Nope, then, pause, teleportation. A boy falls from a great height above the city. His body falls helplessly down. He screams at the top of his lungs. Ah. The scene below is shown. Now, I will punish you. Min-ah looks down, her voice sounding tired. Something that never happened to you. City view, the boy is still falling. His scream echoes between the buildings. Close up, the boy's face is distorted with horror. Death is approaching with every second. Min A is standing on the roof. The guy shouts, "My leg," she coldly declares. "Ah, ah, ah." Min A calmly says, "Huang Guanwu," then adds, "You're exaggerating." Panorama, Min A on the rooftop above, the guy below. His voice comes from below. King, Min A, she asks. W, what? Fang Guanwu lies on the ground, his scream cutting through the silence. Where are we? Sweat pouring down his face. Min-ah stands over him, her figure casting a shadow. She suggests, let's call it the Tower of Repentance. Close-up of Huang Guanwu's panicked face. He stutters. How? Min-ah walks through an unfinished building. The construction company went bankrupt, so they abandoned the building. But I think it's the perfect place to reflect on your sins. Huang Guanwu screams, sins? Repentance? What the hell? Min-ah steps on him with her foot. Huang Guanwu screams in pain. Min-ah says coldly, I'm giving you a chance now. Huang Guanwu, if you repent of your sins and promise to live the rest of your life right, then I'll let you live. Close up, his face is contorted with pain. He squeezes out, this is some kind of crap. Huang Guanwu roars, you bastard, I'll kill you, I swear. Min-ah calmly replies, wrong. She teleports away with him. He falls onto the metal beams of the construction site. The impact is brutal. Huang Guanwu lies in agony, moans of pain. Ah, ah, ah. Min-ah stands nearby. I will never be able to understand people like you. Mai-na looks down at him. Why do you live so thoughtlessly? Below lies a bloody Wang Guanwu. R. Fang Guanwu screams in despair. Don't you ever think about the consequences? Ha! Blood flows from his mouth. Min-ah leans over him. You, bastard? You're the one who's stupid here. Then she adds, do you even know who my brother is? A close-up of Min-ah's face. Her gaze is cold and emotionless. Min-ah grabs him by the hair. Her hand squeezes his head. Another teleportation. They both fly high above the construction site. Feng Guanwu whispers, stupid, evil, then he screams, piece of trash. They fall. Huang Guanwu hits the ground with tremendous force. The sound of impact. Ugh, irk. Min-ah stands over his broken body. What does it feel like? Then adds, are you starting to understand now? Huang Guanwu coughs up blood. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Min-ah leans over him. Okay, this is just the beginning. An apology. Then, although you should be apologizing to Chang-hee, not me. Min-ah sits next to him on the ground. P, please, spare me, I will do whatever you say. Her breathing is heavy. Close-up of Min-ah. She quietly says, Sai, you still don't get it. Then she adds, repentance means... Min-ah grabs Huang Guanwu by the throat. Cold fury freezes on her face. Her patience has run out. Huang Guanwu tries to break free in panic, but her grip is unwavering. He senses this is the end. Min-ah pronounces her verdict. A person who is incapable of repentance doesn't deserve a chance. Her voice rings out like a death sentence. She teleports them both high into the sky above the city. Huang Guanwu screams in horror, realizing he's falling from a tremendous height. Meanwhile, at school, his friends are gathering a group. One of them gives the order to call the rest of the boys. Huang Guanwu has gone missing. The blonde henchman aggressively declares that they don't need Lue's permission. They'll handle the problem themselves. The boy opens the classroom door, taking a deep breath. It's time to act. Guanwu needs to be found immediately. He calls out to Guanwu, but there's silence. No answer. Something's gone wrong. The boy looks around in confusion. Guanwu seems to have vanished into thin air. He has no idea where to look for him. He spots Chang-hee lying on the rooftop floor and decides this weakling definitely knows something. He roughly kicks Chang-hee, demanding he get up. This bastard was the last one to see Guanwu, so he'll tell you where he is. Chang-hee slowly comes to, groaning in pain. Her battered face contorts, the nightmare begins again. The boy grabs Chang-hee and throws him to the edge of the roof, shouting questions about Guanwu's whereabouts, his voice breaking with rage and fear. Chang-hee struggles to open his eyes and tries to speak. His face is covered in bruises. Every word is painful. Suddenly, he notices something below. His eyes widen in horror. What he sees is impossible. Huang Guanwu's mangled body lies on the concrete ground. A huge pool of blood spreads around him. He fell to his death. The boy sees his friend's corpse and lets out a monstrous scream of horror. The reality of what's happening hits him with all its weight. The blond man stares at the body in complete shock. Blood is running down his face, perhaps it splashes, or perhaps he's wounded by the realization of what happened. Someone stands over the body, looking down. The atmosphere is heavy, ominous. Huang Guanwu's death changes everything. Min-ah and the unknown man sit next to each other in silence. One says something briefly, the other remains silent. No more words are needed. Chung-hee coughs up blood on the roof, his body shaking with shock. The reality of what's happening hits him. This can't be true. He slowly raises his hand, making a peace sign. A faint smile crosses his face, an attempt to hold on to the last vestiges of hope in the face of horror. A sudden, bright flash tears through the sky above the school roof. Something exploded or teleported energy spreading in waves. Lee Soo-hyun and Won-ha-ri are studying photos on their phone. He calmly decides who to start the investigation with. These three have been seen with Lu-ah the most. Won-ha-ri asks if the chairwoman has checked on them yet. Lee Soo-hyun shakes her head. These three aren't to blame for her daughter's disappearance. He explains the strangeness of the situation. A school kid was suddenly discovered 50 kilometers away in the ocean. A bunch of school children couldn't pull off such a thing. Lee Soo-hyun admits bitterly that even he, the father, knew nothing about Lu-ae, but these three know more about her than anyone else. His gaze grows hard and calculating. If we press these teenagers, we might be able to discover the reason why Lu-ae died. Lee Soo-hyun and Won-ha-ri walk down the street toward school. Each of them ponders the upcoming interrogation. It's time to act. Won-ha-ri thinks to herself with admiration and dismay. The boss has turned into a demon of revenge for the sake of his daughter. She swears to herself that this is her chance to fill the cracks in his wounded heart. She will definitely fill them. She, Won-ha-ri. Won-ha-ri firmly declares out loud that she will try her best, her eyes shining with devotion. Lee Soo-hyun turns around abruptly, caught off guard by her words. His expression is one of surprise. What did she say? He notices something ahead. His eyes narrow. Police? Why are there police at the school? A full-scale operational scene unfolds before them. Several police cars and an ambulance have blocked the access to the school. A police officer stops a schoolgirl passing by. He needs to find out what happened. The students might know something. Min-ae calmly asks about the incident at school. Her voice is even, almost indifferent, as if she had expected it. A close-up of her face, a slight smile playing on her lips as she speaks the simple truth. Someone fell and died. Lee Soo-hyun and Won-ha-ri watch the schoolgirl walk away. Something about her calm seems off to him, too cold-blooded for a witness to death. Min-ah walks slowly home along the autumn street, surrounded by falling leaves. Her thoughts are preoccupied with something, but she tells herself it's nothing, just. Won-ha-ri approaches the door with the office sign, confirming with someone on the phone that they are definitely from Ilhe Management Group. She confirms that she came on the chairman's orders to clarify some things, and asks if they would like to meet with the class teacher. The door opens. An older man in glasses and a young teacher in a blue sweater are sitting in the office. There he is, the homeroom teacher, Lu-ae. Lee Soo-hyun stands by the window, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. He wonders who is the person standing behind all this. Won-ha-ri looks at him expectantly, asking if she really has to answer these questions. Teacher Jung-ho waves his arms in panic, his face contorted with fear. He screams, "No, it's not true!" A close-up of Won-ha-ri's hand as she takes something out of her jacket pocket. The movement is slow and ominous. There are 3 photos on the table. Kang Ki-han talking on the phone, Han Yu-ra smoking, and a blonde Hwang Gyeon-woo smiling broadly. Won-ha-ri asks if this is related to those 3. Both teachers froze in shock, their eyes wide. They weren't expecting to see these photos. Something serious had just happened. Lee Soo-hyun turns from the window, looking at the teachers. Won-ha-ri continues coldly. Hwang Gyeon-woo was found dead on the school roof today. A close-up of Lee Soo-hyun's face, hard, merciless. The hunter has found his mark. Teacher Jung-ho begins to tremble, his hands shaking. Reality crashes in. One of his students is dead. He bows his head, trying to collect his thoughts. Won-ha-ri demands a name. "Mr. Jung-ho, who is this man?" Lee Soo-hyun towers over the seated teacher, his voice commanding. He wants him to explain Lu-ah's school life in detail. A close-up of Lee Soo-hyun's face, cold, calculating. He utters a short word, very detailed, then he adds, "Please speak." Won-ha-ri walks through the warehouse with Ilhai boxes. Group, looking at the phone. She thinks to herself, the subscriber they're calling now, damn. She pauses, holding the phone to her ear. Her voice sounds irritated. Why isn't that bastard Ki-han answering? She's terrified of guarding all this merchandise alone. A terrified scream echoes through the empty school hallway. Jung-ho calls out for Kang Ki-han, his voice breaking with panic. The teacher stumbles in the hallway, grabbing onto shelves of school supplies. The girl shouts after him, "What happened? He didn't pick up the phone. Where's Gonwoo? Did something happen?" Jung-ho falls to his knees, coughing up blood, his face contorted in horror. A wide-eyed girl stands nearby, screaming, "Gonwoo's dead! What? Dead? Why Guanwu? The teacher panics. The girl remains silent. Flashback. A blond man falls from the sky. Someone looks up, unable to believe their eyes. Fell? Nonsense. Hands are shaking in blood. No one understands. Despair. The money is lost. The younger brother is dead. Huang Guan Sang will not forgive. Jung Ho yells. Grab everything. Let's get out. The powder's all gone. Rumors are spreading. Do as you're told. If you don't want to die, keep moving. A bloody hand convulsively grabs a red bag. Fingers dig in. Blood smears across the packaging. The locker opens. Inside is Ki Han. Kung Ki Han with the team at the warehouse. Is the product here, on loan? The teacher is shocked. How did they find this place? Wan Hari with an apologetic smile. Sorry, Ki Han. They promised to write off the debt. You, bitch? Reprisal, metal bars, blood, beating to death. Cunning bastard, huh? Kong Ki Han, over the beaten man, he promised to return it. He swore so desperately, the teacher groans, he was going to pay. Kick to the face. You're lying again. Every time. A subordinate reports, Hein Nim, the stash has been found. A lot? Beaten on the floor. Are these bastards crazy? A bag with packages. More than 5 billion won? What's wrong with this country? Young Ho lies on the warehouse floor, bleeding profusely. His face is bruised. He struggles to comprehend why are high school students storing drugs worth 5 billion won. Above him is a man in a white jacket, surrounded by people. Sarcastically, what else is he busy with? He presses the phone to his ear. Hello, detective. It's been a while. With feigned politeness. Detective, he's working right now and a little busy. Close up, a phone to an ear, the red recording light on, voice on the other end. What? In overhead view, a man in white stands with his back to the camera. Behind him are his henchmen and a frightened red-haired girl. The tension is at its peak. Jung Ho lifts his bloodied face, his gaze filled with horror. He's trapped in a death trap. A man holds a phone between his shoulder and ear. In the background are his men. One calls out, Mr. Kim. Close-up of the man's face. Yes, boss. Harshly, we need to stop by the hospital. Gather everything here. The redhead presses herself against the shelf, her eyes wide. The man says coldly, lock those bastards up. The girl panicked. Wait a second. I don't know anything. I just found out. Goon Woo is dead. The man in dark glasses turns around. And how did you find out about his death? The girl bursts into a scream, accusing Jung Ho. No, you stupid bitch. With contempt. Ah. Hysterically, no, I meant, Ki Han said it. That's how I found out. Hey, Han Yura. A flash of light. Teleportation. Red flashes tear through the warehouse. Close up, Jung Ho's face is covered in blood. His mouth is covered in blood. His eyes are barely open, the sound of choking. The man in glasses grabs Jung Ho by the hair, his face contorted with rage. You killed him? That's why you tried to run away, right? The massacre continues. The man strangles Jung Ho. His body trembles. The voice threatens, no, cough, that's not it. Answer normally, if you don't want to die, you bastard. Jung Ho can barely breathe, his voice breaking. Someone, I think I know who killed him. Close up, the enraged face of a man in glasses. He clenches his teeth and holds his victim's hair. Who? A close-up of the sink faucet. Water trickles out in a thin stream, breaking against the porcelain. The drops echo in the silence, a contrast to the violence in the warehouse. A man stands in front of the mirror in the bathroom, washing his face. The water washes away the day's stress. He leans against the sink, breathing heavily. Drops of water run down his face, mixing with cold sweat. It's been an unbearably hard day. From the room comes Grandma's voice. Chanhee, are you home? The tone changes. Oh yes, Grandma, I heard someone died at school. Is anything wrong with you? The man leans against the bathroom door. His voice is strained. I'm fine. A black Rolls Royce with the license plate 32 speeds down the road at sunset. A voice on the phone, Chairman, almost to school. Business lunch has been rescheduled. Is everything okay? And Ji Hyun, the chairman of the Ilhe Group, is in the salon. A tired, authoritative voice. Yes, tell them to wait. Close-up, an elegant woman with short dark hair and diamond earrings, nostalgia in her voice. It's been a while since I walked my granddaughter to school. A pink-haired girl sits in the back seat, phone to her ear. Outside the window is a nighttime city. Close-up, she is tense, clutching the phone. School children on a subway platform. It's morning, a weekday, nothing foreshadows trouble. A black car pulls up to the platform. The school children are shocked. This is the first time something like this has happened. The girl in the salon, her voice irritated. I don't know. Confused, still sulking, the chairman. You suddenly told me to quit doing business with my friends. Why? And Ji-hun, with a disdainful smile, business? Sarcasm in his tone. A close-up of the chairman, a cold smirk. You think coin games and drugs are business? The girl straightens up, smiling smugly. At least it was fun. The man and the red-haired woman burst into laughter. Their cheeks turn red, they follow her like puppies. A girl in a car, finger to her face, contempt in her voice. Huh? A panorama of the city. Skyscrapers in the blue sky. A girl's voice is philosophical. There are many things in the world that money can't buy. The girl turns to Yi Ji-hyun, a challenge in her eyes. Like your mother. A close-up of a girl with pink hair. Her eyes are wide, coldly calculating. Confidently, sometimes I see her in your eyes. A close-up of Yi Ji-hyun's eyes. They hold memories. A painful thought. The night she left me. Flashback. A young girl with pink hair and a blue dress holds an adult's hand. Bright light. Everything still seems clean. A close-up of little Lue's eyes. The look is reckless, without a shadow of understanding of the consequences. And Ji-hyun hugs young Lu-ah in the car. The grandmother holds her granddaughter close, enveloping her in her influence. A grown-up Lue looks at her grandmother with adoration. Lue. Grandma, thanks to you, I have a great time. Close-up of Lue's face. Confident smile. Vow, I'm not like my mother. Lue smiles widely, almost maniacally. I will never betray you. And Ji-hun is in the salon under the starry sky. The driver's voice, Chairman? Close-up of Yi Ji-hyun's eyes, cold, calculating, full of secrets. The driver looks in the mirror. Here, outside the window, is a tall man. Aerial view, an underground parking garage. A luxury car is surrounded by men in suits. A man's voice, pained, asks, Did you know about Lua's school life? And Ji-hun next to a man under the starry sky. She's my only granddaughter. Of course, I couldn't leave her alone. A close-up of a man in profile. His jaw is clenched. Bitterness, this isn't what normal high school kids do. What happened to that girl? And Ji-hyun said coldly with a smile, Nothing happened. A close-up of a man. His eyes widen as he realizes the monstrous truth. And Ji-hyun sneered, You think Lu-ah is a spoiled brat? That girl was in control at 17. Can you imagine? A close-up of Lee Ji-hyun's hand reveals a massive diamond ring, a symbol of power. Admiration, a girl with the talent to control everyone. The man's face contorts with rage and pain. He screams, What have you done to my daughter? What have you done to my child? And Ji-hyun smiles calmly. She is my granddaughter. The man holds Lee Ji-hyun, pinning her to the seat. Her last words, a stab, are, She's not your daughter. The man clutches his face with both hands. His body shakes with suppressed sobs. Moans echo in the silence. K. And Ji-hyun said coldly, commandingly, I'll provide you with everything you need. Go and do what you have to do. The man covers his face with his hands, his fingers digging into his skin. Her order is a death sentence. Find whoever killed Lue. A lonely figure of a schoolboy on an empty subway platform. Wearily, I'm leaving, Grandma. An elderly woman stands at the door, her hands clasped nervously. Worriedly, she asks, Are you really okay? Maybe you, the young man tensely replies. No, I really am fine, the grandmother insists. You'll get sick. Go inside. You still have the night shift to clean. Grandma waves goodbye. The guy reassures. I'll be back later. Hey, don't lie to me. With a smile, I really am fine. A guy walks down a sunny street between the trees. A heavy sigh. Ha, ah. Close up, he takes off his mask. Sweat trickles down his skin. A painful thought. This won't heal quickly. Mina is suddenly next to me. Casually, how are your bruises? The guy turns around in a panic and jumps. He screams, Hiccup! Min! Ah calmly asks, Why are you so scared? Are you hiding something? The guy loses his temper. How did you end up here? Mina against the blue sky. With a hint of irony, what do you mean? I used this ability to bring you home last night. Don't you remember? A close-up of the boy's face. His eyes widen in realization. He chokes out, Flashback, a bloody, battered face. The memory of last night comes back with frightening clarity. The guy groans. Ugh, Min-ah is worried. Chan-hee? Road signs, no parking, slow. Heavy breathing in the air, cough. Ugh. Min-ah walks alongside, seeing her off. Worriedly, are you okay, Chung-hee? Close up of Min-a's hand. He holds out a napkin. Solicitously, here's a napkin. The guy takes the napkin. His face is distorted with embarrassment. Quietly, thank you. A close-up of the boy's face, tensed, scared. Cautiously, yesterday, Guan-woo? Min-ah lowers her head. A close-up of her eyes beneath her dark hair, cold, dispassionate, merciless. Calmly, he's dead, right? A pause. Confirms, yeah. Min-ah smiles with her eyes closed, her face radiating satisfaction. Joyfully, isn't it wonderful? Chung-hee freezes in shock. Her eyes widen in horror. She can't utter a word. The ellipsis hangs in the air. They walk through a residential area. Min-ah says coldly, now that Lu-ah and Genwoo are gone, their gang is finished, right? No one will bother you anymore. Close-up of Min-a's face. Smiling with sinister satisfaction, her glasses reflecting the light. Chung-hee freezes. Her face contorts as she realizes the monstrous truth. She can't believe what she's hearing. Chung-hee screams in despair, Min-ah, but killing people. Min-ah walks forward, seen from behind. Defensively, it's not that I wanted to kill him. A rear view of the back of Min-ah's head. Her hair flutters in the wind. Cold, I gave him a chance. Flashback. The sky. Guin Wu falling from the roof. His body tumbles, his mouth open in a silent scream. Above, the silhouette of a schoolboy. Mercilessly, he chose this end himself. Close-up of Min-ah. A contented smile. He got what he deserved. Thoughtfully, it reminded me of Dad. Chung-hee is shocked. Daddy? Your dad? Min-ah, under a blue sky, with school buildings in the background, begins, my dad was a policeman. He was killed by someone like that. With anger, people who mindlessly follow their desires, they have no fear of punishment. Close up, Min-ah, wearing a dark hood, clenches her hands, her fingers digging into her palms. A painful thought, if only they had gotten the punishment they deserved from the start. In a dim room, a girl in a police uniform, blonde hair, says guiltily, it's my fault, I wasn't there for her. A man with his back to the panoramic window, silhouetted against the backdrop of skyscrapers. Heavily, did you hold a grudge against my daughter? A man's profile by the window. His features are tense with determination. With cold fury, the one who killed her is among them. A close-up of a man wearing glasses. His eyes are filled with ruthless determination. He vows, I'll find him, no matter what. Contemptuously, trash like that. A close-up of Min-a. Her eyes are wide open, a manic fire burning. Like a sentence, no matter how many, I will find them all and kill every single one. A view from above the school roof, green roofing, air conditioners, a water tower. In the center, a dark bloody stain, all that remains of Guin-woo. The students are discussing, Lua stopped coming to school, and now Guin-woo is dead. Someone adds, Kihan and Yura didn't come today either. A school hallway. A group of students are looking at their phones, laughing. A girl is holding the phone, the boys nearby are smiling. Cruelly, maybe it's a good thing he died? The class became quieter. Min-ah looks at her phone. Mentally, this is exactly where it was all heading. From the loudspeaker comes the official voice of investigator Polly Queel. Hello, I am Polly Queel, a public investigator. Right now I am standing in front of the home of a convicted rapist. A live broadcast is playing on the phone screen. A man stands in front of a residential building, his voice angry, which enraged the entire country 10 years ago. Min-ah looks up from the screen, her gaze wary. Off-screen, hey, what are you doing? The public has a right to know. The police are coming. Close up, Min-ah holding the phone. Her face is focused. She watches the screen silently. A tall guy at her desk, hesitantly. Are you going there? A pause. An ellipsis. Min-ah turns her head sharply. Her eyes widen. Alarmed, the victim was a child. He died 2 years later from his injuries. A view through the window, a boy at a desk, Min-ah with his head down. Heavily, this happened after the trial. The criminal didn't receive additional punishment. Quietly, Min-ah. Close-up of Min-ah. Her lips pressed together, her eyes trembling behind her glasses. She thinks, is this fair? A panorama of the schoolyard from above. Buildings, trees, clear sky. Pleadingly, wait, Min-a. The hallway. Min-a walks determinedly, her hair flying. Behind her is a guy with a confused expression. Mentally, I think. Out loud, he blurts out, did I ask you? Close up, the guy grabs Min-ah by the shoulder. His face is distorted with concern. He demands, this? A hallway, second floor. 2 people face to face, surrounded by students. Boy, remind me, who benefited the most from this? Why should I stop? Wouldn't it be fair if everyone else got some too? A close-up of the guy from below. He looks at Min-ah with intense determination, almost pleadingly. You don't want me to do this just for you, do you? A corridor from above. The boy recoiled, his hands raised defensively. Desperately, that's not true. Weakly, people. Confrontation. The guy gestures haltingly. You can't keep going like this. You'll get into big trouble. Min-ah remains motionless. Her thoughts are cold. Trouble? The two froze opposite each other. The beating of hearts could be heard. The guy grabs Min-ah by the arm, his face panicked. He screams desperately, Hey, are you a pervert? Chaos in the hallway. The guy pulls Min-ah toward the women's restroom and the girls recoil. Voices overlap. Are you trying to enter the women's restroom? Oh, I'm sorry, I got confused. I'm sorry. The boy leaned against the wall, covering his face with his hand. Angry, oh shit. A weak groan. Mentally, anxiously, what am I supposed to do now? Chang-hee freezes in place, recognizing the voice behind him. It's Min-ah calling his name, and a wave of confusion sweeps through his mind. Only one question lingers. Why is she here? She walks calmly past in the hallway, as if nothing had happened. He can't look away, trying to figure out where she came from at this moment. Her composure frightens him more than any threats. Minna, with a slight smile, says briefly, "That guy was home." Her tone is so casual, as if she were talking about a forgotten book, and not something that could change their lives. Confusion grips Chang-hee. Minna's words don't make sense. He can't comprehend what she's even talking about. Anxiety grows in his chest. She knows more than she's saying. Meanwhile, shocking news spreads through the school. The rapist featured in recent reports has fallen to his death. It all happened live on television and right in his own home, where he somehow found his way in from the street. The students whisper, "Is it suicide or murder?" A horrific scene unfolds on the phone screen. The streamer screams into the camera that the animal met its end in front of everyone. His voice trembles with excitement, and the crowd's screams can be heard in the background. The streamer's face is contorted with excitement and shock. He shouts that their channel captured the entire incident. It's a real sensation that will break the internet. The camera shakes, but the footage remains clear. A body on the pavement, blood, the crowd recoiling in horror. A crowd of students discusses the incident. Some speculate that the man committed suicide due to overwhelming guilt. The full video is only available to channel subscribers. A warning flashes across the screens. Do not interrupt the broadcast. Chang-hee takes a few steps behind Minna. His voice trembles with uncertainty. He tries to speak, but the words stick in his throat. He needs to know the truth, but he's afraid to hear it. Close up, Mina slowly turns around. Her face is completely calm, and she asks again, "Just now? What?" There's not a trace of worry in her eyes, as if she's completely unaware of the chaos unfolding around her. She explains with a slight, mocking smile, "I was just in the restroom." Her tone leaves no room for further questioning. Chan-hee knows she's lying, but doesn't dare press the issue. The hospital greets us with a cool white light. Huang Guanwu, 17, is brought to the morgue after a tragic death. His body lies on a table, covered with a sheet, and all around is silence, broken only by the ticking of a clock. The medical examiner reads the official conclusion. The cause of death was pain shock from a neck injury. The body was mutilated beyond recognition. He pauses, as if choosing his words. However, the detective interrupts the doctor. A fracture of this nature could only result from a fall from a great height. But the problem is, the child was found on the roof of a two-story building. A close-up of the man's stern eyes. The discrepancy is obvious. He knows something is fishy here. The second man clarifies the victim's affiliation. Huang was from the Ilhe Management Group, the very corporation whose heir vanished without a trace. His voice is neutral, but his eyes ask, "Is this a coincidence?" Lee Soo-hyun, the father of the missing Ru-ah, asks with a cynical grin, "Is this really all because of my little princess? After all, the incident on the beach caused such a stir." His partner follows him silently. She's used to his sarcastic remarks, but she knows the pain behind them. A close-up of her eyes, cold and calculating. The woman calmly replies, "I'm just a humble worker. I have no idea about such lofty matters." Her tone emphasizes that the conversation is over. She won't reveal anyone else's secrets. Soo-hyun's smile widens, a hint of regret in his voice. "If only I could change something, everything would be different." He looks at Hwan's body, a hint of guilt flickering in his gaze. His gaze glides over the body on the examining table. The dead Huang's disfigured features seem to ask a silent question, and Soo-hyun admits out loud, "I'm so damn curious." He senses that the boy's death is the key to solving his daughter's disappearance. Rua's father walks down the hospital corridor next to his partner, wondering, how close was the brother of the most powerful gangster in the city to Princess Ilhe Group? And isn't it in this connection that the key to everything lies? His steps sound hollow. He already knows. The answers will cost him dearly. His partner, with a predatory smile, notes that it seems he knows much more than he's letting on, and her tone sounds like a hidden challenge. Soo-hyun smiles with feigned modesty. How could he, just a humble detective, understand such high-profile matters? The man calls out to Inspector Cho Hyun-young, his voice indifferent. The victim's family is already here, in the morgue building. The bespectacled inspector turns around sharply, his face contorted with sudden alarm. The news hits him like a blow. Soo-hyun pronounces the name with icy calm, Hwang Gun-sang, and each syllable sounds like a sentence. Close up, tension freezes behind the dark lenses of his glasses. The inspector realizes that he has fallen into a trap from which there is no escape. Soo Hyun's hand grips the inspector's shoulder tightly. Gyun Woo's dead body lies on the gurney behind him, and a strangled sound escapes from his throat. G, 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 the voice breaks into a roar. G, Gon Woo, identity confirmed. The detective picks up on it. Yes, it's him. Behind him, the boss's piercing scream rings out. Ag, the boss yells. Are they finished? He'll kill them all. His partner coldly asks again who exactly he is going to kill, and her indifference cuts sharper than any knife. Close-up of the enraged inspector, demanding to know who they are and what the hell they are doing around his brother's body. Soo-hun leans close to him, his voice breaking into a scream. Why are they hanging around his brother? He wants to know the truth. Two faces collide at a dangerous distance. The inspector mutters through his teeth that Soo-hyun is a bastard, and the latter throws back with contempt that the inspector has even taken a swing at it. Something ominous flickers in their reflection. Detective Cho pronounces Hwang Gyeon-sung's name coldly and clearly, followed by a sharp blow. Soo-hyun growls, his face twisted with rage. He understands their anger, but right now they need to calm down and take care of the funeral. Isn't that more important? Close-up of the inspector, an animalistic cry of GRH erupts from his chest. His face is distorted to the limit, his glasses are slipping off. The sound tears through the morgue. GRA, the inspector roars with helplessness and rage, unable to contain the overwhelming emotions. Soo-hyun says with a mocking grin, "Pff, get out if you're done," and adds sarcastically that they'll remember how he helped sort everything out today. Soo-hyun and his partner stand next to each other, and the man says with a cold smile, "Of course they will remember everything." Soo-hyun's gaze slid over the inspector. This Hwang Gyeon-sung didn't even ask why his younger brother died, and this oddity didn't escape his attention. Close-up of his partner, her eyes cold, quietly asking if they will leave him alone after this. The partner throws out a cold phrase, "Let's start with that bastard," and the elevator doors slowly close, leaving them in a tight, confined space. The city spreads out under the evening sky, and somewhere in these streets, a story unfolds that will lead Min-ah to a critical point. Chung-hee runs after him, desperately begging, "Listen to me just a little bit," and the thought does not give him peace. No matter how much he tries to understand it, everything seems terribly wrong. Min-ah stops and, with feigned calm, asks again what exactly is wrong, what exactly he is worried about. Chung-hee begins to speak haltingly about human rights, and how the rapist should have lived a peaceful life and then died peacefully, but his own words sound absurd even to him. Min-ah listens and quietly exhales. Ah. Min-ah firmly cuts off "no," and this word hangs in the air as a final verdict on all his arguments. Chung-hee starts screaming. She killed someone, how can she even stay okay after that? And if this continues, then she... Min-ah grabs him sharply by the shoulder. The movement is lightning fast and harsh. The conversation takes a completely different turn. Chung-hee is at a loss to understand what is happening, as reality blurs around him in an inexplicable way. Min-ah looks down at him, her voice mocking. Does he really think she's doing something wrong? Chung-hee frantically tries to find the words. That's not what he meant at all. But the explanation gets stuck in his throat. Close up, Min-ah offers to show him the bad thing he's so worried about with a worried smile, and something dangerous flashes in her eyes. A blinding flash tears through the space right in the middle of the street. The next moment, they disappear before the eyes of passers-by. Reality crashes down from above. They are floating high above the night city. The lights of skyscrapers twinkle below like a scattering of stars, and Min-ah says his name. Chung-hee, you. A piercing scream escapes Chung-hee's throat. Min-ah adds coldly, he knows nothing about what she's been through. She calls his name, Chung-hee, with authority and orders him to calm down, her voice firm even in this impossible situation. They sit on the edge of the roof, the setting sun painting the city golden. Min-ah calmly explains that he won't die if he pulls himself together, as she too was scared the first time she teleported so high. Chung-hee can barely squeeze out the words. Gee, where are they, even? Reality still doesn't fit into his mind. Close up, eyes wide with horror, sweat running down the face, breathing ragged, shock paralyzes every muscle. The sky glows orange and pink, the city stretches to the horizon, and Min-ah quietly says, "Ah, beautiful, yes." Min-ah quietly admits that from the moment she gained her ability, she began to search for similar views, places that are inaccessible to ordinary people. The slope here is too steep, and according to the rules, this area is only accessible to rock climbers, but this restriction does not matter to her. Close up, a smile plays on her lips. She doesn't care about prohibitions. Teleportation opens doors to places where others cannot go. Cheng-hee catches his breath and forces out, W, amazing, his voice breaking with emotion. The city spreads out beneath the bridge. The sunset paints everything in golden tones, and Minna notices that everything here looks completely different than from the observation deck. Minna clarifies with a smile. It's absolutely not comparable to the view through the glass, right? And Chang-hee freezes in amazement, realizing the scale of what she showed him. Chang-hee's voice is quiet and reverent. You. He tries to express what he feels, but the words just won't come out. Chang-hee says with admiration, she sees this every day, huh? And understanding this fact makes him look at her in a completely new way. Mina easily suggests that, well, as long as he keeps the secret, she can often drag him out to have fun, and Chang-hee screams, really? Chang-hee clutches his head and almost screams, but even if he tries to tell, who would believe it? Everyone will think he's crazy. Mina gives a short laugh. Oh, and Chang-hee looks at her with sudden alarm, realizing he said something wrong. Mina tilts his head and asks again with feigned calm, so he's about to spill the beans, and Chang-hee quickly objects. Oh, no. Minna grabs him by the shoulder, the movement sharp and confident. Come on, it's time to go back. She extends her hand to him with a warm smile and orders. Hold my hand tightly so that the teleportation goes smoothly. In the cold light of the morgue, Soo-hyun stands over Hwang-gun-san's body, her voice harsh. They will release the body for the ceremony later. The partner starts talking about the funeral, but Soo-hyun interrupts her. No, that won't happen. Close up, the eyes are hidden behind the dark glasses, but the voice sounds like an oath. Until he catches the bastard who killed his brother, there will be no funeral. His partner coldly warns him that Hwang-gun shouldn't say such dangerous things right in front of the detective, especially since it hasn't even been officially recognized as murder yet. Soo-hyun lifts the phone to his ear, briefly asks how it went, and the voice on the other end replies, Trace found. Beeps. Close-up of the inspector, his face contorted with rage. He calls out, Hey, Hwang-gun-sang, his voice breaking into a scream. The inspector nervously adjusts his glasses and mutters, It really could have been just an accident, hey. And then he adds more firmly, Don't make a big deal out of nothing. Stop making things worse. Close up, the inspector's face distorts. Something alarming flashes behind the lenses of his glasses. He senses danger approaching. Soo-hyun's hand quickly grabs the inspector by the collar. The movement is sharp and merciless. Oh, now the conversation will go differently. Soo-hyun leans his face in close and growls. Just pretend to be an idiot. That's what Detective Cho does best. He adds with contempt, This is exactly what I pay you for, you bastard. The voice is short and commanding. Let's go. And the obedient response follows immediately. Yes, sir. Footsteps echo through the morgue corridors. The hospital building rises under the evening sky, and somewhere inside, an investigation is unfolding that will lead Soo-hyun to the truth about his brother's death. Gold CEO Credit Finance and the main developer of Virus Coin. He shakes his head. And there's something else interesting. Her partner dismisses it indifferently. He's just a common thug. Then she asks curiously, So why is a guy like that involved with Lu A? Did she really choose the wrong friends? Soo-hyun presses the binoculars to her eyes, intently observing the target, and her partner cautiously remarks, Boss, you understand that it's not that simple. A gorgeous woman with scarlet hair sits on a throne under the flashes of cameras. Lu A was the key to Hwang-gun-sang's coin business. Without her, everything collapses. The voice continues to explain, even just a hint of support for Ilhe Group will attract tons of people. They were planning to go to market and sell the product, but Lu A ruined it. Soo-hyun kept his eyes on the target. That was strange. Rumors of the sale had spread, but no one had received anything. He added with cold certainty. In any case, right now, he was the one most angry at Miss Lu A. A close-up through the binoculars, sharp focus, an exclamation mark flashes through Soo-hyun's mind. A moment of insight pierces him. The voice sounds with icy determination. Here it is. The target has been found and will not go anywhere else. Soo-hyun gives the order, We'll follow him quietly. Then, with a dangerous grin, he adds to his partner, Let's ask him how he plans to let off some steam. A blinding flash tears through the evening street. What the hell? Two figures materialize out of thin air right in front of Soo-hyun. Reality is torn apart. Chung-hee looks around in panic. Where are they anyway? And Min-ah announces with a satisfied smile, My secret base. An abandoned building stands on the mountainside, bathed in the sunset light, and Min-ah explains that it is an abandoned building that is no longer in use. They enter the ruined building, and Min-ah continues to explain, It's built on a mountain, so no one comes here. Here, she can be herself. Chung-hee freezes in front of a wall covered in photographs, notes, and connections. Oh, all of this. Her voice is filled with amazement at the scale of what Min-ah is doing. Chung-hee pauses in front of a wall covered with photographs and clues, a veritable investigative headquarters. Min-ah explains, it's easier to remember places through photographs. Chung-hee can't contain her excitement. Can she really teleport anywhere, even to Europe? Min-ah looks down and sighs heavily. She sits down on the floor, her breathing quickening. She hasn't left Korea yet. There are restrictions on teleportation. The memory takes her to the coast. Her single jump record is the west coast. After that, she could barely stand. Jung-hee stands frozen in the doorway, embarrassed and confused. Min-ah is clearly tense inside. Too many secrets revealed in one day. Beads of sweat trickle down her temples, her breathing uneven. She asks him to wait. Even this distance requires recovery. A blinding flash, her body dissolves into shining particles right on the couch. Chan-hee screams, "Stop!" Min-ah disappeared, leaving him alone in the gloomy room. His voice trembled. "If I leave him here alone in this creepy place..." He tugs at the locked doors. Most are locked, but one gives way. Relief, thank God. At least something works. The building shakes, and an ominous creaking sound comes from above. Panic. If the ruin collapses, no one will know where to look for him. Chung-hee cowers by the door, his whole body shaking. He whispers a plea, "Min-ah, please come back soon." Cold sweat runs down my face, my lips tremble, my eyes are half closed. Every second feels like an eternity, trapped in the ruins. A blinding flash of Min-ah falling on top of him with boxes of donuts laughing, "Did you wait long?" Chang-hee's eyes light up. These are Starbite's most popular donuts. The line for them stretches for hours. Min-ah smiled with a sly squint. A small privilege of teleportation. No matter how famous the store, she can be there instantly. Her smile fades. Eating in this abandoned hole feels a little strange. Even the best donuts lose their charm in such surroundings. The setting sun paints the sky orange, the city reflected in the river. They sit by the water, and she says, "Chan-hee." She points to the panorama, her eyes sparkling. Imagine, a cafe with a view like this would be incredibly popular. She takes a bite of her donut, a smile playing on her lips. He may not believe it, but she's a real romantic. Chung-hee looks at her in amazement. The girl who killed 2 people is talking about romance. Her voice is quiet. The world is much more beautiful than you think. Min-ah looks at the city lights below and says, if she had lived an ordinary life there, among the crowd, she would never have known such pleasure. She turns to Chang-hee with a smile, holding a donut in her hands. Her voice is soft. Does she still seem like a monster to him? Chung-hee is silent, looking up at her. His voice breaks. Why can't she just enjoy it? Why endure the pain when she has such insane power? Min-ah sits with her back to the horizon. She still doesn't understand how she acquired her ability. She's never consumed anything strange or been exposed to radiation. Close-up of her lips. So why did this happen? They sit next to each other, and her voice sounds warmer, but thanks to him, she understood. Min-ah stands up, silhouetted against the sunset, his salvation 3 times. Chung-hee looks up at her, eyes wide. It was part of realizing the reason. Min-ah stands on the rock, a confident smile lighting up her face. She finally understood the meaning of her power. Chung-hee freezes, looking at her with awe and fear at the same time. Something terrible could happen to her. Min-ah smiles with her eyes closed, clinging to him. She asks softly, is he afraid of getting caught? Chung-hee hubs her tighter. That's not the problem, as a person. His cry breaks the silence of the sunset. He can't just ignore the fact that the one who saved him is destroying himself. Their faces are so close, their breath hitches. Chung-hee exhales. She's ridiculously kind. Close-up of Min-ah's face, her smile soft, almost sad, she knew. A portrait against the backdrop of a fading sunset, her gaze is calm, determined, and accepting. They embrace on the edge of a cliff, the stars beginning to appear in the sky. Chung-hee thinks, well, if she says so. Min-ah smiles at him sincerely and makes a promise. She will not kill again. Chung-hee says her name quietly, almost in a whisper. A close-up of his face, his gaze full of uncertainty. They stand by the river at sunset and he asks, is it true she won't kill anymore? Her answer is short. No, that's a lie. A corner store, an ordinary day, nothing foreshadows trouble. A question comes from the car. Is this the place? Inside the car, a man confidently declares, Yoon Chang-hee lives here. The threat hangs in the air, make no mistake, or you're dead, and a maniacal laugh breaks the silence. Chung-hee is covered in bandages, his breathing is ragged, his eyes are wide. Ha ha! Panic overwhelms him instantly. They walk calmly down the street among ordinary passers-by. A voice from the car points out, there, a guy walking down the street. Chung-hee is recognized. It's Yoon, Chung-hee. Eyes widen in shock. A close-up of his battered face, bandages on his cheeks. There's no doubt about it, it's him. A blond man drags a beaten schoolboy along with him. This guy was alone with them. Someone points at Min-ah, who's that girl next to you? The answer is indifferent, it doesn't matter. Huang Ki-han gives a cold order. Put them both in the car. They pause on the sidewalk, looking ahead. Min-ah whispers with recognition, Kai-han. A close-up of Chung-hee's battered face, bandages covering her skin and terror in her eyes. The three stand outside, the tension growing. Ki-han asks coldly, what happened to you? Cheng-hee looks up, her throat tightening with fear. The accusation comes down on her, you killed Gunwoo, didn't you? Chang-hee explodes in panic. What? Him? Who beat him so badly that he's talking such nonsense? His scream breaks into hysteria. Kong-min, you better not interfere. You were the only one who could have killed him back then. Because of you, he almost died. The face distorts with despair. What are we even talking about? He himself almost died. Chang-hee points a finger at the accusation. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have made it to the roof. It's all her fault. A close-up of his face in complete horror. What kind of absurdity is going on around here? Min-ah turns to face him, her voice cold. Hey, you piece of trash. Chang-hee explodes into hysterics, her face distorted with rage. Maybe he should throw her out too, since she's like this? A close-up of her face, her hair falling into her eyes, a chill frozen in them. Just like Lue. A stun gun flashes like lightning in someone's hand. The next moment, a huge man looms over them, threatening to discharge. The metal touches her throat, sparks flickering just beneath her skin. Chan-hee, his name sticks in her throat, along with the horror. Night engulfs the mountain road, and the car pulls up to an abandoned building. The headlights illuminate the emptiness around them. No one will know what's going on here. The boss stands in the center of the warehouse, surrounded by people. A voice from one of his subordinates can be heard. The children you were looking for have been taken upstairs. A man in dark glasses gives a stern order. Make sure not even a bug gets inside. The crowd responds in unison. Yes. Min-ah woke up with a gag in her mouth, her hands and feet bound. Her head was splitting with pain, and her consciousness was slowly returning to the nightmare. The boss commands, Hey, the boss is here, get that brat. As Min-ah lies tied up on the floor in front of an empty chair, the realization hits. Where is she? A close-up of her face. The gag prevents her from speaking, only a muffled moan. Chan-hee, she tries to call out to him through the fabric. She jerks her head up. What's wrong with Chang-hee? Panic breaks through the pain and fear. A dull thud. The body is thrown with all its force onto the concrete. Chan-hee falls next to her, blood streaming down her face. A man in a white coat towers over the fallen schoolboy, his silhouette casting a long shadow across the battered body. He slowly takes off his sunglasses, his mouth slightly open. Really? There is disbelief in his voice. Close-up of his face, looking down with cold disdain. What's the matter, Ki-han? A shock pierces her consciousness. Kang Ki-han. Why is Kang Ki-han here? The name of Gunwoo's brother shatters her last hopes. Ki-han says bitterly. He knew his brother well. Maybe he was an idiot. Chung-hee lies tied up on the dirty floor, his breathing ragged. But would Gunwoo die because of such a worthless person? A hand grabs Chang-hee by the hair and jerks his head up. Answer me, you bastard! Ki-han growls, and the sound of the blow echoes throughout the warehouse. A scream escapes Chung-hee's throat. It was him! He was the last person to see Gunwoo alive. Chung-hee thought Gunwoo would beat him to death, so he killed him. Min-ah tries to break free, tied up and helpless. No, Kang Ki-han, you son of a bitch! A close-up of her face, the words escaping through her gag. She's the one who killed him. The blow hits Chang-hee with renewed force. Hey, the voice sounds cold. Ki-han grabs the schoolboy by the hair, his voice shaking with barely contained rage. When my brother died, close-up of profile, teeth clenched, you were there, weren't you? Their faces are dangerously close. A cry breaks the silence. Yes, the confession bursts out. Ki-han smiles maniacally. Tell me honestly what happened then. He wants to know how his brother died, okay? An explosive blow. The fist slams into the body with monstrous force, sparks of pain flying in all directions. Chung-hee's face contorts in pain, the marks of the blows covering her skin. Her eyes are almost closed from the swelling. Min-ah is shaking in horror behind her chair. Her head continues to split from the realization of what is happening. Ki-han swings his weapon with the fury of an executioner. Chung-hee pleads, please, stop. The blow falls on the bound Min-ah. Her scream breaks through the gag. Chung-hee, a close-up of her battered face, blood trickling down her skin. A pained groan escapes her. Please. Ki-han pulls her hair. his face distorted with contempt. "You bastard, you take him for an idiot. His brother died before Chung-hee's eyes." Blows rain down on the defenseless schoolboy. So why doesn't he know anything? Ki-han commands his subordinates. "Hey, take off her blindfold." A close-up of Min-a's eyes, filled with horror for Chang-hee's fate. Chung-hee lies motionless in a pool of blood, her body beaten to the point of near death. A close-up of Min-a's face. The gag is tight around her mouth, but there's something dangerous burning in her eyes, something that wasn't there before. One of Kung Ki-han's henchmen asks, "Who is this girl? Why did they bring her here?" The answer is simple. She said she knows where Lu-ah is. A nervous laugh breaks through Ki-han's rage as he yells that he's asking about his brother, not some girl. Ki-han's face contorts, his jaw clenches to the point of cracking, and he slowly utters one word, filled with menace. Suddenly the tone changes. Ki-han almost whispers an apology to the bleeding Chang-hee, as if realizing he has gone too far. A hand grabs Min-a's hair, yanking her head back. Ki-han growls, demanding to know what exactly she's apologizing for. Close-up of rage. Ki-han's eyes are bloodshot, his face twisted in bestial rage, ready to tear apart anyone in his path. Tears roll down Min-a's cheeks, her voice trembling with pain and hatred. She says that she should have killed them all back then, on that rooftop. Ki-han's eyes widen in shock as the words pierce his consciousness, leaving him momentarily frozen in disbelief. A close-up of Min-a's eyes, a look of determination mixed with despair. That look at the point of no return. A blinding flash tears through space. Ki-han freezes with an expression of absolute shock, sparks of light scattering in all directions. The entire gang freezes in stupor. A huge question mark hangs over what is happening. No one understands where this light came from. Ki-han's body flies backwards along with the chair Min-ah was sitting on, a scream ripping from his throat as he flies across the warehouse. The blast wave throws the others in different directions. Flashes of fire illuminate the room. No one has time to understand what happened. Ki-han crashes into the wall with a deafening roar, ropes and pieces of the chair flying around. The impact was monstrous in force. A cry of pain rents the air as Ki-han's body slides down the wall, leaving a trail of blood behind. The henchmen rush to the boss in a panic, screaming and trying to understand what happened, questions pouring out one after another, but there are no answers. A close-up of Chung-hee's face. He lies motionless, beaten half to death, the bandages on his face soaked with blood, his breathing barely audible. Min-ah sits on the floor, her hand shaking, her fingers convulsively clutching the loosened ropes. She did it, used force again, breaking her promise. A close-up of Min-ah's face, tears frozen in her eyes, her lips pressed into a thin line, her expression frozen in devastation and fear of her own strength. The man with the back turns sharply to the ceiling. A suspicious sound came from above. The two bandits freeze, exchanging anxious glances. Two strangers appear in the warehouse doorway, a man in a formal suit and a woman in a leather jacket. A disheveled guy looks up at them. A powerful punch connects with the jaw of one of the bandits. The body falls down several steps, and the others freeze in shock. A tall stranger stands calmly on the stairs, looking at the frightened bandits. One of the bandits becomes hysterical. The gang surrounds the aliens, demanding answers. The tall man calmly repeats his question. The woman behind him bursts out laughing, clearly disagreeing with his methods. She steps forward with a beaming smile, folding her hands in a pleading gesture. A folding knife flies towards her face. The tattooed brute grins, holding his knife at the ready. He steps forward with a mocking grin, the rest of the bandits following him. A knife is sticking out of the skull of a complete bandit. He didn't even have time to understand what happened. The fat man realizes in horror that this is his own weapon. The woman's face changes. Her smile turns into a grin, her fingers spread out like the claws of a predator. The bandits scatter in panic. A bald bandit with a knife rushes at the woman from above, raising the blade to strike. A counterkick lands on his face with such force that his jaw snaps open. The bald bandit flies out from under the woman's feet with a scream. Her blow sends him flying. The woman doesn't slow down, turning to her next victim with a furious scream. The fat bandit screams in panic, realizing that it is his turn to get it. The woman roughly shuts his mouth with the barrel of a gun. It's time to stop chatting and start answering. She sits right on the fat man's chest, completely blocking any attempt at resistance. The tall man asks again, "Ha, Ree?" The woman continues to keep the bandit under control, not paying attention. The woman suddenly remembers, "Oh yeah, the boss told me to ask questions. I need to ask where the target is." She leans closer to the fat man. "You'll answer, right? Don't make her even more nervous." One of the bandits flies down from the top floor, emitting a death rattle. The body continues to fall down the stairs, smashing against the steps. A tall man hugs a woman from behind, stopping her. It seems she's gotten too carried away. Beaten bandits are scattered across the warehouse floor. One of them is breathing heavily, barely alive. The disheveled guy below suddenly raises his head. Something suspicious is heard from above. Two bodies of bandits fall directly on him from the top floor. The guy is in shock. People just almost fell on him, and the rumble from above continues. The entire gang lies unconscious in pools of blood. Two aliens stand calmly amid the carnage. The disheveled man below looks up in complete bewilderment. What the hell is going on up there? Min-ah gasps in fear and pain as everything around her flares up. Her ability bursts out. Four armed bandits surround a defenseless schoolgirl, preparing to beat her to death. The remaining bandits look at each other in horror. What the hell just happened? Where did everyone disappear to? Min-ah falls right on top of one of the bandits, seeming as exhausted as everyone else. The purple-clad bandit flies back from another flash, and everything around him explodes into fiery sparks. Bodies are flying around the warehouse. No one understands where these explosions of energy are coming from. Min-ah struggles to get up on all fours as one of the bandits screams in horror, not understanding what the hell is going on. She falls to her knees, her body shaking from the strain. The ability has sucked all her strength out of her. My head is splitting, as if my skull is about to explode from the inside. The teleportation is out of control. She used to be able to do 20 jumps in a row, but now she can't even stand up. There are beaten bodies lying around, and next to her is the dying Chang He. A hand presses to the mouth. Nausea and dizziness wash over me in a wave. Min-ah crawls with difficulty towards Chang He, trying to figure out if he is still alive. There's so much blood, he needs to go to the hospital immediately, but she can't even move. She can't teleport him to the hospital, she's never been to one before, and without knowing the location, the ability doesn't work. Min-ah hugs Chang He's lifeless body, and a bandit with a bat is already rising from behind. Blood is streaming down her face. Her mouth is open in a silent scream. She has no more strength to scream. The tattooed thug raises his bat over Min-ah's head, preparing to crush her skull. He yells at her, demanding an answer. Little brat, what did she do to him? Min-ah lies motionless in a pool of blood, losing consciousness. The body refuses to move. Every muscle feels like it's filled with lead. A concussion is why everything is blurry and your limbs don't obey you. The bandit's fist clenches. His bloodied hand prepares to deliver the final blow, but first, one question. The bandit stands over her with a bat, his face contorted in rage. Is it true that she killed his little brother? Min-ah lies on the cold floor, her hand pressed to her mouth, every breath coming with pain. The bandit looks down at her. His little brother is dead, and someone will pay for it. Blood runs down Min-ah's face, but she struggles to look up. The bat is raised above his head. At the last moment, Min-ah screams, and the ability explodes in a blinding flash. The only prayer that escapes my chest is, please, not this. The bandit presses her to the floor with all his weight. Resistance is useless. The blow of the bat falls on the body. Blood sprays in all directions. Through the pain, she screams out Chang He's name, if only he would survive. A desperate cry. Why is everything going wrong? Why can't she save anyone? With the last of her strength, she whispers, run, just run from here. The body lies lifeless in a pool of blood. There is no longer any strength to even move. Min-ah sits with her head down, her white shirt completely soaked in blood. Tears mix with the blood on her face. She silently calls out his name, Chang He. A bright flash tears through space. Teleportation is activated against one's will. The two bandits freeze in shock. What the hell was that? Min-ah flies up with inhuman speed, breaking free from under the heavy body. A series of lightning strikes falls upon the bandits as rage takes complete control. The face is distorted in bestial rage. Madness burns in the eyes. A kick sends the bandit flying across the warehouse. The two remaining ones look in horror at their fallen comrades. The same thing happened to the others, but no one understands how. One of the bandits approaches his boss, asking about the bodies of his fallen comrades. The leader in the white shirt stops him with a wave of his hand. The gang leader yells at him, demanding he wait. His face is contorted with rage. He's clearly planning something cruel. Min-ah lies on the cold warehouse floor. His white shirt is soaked in blood, his hair is disheveled, and drops of blood are running down his face. His body is exhausted from the fierce struggle. The leader looms over her, his face twisted in a mad grin. He wants to crush her head, blood splattering everywhere, cruel revenge for his people. Min-ah lies motionless. Her breathing is shallow, her consciousness on the verge of blacking out. Each breath is labored. A sudden burst of energy, the bandit's body is thrown upward with tremendous force. Space is distorted, the air trembles from the impact. The bandit tosses him aside like a rag doll. Min-ah still lies below, unable to understand where this strength came from. Shock is reflected on her bloodied face. Her eyes are wide open. She didn't activate the teleportation consciously. The ability worked on its own. A tall man in a formal suit leans over her, one of the two who burst into the warehouse earlier. His face is serious, his movements confident. The man looks down at her, assessing her condition. He asks if she's okay. He stomps on the gang leader's chest, pinning him to the floor. The tattooed gangster writhes under his weight, unable to move. The gang leader screams in pain, his face red, his mouth wide open. The man in the suit methodically presses down on him, preventing him from rising. A tall man steps over a fallen enemy. The bodies of beaten bandits lie around, the warehouse transformed into a battlefield. Minna can barely breathe. Her strength has completely left her. Her body refuses to obey. Her consciousness is floating. The man in the suit addresses her again, his voice even. He repeats the question, "Is she okay?" He asks if she can stand up on her own. His tone is calm, almost businesslike, as if this is a normal situation. Minna looks at him through a veil of pain. A thought flashes through her mind. This is the very child she once saved. She lifts her head, trying to make out his face. His glasses have slipped, his gaze is clouded. The man tells her not to move and just lie still. He'll take her to the hospital himself. His words sound like a promise. A weak groan escapes her chest. Pain shoots through her body, but now there's someone nearby who's ready to help. A girl with bright red hair lies in a hospital bed. Stitches from surgery are visible on her body. Her eyes are wide open, her gaze frozen. In the warehouse, the bandits are shouting in despair, "Lue, my Lue!" Below, a man in a white shirt stands, watching the proceedings. A sharp blow sends the body flying. The bandit's face is distorted with pain, his teeth bared. The man in the suit notices something. The tattooed bandit addresses him, "Helpoki, I thought I broke my neck." He notes that his opponent is tougher than expected. The man in the white shirt replies, "Great, it's been a while since we had a good fight." The bandit recognizes him. This is the guy who was hanging around the hospital back then. He demands to wait, to let him ask something about the death of his younger brother. The two engage in a brutal fight, with blows raining down from both sides. The bandit tries to scold his opponent, "Son of a whore." The man in the white shirt gets the point. "He started trying to appease me only to get a dirty trick. A bandit will always remain a bandit." He laughs. A powerful blow falls on the enemy. A bandit with a tattoo screams in pain. The man says, "Beating a girl like that is really trash." Fists clash again. The exchange of blows continues. The blow sends the bandit flying across the entire warehouse. The bandit flies away screaming. The man asks, "What's wrong? Is this your first time getting beat up?" A finishing kick. The bandit shouts, "Freak." The fight continues. The bandit tries to break through the defense, but the man in the white shirt blocks every blow. The enemy is clearly stronger, his technique is impeccable, and the bandit is already running out of steam. And then the final blow to the stomach breaks all resistance. A cry of pain echoes off the walls of the warehouse. The bandit is defeated. The woman in the leather jacket smirks. "Stop whining already." The final blow finishes off the enemy. The bandit falls unconscious. The man says coldly, "Don't die yet. I have many questions for you. The interrogation is just beginning." Meanwhile, the woman laughs and reports to the boss. "I contacted the company. They will come and clean up the entire crime scene." The man gives a new order, "Call additional medics." He carefully carries the exhausted Minna in his arms. There are many seriously injured people around who need help. A weak groan escapes the girl's chest as she balances on the brink of consciousness. The man asks her name. She squeezes out with difficulty, "K, Khan, Min-ah." She tries to understand who is her savior. He begins to introduce himself. "Policeman, I'm taking you to the hospital, so don't move." The voice sounds calm and confident. Min-ah repeats in shock, "P, policeman." Suddenly she screams her own name, Min-a. Her consciousness is confused by pain and loss of blood. He whispers faintly, "Pa." She looks at her savior through a veil of pain and says, "Dad." In her wounded mind, the man reminds her of her deceased father, a police officer. A male police officer looks thoughtfully into the distance. He has just saved two seriously injured teenagers. In a hospital room, a girl with pink hair lies under an IV drip and quietly says, "Yes." The flashback takes us back to the warehouse, where a police officer is carrying an exhausted Minna in his arms, saying that her dad has come to save her. Ilhai University Hospital, where all the wounded from the warehouse massacre were brought. The monitor shows vital signs. The pulse has stabilized. Min A lies in a ward under a warm blanket, her body connected to equipment. There are numerous plasters and bandages on her face, traces of a brutal beating. Suddenly, a woman in an orange jacket bursts into the room. It's Minna's mother. She shouts her name and is happy that her daughter has woken up. Minna turns her head with difficulty and recognizes her mother, a painful groan escaping her chest. Her mother begs her to lie still. The doctor said that she had suffered a severe blow to her head and needed complete rest. She hugs her daughter, unable to hold back her tears. "What happened to you?" The mother is still in shock. "I was afraid of losing you too," Minna reassures. "It's okay, Mom." But the girl's head is foggy. She's trying to remember what happened and how she ended up in the hospital. The memories are fragmentary and vague. Suddenly, Minna remembers. "Mom, where is Chang-hee?" Mother is surprised. "Who is this?" The girl insists. "Chan-hee, the boy who was with me." At that moment, a familiar silhouette appears in the doorway. A man in a white shirt says that if we are talking about that child, then he is in intensive care. Minna looks up at the person who entered. This is the same policeman who saved her in the warehouse. The flashback takes us back to the warehouse. A tattooed bandit is breathing heavily on his knees. A woman in a leather jacket is watching the action, and a policeman is standing over his fallen enemies. The disheveled man looks at the battlefield with a grin, not at all surprised by all this chaos. The bandit starts shouting, threatening to kill. He's messed with the wrong people. The blonde girl promises to find the families of all those involved and make them pay. A blow of monstrous force falls on the bandit. This is clearly not chiropractic. His partner hopes that this therapy helped him understand the situation. The police officer begins the interrogation with the first question. Silence is no longer an option. He asks directly whether he killed Lu A. The bandit yells back, "Lu A is dead." The policeman closes his eyes wearily. He doesn't believe a word. The bandit breaks down. No, he doesn't know anything. Lu A was responsible for all his affairs. Her shadow still looms large over everything. He confirms, exactly, precisely. Next question. Who said they knew where Lu A was? The bandit gives away a name, a girl with glasses. Kang Ki-han said she knew. A police officer looks at the wounded Chang-hee. He saved 2 teenagers. The bandit continues to shout, pointing at Min A. The policeman turns around. The children are following a false trail. The bandit loses his temper. He just wanted to catch the bastard who killed his brother. His partner freezes in shock at his words. The bandit chokes on a cry of rage and despair. The policeman closes his eyes, collecting his thoughts. The partner starts screaming, "The boss is injured. When did he get so injured?" The bandit's blood drips onto the floor. The interrogation is over. The 2 men look at each other in complete silence. The bandit exhales hoarsely. He's dead. The policeman silently accepts the information. In the hospital room, Min Ah slowly comes to. Her face is covered in bandages. Her gaze stops on the policeman. This man, she saw him in front of school the day Guan-woo was given detention. Min Ah looks down, trying to piece together the fragments of her memory. The mother doesn't understand what we're talking about. The policeman explains. This detective saved her from the kidnappers. He clarifies. I just found Min Ah when she was already unconscious. The policeman thanks the mother for saving Min Ah. All the kidnappers have been arrested. They have nothing more to worry about. The word arrested hits Min Ah like an electric shock. A picture flashes through her mind. 2 people fighting at sunset. This can't be true. The policeman says her name seriously. He needs to ask something. Mother interrupts. What about Chang-hee? Min Ah shudders. She demands an answer. I must know what happened to him. Chang-hee lies in intensive care, surrounded by machines. His body is tangled with tubes and his breathing is supported by a machine. Min Ah, along with his mother and a police officer, looks at the wounded boy through the glass. The doctor said, he's in a coma and may never wake up. Min Ah realizes the terrible truth. He may never wake up. An oxygen mask covers Chang-hee's face. Every breath is a fight for life. The policeman calls out to Min A. She turns around. The detective wants to talk about Chang-hee. The mother asks in despair, did they catch the one who did this to their Chang-hee? The policeman tries to calm the grandmother down, but she can't understand. Why did they do this? The policeman can't believe it. What did this little kid do that was so bad? Why did he have to go through this? Min Ah lowers her eyes. She knows the answer, but she can't say it. Inside her, one question screams, why? The policeman suddenly calls for a doctor. Miss Min needs help. Min Ah sits on the bed, trying to pull herself together. The police officer asks if she feels better. He understands that in such a situation, he won't be able to get anything out of her. Min Ah stares into space in silence. The mother stops the detective. Is he leaving? She wanted to at least offer him a cup of coffee. The policeman asks to wait a minute, he'll be right back. The police officer ponders. Whoever did this to Chang-hee, what happened to him? Min-ah asks again, were they arrested? The policeman is silent, looking into space. Min-a looks down, unable to find words. A brutal image emerges in her memory, a police officer striking. Min-a sits, trembling with tension. The policeman says, "Don't let the death of some bastards weigh on you." Min-a's gaze fills with horror. A vision appears before her, she herself, covered in blood, holding a knife in her hand. A policeman shouts, "Ming-ah, what have you done?" She answers through tears, "I punished him." The policeman calmly says, "It's my job to punish." He begins, "Spa." Min-ah interrupts him by shouting, "Thank you." Ilhi University Hospital stands tall under a clear sky. The police officer discusses his plans with his partner. She's clearly hiding something, but now is not the time for questioning. The partner is puzzled. What should we do? Huang Yuansang is dead. The police officer replies, "This isn't the end. There could have been evidence left on the bodies." Min-ah stands in front of the room where Chang-hee is lying. She looks at him through the glass. Chan-hee. His face is hidden behind a mask, his breathing barely audible. Every breath hangs between life and death. The red-haired guy screams in a frenzy. From now on, she's looking for Lu Wei and reporting to him. He bursts into tears. She killed Gonwu, didn't she? Min-ah's eyes widen in horror behind her glasses. Smiling faces of schoolchildren flash through her mind. Lu, surrounded by friends. He just got the punishment he deserved. Min-a stands by Chang-hee's bed, the one who wasn't punished. This time, she definitely... Tears fill her eyes. She won't make mistakes. Ilhe University Hospital greets the sunset. The policeman and his partner stand in the corridor, a heavy silence hanging between them. A woman with short blonde hair holds a cup, a smile playing on her lips. An elegant woman sits in a chair between bodyguards. Can a corpse talk? The police officer replies. He already filed a report, but... The man silently looks into the cup. The woman utters sharp words. Have you lost all your senses while you were living like a beast? If you keep killing everyone like this, they'll never know anything. She points to the body in the bag. Is this his way of solving problems? The partner jumps up. Wait, they're saying the boss is to blame? Boss Soo-hyun never makes mistakes in these kinds of cases. The woman and the policeman's eyes meet. Something was wrong with him. His chest suddenly exploded. The police officer cuts her off. "Hari!" He says, "I'm sorry, it's his fault." His partner tries to object, but he stops her. The police officer says firmly, his life was in their hands, so it's their responsibility. The partner silently looks away, unable to argue. The elegant woman in the white coat acknowledges Soo-hyun's willingness to take the blame, but that doesn't guarantee forgiveness. Her voice is cold and commanding. The tension in the hospital corridor reaches breaking point. The police officer and his partner stand frozen, awaiting their boss's verdict. The female boss smirks. This time I'll overlook the mistake, but her warning sounds like a death sentence. There won't be a next chance. She doesn't hide the consequences of failure. They'll simply be eliminated. Soo-hyun understands that this isn't an empty threat, but an ironclad rule of the organization. A heavy pause hangs in the air. The blonde woman silently observes the conversation, ready to carry out any order. The sound of heels cuts through the silence as the boss heads towards the main topic of conversation. She gets down to business. The children kidnapped by Huang Goin-sang's gang are now in the hospital. They are the ones who could become the problem. Yoon Chung-hee is in a coma. Kang Min-ah will be discharged soon. The boss gives a clear order. Soo-hyun and Hari must find out how much the children know about Lu-ah and act accordingly. The woman utters words that chill the blood. If children know too much, they must be silenced forever. The smirk on her face leaves no doubt she is talking about murder. Soo-hyun is silent, his face unreadable. He understands the order, but a struggle is unfolding within him. These children have already been through enough. The boss explains his position. Anything that could put Lu Wei in a bad light must disappear. The reputation of the Ilhe heiress, the group is more important than the lives of two teenagers. She coldly remarks, Chan-hee's coma is a blessing. One witness won't be able to speak. Now only Min-ah remains. Soo-hyun tries to object. These children could be Lu-ah's own victims. But his words fall flat against the chairman's ironclad logic. The woman turns around. If the children are Lu Wei's victims, that's just one more reason to eliminate them. No compromise, no mercy. She utters one last phrase as she leaves. Parents must do their duty. Soo-hyun and Hari remain in the hallway, aware of the gravity of the order. Yoon Chang-hee lies in intensive care, connected to life support. Monitors beep softly, recording his feeble breathing. He teeters on the brink of life and death. Fragments of memories flicker through Chang Hee's mind. Himself in hospital pajamas, a dark room, bare feet on a cold floor. Reality and hallucinations intertwine into a painful tangle. His gaze falls on the orange box by the bed. Something about it evokes disturbing images from the past. Chang Hee looks at the box, and the memory begins to return, slowly, painfully, bringing to the surface what he desperately tried to forget. A flash of memory. A boy in a white school uniform covers his face with his hands and screams in terror. The past bursts into Chang Hee's consciousness with monstrous force, tearing apart the last of his peace. Minna sits at home, wrapped in a blanket, staring at her phone. Her thoughts haunt her. Every memory brings her back to that fateful night. Images come flooding back to her mind, the guys at the club, the neon lights, that one meeting that changed everything. She realizes she made a mistake. I should have killed him then and there, but I let him slip away. Now he knows I'm connected to Lue's death. The memories take on a clear outline. A beaten boy in a school uniform, his face distorted with pain and horror. He saw her ability, and he is one of the main reasons why Chang Hee is now between life and death. This witness is becoming a threat to everyone. Minna's eyes widen with the realization of inevitability. She understands she must act. A decision matures in her mind, cold and merciless. Meanwhile, Officer Soo Hyun sits in his car, lost in his own thoughts. There are too many inconsistencies in this case. Their partner brings up a topic that's been bothering them, Miss Lue's disappearance. We can't just sit back and wait for Hwang Gyun-sang's autopsy results. She recalls. It was Kang Ki-han who gave Hwang Gyun-sang some information. But where did the gang leader get this information? The car races through the night city, and the question hangs in the air. Who gave Kang Ki-han information about the culprit of Lua's disappearance? Soo-hyun speculates. Perhaps Hwang Gyun-sang was fooled by Kang Ki-han. But why would a gang leader need to manipulate a crime boss? Hwang Gyun-sung's body lies in the morgue mutilated, covered in brutal wounds. The main question remains unanswered. How did Kang Ki-han even know about him? Memories take Soo-hyun back. He sees the scene in the stairwell where the two men meet. This encounter could be the key to solving the mystery. The policeman presses his lips together tensely, running through all the possible options. The chain of events is beginning to come together, but the picture is still incomplete. Their partner asks the question that's been haunting them. What was the official cause of death for Lue, according to the autopsy results? The autopsy revealed that Lua drowned. The official version is simple and logical, but her partner immediately remembers Kang Ki-han. What's his role in all of this? The car continues through the night, headlights cutting through the darkness. Soo-hyun decides there are some things he needs to check out for himself before jumping to conclusions. A plan forms in his head. I need to see Lue's body with my own eyes. There are too many oddities in this drowning theory. Il Hospital greets them with bright lights, but at the entrance a warning sounds, no entry. Inside, they are met by a group of people led by Mr. Yi Soo-hyun. Tensions rise. It seems the police officer has gone too far in his investigation. Before the words can get out, Soo-hyun grabs the man by the tie, cutting off any attempts to stop him. The father's anger reaches all limits. A blow. Bodies intertwine, hands search for a hold, balance is instantly lost. Men fall down the stairs, security tries to restrain the enraged killer, but he is unstoppable. Soo-hyun picks off his opponents one after another, fighting his way through the crowds to the morgue. No one can stop him. A doctor freezes in horror as he watches a professional killer kill hospital security. Soo-hyun pushes back the last enemy and says with icy determination, he wants to see his daughter and no one will dare stand in his way. In the cold light of the morgue, a voice calls out, Mr. Yi Soo-hyun, but he doesn't listen. His partner tries to stop him with a plea, realizing that this is the point of no return. She warns the chairman will be furious, but Soo-hyun has already made his decision. His steps are firm. The partner doesn't understand why the boss is so eager to examine the body, since the autopsy is already complete. Soo-hyun's hand stops on pale skin. He notices a barely visible bruise. The color is faint, but distinct. The killer's face hardens. There's more than one bruise. The picture begins to come together. At least two bruises, different in color from cadaveric spots, are found on Lue's back. The drowning theory is being challenged. An image flashes through my mind. Lue falling from a height, her body plunging into the turquoise waters of the ocean. But the bruises tell a different story. Soo-hyun says cautiously, perhaps, his partner asks him tensely. The killer's profile freezes in the shadows as he tries to piece together all the inconsistencies he sees before him. Kang Jun-woo's ashes sit on a shelf, surrounded by family photos. He was once a police officer and a father. The photo shows a young police officer with his daughter, both smiling. This was a long time ago, before Min-ah's life turned into a nightmare. Min-ah stands before her father's urn, alone, without her mother. For the first time, she's come here alone to speak frankly with him. She begins quietly. Today I want to tell my father a secret that I cannot trust to anyone living. Min-ah looks at her father's portrait, and the words stick in her throat, a confession too terrible to say out loud. She killed someone, Li Ru, disappeared in a fiery flash of my power. But she was not the only victim. Images haunt her beaten bodies on the stairs. Blood, violence, the chain of deaths she set in motion with her actions. Tears stream down Minah's cheeks, and she calls upon her father's memory. Policeman's daughter, I know how angry you would be if you knew the truth. Her hands are covered in blood, the knife still clutched in her fingers, and a corpse lies at her feet. I killed her then, as if I were foolish, but I justify myself. If such people are not punished, they will never change. Min-a lies on the cold floor, surrounded by blood, her arms stretched out limply. Guilt weighs heavily, but her resolve remains. It is because of these people that Chung-hee is now lying in intensive care, connected to machines, balancing between life and death. My father's voice echoes from the past. Don't let the deaths of the bastards weigh on you. They simply received a punishment that fit their crime. Punishing was his job, and now it's mine. Min-ah looks up, and there's a revelation in her eyes. That's why I got this ability. She clutches her father's portrait to her and asks him to watch over her, to bless her path of revenge and justice. The scene suddenly switches to another girl sitting in her room at the computer, laughing nervously as she scrolls through the news. She clicks her tongue in irritation. There's nothing on the news about what happened, even though so many people were killed. The girl with the bandage's face distorts with incomprehension. How can such a massacre be hidden from the public? The hand reaches for the phone. The tension grows with every second. Crack. The box of chips flies to the floor, and the girl screams in fright. Her mother has burst into the room. A mother in an orange jacket sits amidst spilled food and furiously yells at her daughter, "It's because of you that we got into this shitty situation. You tried to blame it on Kong Min-ah and Yoon Chung-hee." The girl freezes with her mouth open, shocked by her mother's accusation. An outbreak of violence occurs. The mother grabs her daughter. The conflict escalates into a physical fight. The two fight in a cramped room. The girl screams through tears. If you hadn't turned me in then, none of this would have happened. The memory comes back vividly. A red-haired girl in a club, a cocktail in her hand, neon lights behind her. If he hadn't met her in Lue back then, none of this nightmare would have happened. Then everything wouldn't have gone wrong. Life would have flowed on as usual, without blood, without death, without this impenetrable darkness. The mother's hands squeeze her daughter's wrist, and she fights back with a scream. The girl doesn't understand how this could be her fault. Her plastered face contorts in pain and anger as she tries to break free from his grip. The mother screams in her daughter's face with rage. Isn't it thanks to me and Lu A that we got rich? And how dare you blame me for the consequences? The girl freezes, trying to find words of justification, but her tongue won't obey. The city at night remains an indifferent witness to the domestic war, the lights of the windows flickering in the darkness. Both are lying on the floor among scattered things and garbage, breathing heavily, their strength waning. The daughter clutches her head and speaks the brutal truth. Even if I kill you, it won't do any good. The mother looks at her daughter with disbelief, unable to believe that such an organization even exists. The daughter sits on the floor, hugging her knees, and explains why they can't go to the police. They'll arrest us ourselves. A finger slides across her lips. A dangerous plan is maturing in her daughter's head. She makes a proposal. There is an organization much stronger than the police that can solve our problem. The daughter confirms, and the mother asks again in surprise, is there really something like this in our country? The answer is clear. Those who want Kung Min-ah more than anyone else have the real power. In a luxurious office, behind a massive desk, sits Chairman Yi Ji-hyun, a woman whose word means more than police orders. Soo-hyun enters the office, his face tense. He doesn't understand why the boss called him. The chairman asks coldly, is it true that you attacked the bodyguards and disturbed my granddaughter's peace? Soo-hyun clenched his fists and abruptly interrupted his boss. Don't you dare say Lu-ah's name so casually, as if it means nothing. The boss looks at him with disdain and reminds him of the harsh truth. You're not the girl's father. You're nobody, just a mercenary hired by Ilhe. Group the body. The boss coldly reminds Soo-hyun of the only reason he's playing detective outside of the police and using the company's resources. It's all because of me. Her voice sounds like a sentence. Without my power, you are just an illegal entrant, nothing more. Soo-hyun stands motionless and admits the obvious. Yes, I am a criminal and a murderer. But then comes an unexpected turn. The killer's face freezes in a dangerous grin as he asks the question, is it even worth letting such a man out of the chairman's hands? The chairman looks at him with disbelief. You dare threaten me? Soo-hyun throws her own words back in her face. Parents must do their duty. Please be accountable for your statements, Chairman. The boss freezes in shock at the impudence of his subordinate. The situation gets out of control. The chairman looks silently at the impudent killer, assessing the scale of his defiance. She slowly says the name Yi Soo-hyun, and there is a cold threat in her voice. Suddenly, the door swings open. Soo-hyun's partner shouts at him to move aside. It's urgent. Hari bursts into the office, her face contorted with alarm. She screams at her boss. Soo-hyun turns around with annoyance. What the hell is going on here in the middle of my conversation? The colleague, phone in hand, insists, I said it was urgent, and begs the boss to listen to her immediately. The girl on the other side of the line asks in a trembling voice to repeat everything again, slowly and clearly. The phone screen shows an active call. The voice on the other end stutters. Lu A and I were once close. A red-haired girl in an orange jacket sits on the bed, clutching her phone to her chest. She confesses, I was Lu A's friend. Soo-hyun freezes in the doorway, his face hardening from what he just heard. Night falls over the city, and a lone figure stands on the edge of a skyscraper, contemplating the abyss of lights below. A phone is in her hand. An Instagram post from user Yure is open on the screen, a photo of a cozy room and a drink. The caption reads, I feel like I'm in a cage. This confession sounds like a cry for help in the digital void. Mina looked at the post and found someone. And it turns out that this post is next to a familiar building. This is a pawnshop building. She is already teleported there. From the photo, she recognized that Yura lives here. She's going to catch her. Min A explains that if he moves there without knowing the layout, there might be an intersection, and he will have difficulties. He explains that he checked the layout on a real estate website, but the problem is with the people and the furniture, and warns that one wrong move could lead to bad consequences. The woman says it would be great if Han Yura opens the door and invites them in, but then explains that it's unlikely to happen. Min Ah says these are big vans. The woman says they have arrived, and the man explains it is time to go. Min Ah says he received the message. The guy is surprised that this is exactly the place. The man in the center points to another man and says he is the detective. The girl and two men listen. Min Ah says not to say that Han Yura called the police or that Kang Ki-han did it, and explains that in any case, if it goes to the police, it will be problematic. The woman says she doesn't want to interact with this man. Min Ah says he has no choice and asks if he should go ahead. The guy explains that he can't take the elevator because it's too crowded and suggests taking the stairs. The girl explains that she also doesn't like elevators and prefers to walk. Min Ah says the building's perimeter is cordoned off. The man explains that it was Han Yu-ra who called, but Kang Ki-han might be with her. The man says it doesn't matter who she's with and orders everyone to be detained. A man shouts that we need to move forward. A man screams. The guy in the mask says he can't afford to make a mistake, and the man in the suit explains that they can't afford to make a mistake. The girl says they can't afford to make a mistake. The man in the suit explains that they can't afford to make a mistake. The girl is surprised and says, Mina says she thought she heard someone there, and the man asks if something is wrong. The man says that they need to hurry, but the girl remains silent. The guy is surprised that he can't breathe. A woman reads messages from Ki-han in which he says that if she makes a mistake, she will die, and asks her to call when she meets them, and she replies that she is incredibly scared. Then the woman screams. The girl says she's scared to death and asks when they'll come. A girl screams while looking at a phone. The girl is surprised by the name of the group, Ilhe. Min-ah explains that she is glad to see the other person. The voice asks if they came because of the call. The girl says they came because of the call, and asks if they can talk a little. The woman explains that they realized it was really important. A girl asks a man to open the door. The girl is shaking and worried. The girl looks anxiously through the crack in the door. The girl says she's already home and asks not to scare her. The man explains he came to check if everything is okay. Minna says he can't afford to make a mistake. The girl is screaming. The man shouts that he is calling Ha-ri. A girl screams and pushes away from a man in dark clothing. The girl is surprised and screams. A masked man explains that he caught a girl. A girl kicks the door sharply. A man stands behind her. The girl is surprised. The man follows her. The guy asks where she disappeared to, and the girl explains that she was right in front of the door. The guy says he can't. The girl screams that she is falling. A hooded man sits on a sofa and watches a girl who crashes into the floor with force, creating a glowing effect around her and flying debris. The girl screams that her leg hurts. A man tells Huang Gianwu that he whines too much. The woman says that Min A is her. The girl screams that she was wrong and really didn't know anything, nothing at all. Mina says she knows nothing was done to her. The girl says yes, yes, and confirms it again. The woman says she can't breathe. The man explains that she needs to calm down and listen to him. Min Ah explains that things weren't right with Chang He. The woman says she really didn't know anything about him and regrets it very much. The man explains something to the woman, pointing his finger at her. A woman begs for mercy. The man says he will let the girl go alive if she leads him to Kang Ki-han. A man and a girl are talking on the street. The man explains that the target has disappeared. The woman says she doesn't understand how someone could just disappear like that, and the man remains silent. The guy is screaming. The man orders all units to immediately search the rooftops of the surrounding buildings. The girl is surprised, asking about the rooftops. The man screams that it was he who killed Lu A. The man explains that given Han Yu-ra's methods, he will fall to his death. The girl wonders how someone can disappear with someone else in an instant, and explains that this is only possible if he is a superhuman. The man says he can't afford to lose. The man shouts that no matter whether it's a superhuman or someone else, saving Han Yu-ra is the highest priority. The girl follows him up the stairs. The man explains that they must be careful, and the woman says that she understands and is ready to follow him. The guy yells, "Yes." The man says he's busy. They say it's Teen B. The roof is empty and no movement has been noticed. The man says that the killer is somewhere here and explains that we need to look carefully. The man says that he has already eaten today. The guy explains that if he doesn't come out, he'll be killed and asks to open the door. Min Ah says they are definitely from ILHAE group and asks if they have found Yura yet. The guy says they're idiots and asks what the point was of using Yura as a shield then, and explains that he even pressured the homeroom teacher to get their number. The guy says he should have called them himself. The guy is screaming. The guy is silent. A man walks across the room. Min Ah explains that the door won't open and says they need to find another way. The woman asks Ki-han to open the door. The guy shouts that the girl is stupid. The guy shouts that she came here for some reason. A guy in a mask and hood explains that you shouldn't resist, otherwise it will hurt, and a girl in shorts and an orange sweater cries and asks not to hurt her. A woman says hello. The guy screams and pushes the door hard. Min-ah says he can't open the door because the keys are inside. A hooded man stands in the room with a girl lying on the floor nearby. A guy in a mask and hood says how Ki-han is doing, and a girl on her knees looks at him with a frightened expression on her face. Min-ah says it's time to take her punishment. The guy is screaming that the woman screams that she did nothing and asks for mercy, and the guy calls Min-ah. The girl explains that she was just filming on her phone and says that because of Ki-han, he was kidnapped by bandits. The guy yells that it's because of Han Yu-ra. The hooded man speaks quietly and orders both of them to shut up. Min-ah asks if that's all they want to say and asks if Chang-hee has anything else to say. The guy shouts, "Stop and don't come closer," and the girl begs the man standing in the hood. Min-ah says that she saw those people in black suits outside. The man says that these are people from Ilya Group, whom he called. Min-a says it's Ilya Group. He says that he is not going to give up and explains that he will fight until the end. The guy is surprised that the man wasn't a detective. The guy says that Ilya Group will not leave her alone when they find out that she killed Li Rua. The guy says that Min-ah is finished. He says he doesn't care whether he reveals the girl or not. The guy says to give it a try. Min-ah tells him not to show off, and the guy in the hood explains that he is seriously proposing to try and says why not report it to the news. A man says that a teleporting high school student killed the heiress of the Ilya Group and the bandits, and is now trying to kill him too. The guy says to Kang Min-ah. The guy yells, "Get lost." The girl yells and picks up a chair to hit him. A guy shoots a girl with a gun, who lifts a chair for protection. The girl screams in pain. Min-ah screams that he is. The woman falls to the floor unconscious. The guy laughs and says he has a stomachache because guys are so funny. Min-ah says that they shouldn't have played the role of hooligans, but rather become a comedy duo, and explains that then they wouldn't have to get punished by her. The guy says that from the very beginning there was punishment. The woman says that who is she to decide who to punish and who not to punish. The man asks if the other person knows what happened to Chang-hee. Min-ah is surprised, asking what. The guy says he can't afford to relax. The guy is surprised and says questioningly. A boy screams when a sparkling metal object touches his head. The hooded man strikes Min-ah with a whip, who screams and is thrown back by the force of the blow. The man says he is not going to give up. The guy shouts that it was one Hari, and the girl says that she heard it too and explains that it sounds like a gunshot. The man says he can't believe it happened. The man says that among all these buildings, the guy says it's an office complex, and the girl explains that all agents need to go to the orange office building at 4 o'clock and cordon off the perimeter. The light in the window flickers. A loud sound is heard. Min-ah falls out of bed screaming. A gloved hand grips the hilt of a weapon from which glowing rings emanate. Min-ah screams that he doesn't understand what's going on. The man says to Chang-hee. The man says that because of Chan-hee he might never wake up again, and the girl asks why. Min-ah yells, "Don't come near." He wonders why he did it. The guy is screaming to stop. The hooded man says it doesn't matter now. The guy on the bed clutches his head. The woman says she initially wanted to show it to the police. Min-a says that since it's Ilya group, it's even better. He says not to be afraid. Ki-han screams and groans. The girl cries. The man says that Chang-hee is not dead and explains what it means, and he will not die. The guy says no one can get out and runs forward. The man asks who they are and what they are doing here in a crowd. The police officer explains that he is on duty and asks him to step aside. The man is surprised, asking if it's the police. The man asks if anyone left the building before they arrived. The man says he doesn't know how he did it, but the man is silent. The girl screams in horror. The girl screams at Han-yu-ra. The man screams that it is him. The man is surprised. A guy is standing on the edge of a building's roof. He's screaming. A man screams. A bright flash of sparks explodes from the roof of a building. A man screams. A man screams that he has disappeared. A boy and a girl look at the man lying on the ground, surrounded by 2 men. The man is surprised. The guy comes out of the door onto the roof. The woman is surprised. The man explains that it was him. The woman screams that it happened just like the moment Han-yu-ra disappeared. The man says it's Kang Ki-han. The guy is surprised that he was specially called to kill Yura in front of them. The man says he can't take it anymore and explains that this is the end. Min-a tells teams B and C that the target has disappeared. The girl is surprised that it is Sunbae, and the man silently walks forward. The man says that she saw Hari's ability and asks if she thinks he is still in the building. A woman tells Sune that he let Lee Rua's killer slip right from under his nose. The man says he can't afford to lose. A man is screaming. A woman is standing behind him. The guy screams as he falls down. The man falls down and hits the ground. A man screams as he falls down a narrow rock gorge. The guy is screaming. The guy is screaming. The guy shouts that he doesn't know where he is and is surprised, asking where he is. Min-ah says he sneezed. The man asks to wait and begs for mercy. The girl is surprised and says the name Kang Min-ah. A man shouts that he is a coward. The man says he drove Chang-hee to this state and is afraid of dying. The boy apologizes and explains that he truly didn't think things would turn out this way. The guy wonders where he is at all and says that he will do whatever they tell him and asks to spare him, reminding him of the promise he made. Min-ah screams. He shouts for them to call him Chang-hee and not him. Min-ah says he's tired and breathing heavily, and the guy explains that he's cold and shivering, holding his stomach and kneeling. He says he will not kill and asks if the other wants to live. The guy is screaming that his phone is. Min-a says to tell me the password and then explains that I will spare you then. The guy wonders why he needs his phone. The guy is surprised at what is happening. Min-a says to tell him the password without further ado, and the guy agrees. The guy tells her the password and then explains that she needs to play along first. He explains that the crypto data is double encrypted, so it's safe. Min-a says, okay and thank you. The guy says that he seems to have injured his shoulder and asks to let him out of here quickly. He says that this is nonsense and clarifies the word release. Min-ah says he can't believe this happened and explains that he didn't expect this turn of events. He explains that she prepared this place especially for him, and the guy shouts that she promised to spare him and asks what's wrong. Min-ah says that a collapsed tunnel in an abandoned mine requires multiple teleportations to find such a place. Then he is surprised. He reveals that the person who killed Han-yu-ra was going to report Lee Rua's whereabouts and names Kang Ki-han. Min-ah screams that he killed Han-yu-ra. He says he killed her in front of people from the Ilya group. The guy is surprised and backs down. The guy shouts that he always works. The guy is screaming. The guy says that Kong Min Ah was planning on it from the beginning. He is silent, and the man screams and falls to his knees. Min Ah says she'll see Ki Han again. The guy screams, "Ah!" as a glowing pillar of energy appears in front of him. The guy screams that he will do anything and asks Kang Min Ah to let him out of here. The guy shouts his name. The guy speaks in a muffled voice. Min Ah says he can't hear anything. He stands by the bed and looks at a man in a hospital who is connected to a ventilator and is unconscious. The man lies with his eyes closed, a bandage on his head, and an oxygen mask on his face. Min-ah says that she can't stop now and that this is just the beginning. The man says that people like Ki-han are just branches, and from now on he will uproot everything. Min-ah says that if they want to stop him, he must wake up. A woman asks if anyone is here. The guy is surprised that it seems so. The guy says he can't breathe without an oxygen mask. Han Yu-ra is said to have fallen from an office building and died, and a man is asking if Kang Ki-han is missing. The guy in the white shirt explains that Huang Gunwu was killed first, and now Han Yu-ra, and asks who killed them. The man on the left explains, while the guy in the blue jacket with the phone remains silent. A girl with curlers explains that in this school alone, there are many who were scammed with crypto and left with nothing, and another girl explains that the entire school is under suspicion. A man says that the guy who was run around running errands is also in a hospital because of them, and the girl is surprised that this is true. The guy with the curlers says that if this criminal took out Li Rua too, then maybe Li Rua too. Minna says she'll just fall in love with him. The man remains silent. He says, "Don't touch him," and the man yells, "What are they doing in front of the school?" The man shouts that it is him. The man is silent. Mina wonders what it is. The man explains that the security guard has no right to interfere with his investigation and asks to hear that he is outside the school grounds. The security guard replies that this isn't an investigation, but rather illegal filming of students. Minna is surprised that this is an investigation and explains that he doesn't look like a journalist. The guy wonders who he is. The guy shouts that he is calling for student Kong Min Ah. He is surprised, asking if she is the girl with superpowers from the rumors, and then says that he doesn't understand. A man says a girl with superpowers stopped a mass shooting in front of a computer club. The man says her identity is a mystery, but the guy screams and extends his hand, holding a smartphone on a tripod in his other hand. Minna wonders how he knew who she was and explains that there was nothing in the news videos that could give away her face or identity from her school skirt, but that is not enough to understand on what basis this happened. He says that the guy was unharmed, but the maniac with the knife fell to his death and asks if they know the guy they saved. The man says that the other person thinks he did the right thing and is surprised. The guy shouts out who he is. The man explains something while holding a phone in his hand. The man says the girl with superpowers is of interest. Minna says he doesn't understand what they're doing and yells that it's his phone. The man says they haven't seen each other for a long time. Min-A is standing on the street in front of the building. The man says they haven't seen each other for a long time. Min-A explains that he has already eaten today and says that he always works. He is surprised that right now the person she would least like to see has shown up and asks what the hell is going on. The guy is surprised. Min-A explains that they need to find a way out of this situation. The guy shouts who he is and demands the phone back, explaining that you can't just break someone's phone. The man says he doesn't like to talk about himself. The guy screams that he has a knife scar and asks for his phone back before he calls the police. A man says, "Oh," as he squeezes the finger of his other hand. A man screams while trying to hold back a sneeze. The guy screams that his hand hurts. The man says he should be grateful it's only his finger that's hurt and orders him to get out before he turns him in as a pervert caught filming illegally. The guy gasps and repeats the sound. The guy screams that this is property damage and assault and explains that he is the one who should be arrested. The guy says that the other guy has a particular preference in photos and specifies that these are exclusively girls and tons of photos under skirts. The guy on the right is surprised by what he filmed there, and the man on the left says that he is a real pervert. The woman tells her boss that this guy is really creepy, and the man explains that he is trash that society doesn't need. The guy is screaming that everything is wrong. The guy explains that he was collecting evidence to find someone with abilities. A guy screams that they're not filming him. The man says the guy talked about superpowers to every girl he hit on and that it's just an excuse for a perverted shoot. Another man calls the guy a pervert. The man calls for the guy to be filmed and the identity of this upskirter to be revealed. Men with phones tell them to capture his face. Mine screams that he's running away, and the men with phones tell them to run after him. The guy shouts to take pictures, and others say that's what he's doing. He watches what's happening. Min-ah is surprised that he was looking for her specifically and tells her that he did this with every girl from their school. He says he can't believe he's here. The man explains that he came here to meet her. Min-ah explains that he can't afford to make a mistake because it's too important. The man asks if they can talk a little. Min-ah says it's a strawberry parfait with waffles and macarons and explains that it's delicious. He says the strawberries in this dessert are very sweet and suggests trying it. The man says he doesn't like sweets. The girl says she'll have a good meal too, boss. The man explains she's studying for exams and asks her not to continue. Min-ah says thank you for saving her from that creepy guy and for this. The man says it's okay, he's a policeman and it's normal. Min-ah tells her boss she wants to ask him something, and the man in the suit silently eats chocolate from a stick. They say that the man was with ILHAE that night, Group Rash. Min-ah explains that it might be one of Ilhe Group or a corrupt police officer working for them, but ultimately says it doesn't matter. A man and a woman are talking at a table. He says they don't meet by chance. The guy is surprised. The girl says that they really do look like that and look good together. Min-ah explains that they look too young and asks if it's dangerous. The man says he can't afford to relax because he has to work. Girl eating strawberry and waffle dessert, smiling. The man says it's much better than he expected. Min-ah says he's doing great, but it's clear he's a little awkward, and explains not to try so hard. He tells her it's a club where you can drink milkshakes and eat waffles. The girl is surprised. A man places a spoon on a napkin next to a dessert. The man explains that he has already eaten today and will not be able to join the dinner. Min-ah explains that she can't say what she feels. The guy is screaming. The woman speaks honestly, and Min-ah explains that she still doesn't remember everything that happened that day. He says he was kidnapped by scary people because of Kang Ki-han and that he had to watch as Jung-hee was beaten to death right in front of him. The man is silent, the girl says there was a flash, and then he doesn't remember. Min-ah says that if it weren't for Kang Ki-han and if she had only stayed conscious, then maybe this wouldn't have happened to Chung-hee. He says that it irritates him so much that he can't remember that day in its entirety and explains whether they wanted to make him and Chung-hee the culprit. The man says they tried to pin Hwang Gi-woo's murder on him and Yoon Chung-hee and asks if Kang Ki-han did it. Min-ah says that she also doesn't understand why he did that and explains that she can't understand how someone like them could handle a big guy like Hwang Gi-woo. He says that we need to throw him from a height or do something similar. The man explains that he is not used to such things. Min-ah says that's what she said. He explains that he can't drink alcohol because he's allergic. The girl is surprised and says she didn't know about it. The man says that witness testimony is very important. It is difficult, but he hopes that the interlocutor understands. Min-ah says yes, then remains silent. The man says that they are also looking for Kang Ki-han, who is a key figure, and asks if the girl knows anything about him. Min-ah says it might be. He explains that Kang Ki-han was involved in Gun-woo's death. The man says it's hard to say for sure without talking to him, and he's thinking. Min-ah speaks well. The man listens silently, and the girl with ice cream looks at Min-ah. He screams. Min-ah screams while washing her face. The girl explains that she can't afford to relax. Min-ah washes her face in the sink in front of the mirror. The man says this is the second time this has happened. The man says that he has already eaten today. Min-ah wonders why he associates this girl with Lu-ah. He is surprised that this. Min-ah says the investigation is still ongoing, so they might need to meet again, and he'll call from this number. The man explains that they can contact him anytime and that if they need any help, they should definitely contact him. He says he is from the Seoul Police Department. Min-ah says her actions seemed too forceful, but that's just detective work. The man says thank you and explains that's exactly it. The girl says yeah. The girl runs and calls him, and then she is surprised and breathes heavily. The man explains that he contacted his mother in advance, and Min-ah is surprised and says, The man says it's illegal to interrogate minors without parental consent. Min-ah says the other person is right. The man asks him to let him know if he remembers anything about that day, and he says he will contact them. Min-ah is walking down the street with a backpack on her back. A girl with a backpack is hurrying across the street. A man in a suit is standing on the sidewalk. The man says so. The girl explains that the future of Korean cinema looks bright if everything really was a sham. The woman explains that they received a response from Inspector Cho Hyun-young and adds that this is more important, boss. The man says they are allowed to review the case file on a knife attack near the PC club. A man in a cap kicks a man in a green jacket, causing him to fall to the ground bleeding. A man in a gray suit and a woman in a red jacket try to escape, and the woman is wounded in the back. The man in the light jacket falls backward. The man in the dark jacket. The man explains that he has already eaten today. The man says he doesn't smoke, and the girl explains that he doesn't. Min-ah walks forward, keeping her hands in her pockets. The man wonders where the girl came from and says it's dangerous. The guy screams that he is, ah. The man says that he is, what? Min-ah says that this incident was called teleportation near the computer club, and it still remains a mystery. The police have not made an official statement yet, and from a scientific point of view, teleportation is impossible. The man in the checkered shirt says that this might be possible in science fiction movies, but not in real life. And the man in dark clothes explains that, from a scientific point of view, the amount of energy required to move an adult is too great. The girl hopes the police will catch the culprit because it's scary, and the woman explains that whether it's possible or not, it has already happened. The guy asks if it's something viral, generated, or something like that, and the man explains that it's just people with nothing better to do causing trouble. Min-ah says the authenticity of the incident is being hotly debated online. He explains that it was to save Chong-hee, but it was in vain that she showed her ability in such a place. Min-a explains that it is now clear why such a person came to school. He explains that the channel is called Undercover, and explains that undercover means undercover. Min-ah says he's a second-rate blogger chasing views. He says he doesn't understand why he targeted her specifically, since the views are good. Min-ah explains that it's a coincidence, but he's very cunning and can cause trouble. He says that depending on the situation Min-a says no. The girl screams and tries to grab onto something as she falls into the water. Min-ah says she was too impulsive from the start, and that it can't be like that anymore. A guy is lying in a hospital with an oxygen mask on his face. The text explains that this happened because he's not good enough. Min-ah says she doesn't want to talk. Min-ah explains that she can't understand why this is happening. The woman asks him what she is doing. Min-ah says she told her to knock. The woman explains that she said Uncle Hyun-young would be coming for dinner and orders her to dress appropriately. He says, okay. Min-a says hello. The woman is glad to meet her. The man apologizes for being so late. The man says he hasn't seen him for a long time since he entered high school. He says hi to the man. The man says that Min-ah has grown up and offers some juice. The girl explains that it is not necessary, and Min-ah says that she is still 155 centimeters tall. The woman tells him not to upset his uncle. He's surprised. The man explains that, even though he's a detective and an inspector, he couldn't help his niece. The woman explains that thanks to the man, they saved on hospital bills, and he says that while his mother couldn't, the man took care of everything. The man in the black t-shirt explains that he owes his life to Min-ah's father and is ashamed that he couldn't do more. The man with the walkie-talkie says he's ashamed of his actions. The man says he can't replace him, but wants to repay Jongwoo's brother by helping them. The woman says not to talk like that and that they are grateful for everything the man has done, and the man explains that. Min-ah says that Dad said the same thing and explains that he shouldn't feel guilty. The voice says that it is only his fault. At this moment, the fork sharply plunges into the food. Min-ah says the bastard who killed him doesn't even show remorse. The woman screams that he is and reminds that they agreed not to discuss it. Min-ah asks how much time he has left, 7 years, and the man explains that he got drunk and killed a man, but only got 13 years, which seems incredible. The woman says she doesn't understand why she should remember him again, and he explains that for her father's sake she needs to live well. Min-ah says she knows and asks her mother for forgiveness. He explains that he cannot afford to be weak. The man is surprised at what it was and explains that it seemed so. The man says he remembered what she said and asks if anything is known about the Min-ah kidnapping incident. He is silent. The woman says that the detective and Soo-hyun met with Min-ah yesterday to take a statement and asks how the case is progressing. The man is surprised and says that she said detective and Soo-hyun. Min-ah explains that he has already eaten today and eats while making sounds. The man listens. The man says that this guy is really enthusiastic and laughs. The man asks if it was hard for Min-a to testify. Min-a explains that no, he even treated him to a drink. The girl explains that thanks to him, Min-a was okay. The woman says he saved her daughter, but she was too worried and wanted to thank him with beef. The man explains that this is a violation of the bribery law. The man explains that he has already eaten today. Min-ah reveals that his vision has improved recently and explains that it's due to his new glasses. The man says he can't afford to relax. The man explains that since Hwang Gen-sang died, the case against those bandits has been closed. The woman is surprised that the bastard died and asks, when? Min-ah is surprised that this is serious and explains that the detective's words were true. The man explains that he resisted arrest and ended up dying, so now they have nothing to worry about, no more victims. Min-ah says that you shouldn't have gotten involved with people like that. The man says he's always working, and he listens. The woman explains that he's always working. Min-ah says of course. The man explains that he'd be happy to come again, but he's been assigned a new case and will likely be very busy for a while. The woman says he's always so busy and would like to at least get some rest, asking what to do with him. He explains that's the life of a detective. Min-ah is surprised, asking which one exactly. She says she probably heard about the murder in front of the computer club. The man explains that he was assigned there and it's a real headache. Min-ah is surprised that they're talking about teleportation and says it's impossible, and she's already forgotten about the news. The man explains that it's attracted so much media attention that the higher-ups seem concerned, calling teleportation nonsense and asking if they're children. The woman says, don't take her out, and he explains, take care of yourself, and adds you too. Min-ah says there's no point in putting it off any longer. The man says working as a detective may have clouded his judgment. The man says he is not going to give up. Min-ah explains that if there are no changes, the exam will start tomorrow at 10 a.m. The man is surprised at what he is even thinking and explains that it is his brother's daughter. The man says it's all because of that bastard and explains that he's an arrogant jerk. Two people are visible on the roof of the building. Min-ah explains that the school will be holding a sports festival today and explains that everyone should prepare for the competition. The second person says that he has already started training and is ready to show his best. The man in uniform explains that he can't talk now because he's busy, and the man in the yellow jacket says that he's already checked all the details. The man says he is a gangster. The man says that such a person walks around with a police badge on his chest, and the woman explains that this is a wonderful country. The man asks what about the evidence and explains whether anything needs to be prepared, and then says that he will conduct it. The man asks if there is evidence in the suitcase and clarifies whose DNA is in it. The man in the brown jacket says now is not the time and he'll let you know when something worthwhile comes along. The man in the suit leaves silently, and the girl with the briefcase listens. The man says, hey. The woman explains that they've already made arrangements with higher management and the man won't have any problems. A man in an orange jacket runs up the stairs. On the wall, there are signs with inscriptions in Korean and the inscription CCTV. The man in the brown jacket says this is what they're looking for. It is explained that the kitchen knife is connected to the stabbing case in front of the computer club. The image shows an aerial view of a city block with several buildings and parking lots. The man asks if they think it's possible to pretend to be a cop and explains that everything is ready. The man asks if it was fun. The man explains that he doesn't look like the type to give bribes like Hwang Joo-sung. The guy screams that he's a bastard. The woman asks what they're doing. The man explains that everything is fine. The guy yells that he wants to know what the other guy did to become a detective, and the man explains that he doesn't understand what he's talking about. A man yells that another man is making advances towards Min-ah. The man is surprised and asks if the interlocutor knows her. Loud shouts can be heard in a square near the police station. The police station is shown against a blue sky with clouds. A man warns another not to touch an innocent girl and threatens to kill him if he comes near her again. The man says he always works. The guy shouts to Inspector Cho Hon-young that something is going on outside. The man in yellow says what's all the fuss about. The guy says it's from the sky. A man screams that a person has fallen. The man says the body is right in the middle of the lot. The guy screams, call an ambulance quickly. The man explains that he's already dead. The other guy is surprised. A guy shouts that this is not a joke and that they need to call for backup immediately. A man explains that the situation is getting out of control, and another man says that they need to immediately neutralize the figure in a cloak sitting on the hood of a police car. The hooded man says hello. The image shows a building with flags and banners, but there is no speech or text. A man says 4 people fell, and another man asks where he fell from. A guy shouts that he needs to call an ambulance quickly. Another man says that it's too late, and a third one is surprised. A guy in a police uniform is surprised. A man in a dark hood is sitting on the hood of a police car. 2 men in uniform are running towards the car. A man in uniform with his hand raised explains. Another man in uniform is shouting. The guy in uniform shouts that he doesn't understand who they are and when they appeared. The police officer yells at the man to put his hands on the ground and explains that the man in the hood is under arrest and should not move. Min-ah tells everyone to get down to the ground quickly. A man and woman in police uniforms look wary, and 2 men in white shirts also react to the situation. The guy screams that he is. A man in a police uniform fires a stun gun at the roof of a police car, while other police officers and people approach the man lying on the ground. A man screams that a death by fall has occurred at a police station and says the suspect just showed up and disappeared. The man says it's exactly like the incident at the computer club and the Huanggun Wu case. A man screams that he's in pain. A man in a police uniform runs after him. The man panics and says it can't be, and explains that it's just that way. The guy is surprised and asks if it's true. A man in a hood says hello. The man is surprised, asking if this is the voice. The man wonders what is happening. A man with a walkie-talkie reports that an intruder has been spotted on the roof and that multiple intruders have entered the station through the fourth-floor corridor. Another man explains that this is not true. The hooded man lands with a forceful impact. The man says the destination has been reached. Mina says that so far, everything is going as she found out. The guy with the gun explains that this is the one the inspector was talking about. A guy yells to shoot. A man with a gun fires and exclaims, "Ah." The man with the gun and another man in a white shirt yell, "Ah." The man in the white shirt calls for an officer to help. A guy screams that he's behind him, and another guy says he can't believe it. The guy screams as he falls backwards, and the gun flies out of his hand. The guy screams, and the man says, "Oh." The guy screams that it's a roof. The door opens abruptly. The woman suddenly opens the door and runs into the room, breaking the glass on the floor. She is surprised. The guy is screaming what he is doing. The woman screams that she wants to know where they came from, and the man explains that he urgently returned after hearing an explosion. The man shouts that he was the one who said the criminal would target this place and explains that the girl almost killed the police officer. The man says he can't believe this is happening, and the girl explains that he needs to calm down and think about how to get out. The woman says she can't believe her eyes and is surprised. A man shouts that there is a Superman above. The man remains silent and explains that so far, everything is going according to plan. The man says that now all that remains is to endure this. A guy in a hood screams that he can't afford to die. The man delivers a powerful punch, destroying the floor and causing an explosion. The man explains that he can't afford to lose his job and violently kicks the table. The man says he can't believe someone could get inside so quickly. The man explains that it's impossible without special abilities. The man shouts that hurry. A man screams for them to stop. A car wheel hits a wall with great force, causing an explosion and destruction. The girl screams that she doesn't know how to catch such a bastard. The guy in the suit explains that he can't afford to lose his job, and the man in the yellow jacket says that if he doesn't give up, he'll die. The girl warns that if he doesn't stop, everyone will die. The man says they finally met. The man asks if the interlocutor came for this, showing a knife in a plastic bag. The man is silent. The man explains that he cannot afford to lose his job. The girl says, "Oh." A woman screams. A man in a beige jacket covers his head. A man in a suit falls, hitting a table and scattering papers. Then he screams. A man screams as an explosion occurs nearby. The man screams that he can't believe this is happening to him. A man holds a plastic bag with a knife inside. A man in a raincoat says, "Thank you." Two men fall down and say, "Oh." A man in a hood shows a bag containing a knife. The man shouts, "Stop." The man shouts that he's tired. The boy shouts that he's tired too. The man says he can't afford to lose. A man is surprised to see a light on his finger. A man looks at his hand in surprise. The news anchor reports that the victim of the fall incident that occurred at the police station this afternoon was Mr. O, the director of Puction Construction. Mina says that thanks to the defense of the elite team of lawyers from Illy law firm, he received a suspended sentence, a decision that sparked public outrage. Mina explains that amid conflicting accounts of the unrest that occurred at the police station immediately after the incident with the pad, he says that some sources are strongly suggesting a connection with the incident at the computer club and explains that the police have not yet made any official statements. Min A drinks from a glass with a lid. He says he can't understand why he can't sleep even though he's tired. Oh Jung-seok explains that he fled the scene of an accident while intoxicated, and the man explains that it was drunk driving. Min A says who's next. The man says he has a strange wound. The woman explains that they were pierced, and it was incredibly painful, but the damage is minimal. The man explains that Hwang Jun-sung had a similar wound, only much more extensive, and asks if Hahri is okay. The girl says it still hurts a little, but nothing serious. The man explains that this must be one of his abilities. The man says the voice he heard is definitely familiar to him. The man says Oh Jung-seok, 37, is accused of drunk driving and hit-and-run murder. The man explains that the deceased, The man in uniform says the case has been classified as a murder, but the man in glasses objects that this is not the case and asks him to choose his words carefully, as the investigation is still ongoing. The man with short hair says yes. The man with glasses explains it. The man says the staff have completely forgotten how to work and explains that this cannot be called an incident report. The man says they have lost evidence in a case that is still under investigation, and the suspect and the method of committing the crime are unknown. A man explains that he knows something he doesn't know, and another man shouts that. The man says that their evidence was stolen right from under their noses and from the police station. A man in uniform shouts that after this they still call themselves the police, and he's ashamed to look his boss in the eye. The man in glasses says what the citizens will think of them. The man in the white shirt remains silent. The man says they have camera footage, witnesses, and a voice, and explains that he will provide all the necessary resources so that no matter what happens. They order the immediate arrest of this man. A woman says she'll be late at work today because she needs to finish an important project. She explains that she'll be free tomorrow and can meet. The woman explains that the voice is identical to the voice in Yurikon's social media videos. The man says to listen. The girl explains that this is not necessary, calling the man crazy. The woman screams that Han-yu-ra wants to die, and Min-ah laughs and asks what he is doing here, calling him a fool. The man says he can't believe it happened. The girl says that she likes summer and is glad to be here. The guy says, "Eh." The girl asks Sunbae. The girl explains that Kung Ki-han is, after all, a criminal. The man says that both Hwang Gaeon-woo and Han Yu-ru are all their friends. The girl reveals that Kung Ki-han made a lot of money thanks to Lee Rua, but wonders why he would kill her. The woman explains that the interlocutors themselves saw him use his superpower to throw Han Yu-ru, and clarifies that it was definitely Kung Ki-han. The man says he always works. The man in the coat explains he can't understand why the glass broke, while the man in the suit says it was caused by a strong impact. The man in the yellow jacket says he heard a loud noise and immediately came to check what happened. The hooded man says that thanks to his interlocutor, he is taking the evidence. The laptop screen displays the sound wave of the recording, and a smartphone displays a list of audio recordings with dates and times. The guy is screaming. There is a sign on the door stating that the concentration process is underway. Min-ah says it's late today and he's tired, so he's going to rest. He explains that tomorrow is a new day and he needs to be ready for work. He says he's very glad that his interlocutor's voice was put to such a useful use. Min-ah says she will punish those who did not receive due retribution. He says he will be able to save and console many victims. Min-ah says people will hear his message. Drunk driver who fled the scene of an accident has been punished, now the next target. Min-ah says that one must choose carefully because those who are not punished are more likely to repeat their crime. He is surprised that he cannot believe his eyes. It is explained that chemical poisoning continues, and the string of accidents continues. It is reported that 2 unskilled workers have again died at the Yugo chemical plant. The man says that such people evade the law, and Min-ah explains that there are plenty of ways to avoid responsibility. Ilya law firm was behind the acquittal of Chairman Kim Kyu-hyun. Families of the deceased workers, outraged by the acquittal of Chairman Kim Kyu-hyun in the second case, are protesting in front of the headquarters in Seoul. They are demanding that Yugo Group Chairman Kim Kyu-hyun apologize for the tragedy. The families of the victims say, Min-ah says that even after his father was poisoned by gas. The girl explains that the company did not stop using dangerous equipment because of money, and asks how many more workers must shed their blood there and what makes him exempt from any lawsuit. Min-ah says he can't believe this happened and explains that everything will change now. He is sitting at a table illuminated by a table lamp. It is said that Madam Chairman Lee Chi-hyun congratulates the group on its 50th anniversary. The man addresses Min-ah as Madam Chairman and explains that their project is to create a semiconductor cluster in U City. Min-ah thanks the governor for the visit. The man explains that the governor of country XX is as ambitious as she is and isn't sure if it's appropriate to talk about it here, and the woman says that the prime minister is waiting and asking for forgiveness. The woman says she can't believe it happened. Min-ah explains that he doesn't drink alcohol, and the man in the brown suit explains that he already ate today. He says it's been a while, Madam Chairman. The woman shouts Chow Hyuk and explains that it is unexpected to meet him here. The man says that Min-ah seems very busy lately, so he came to say hello in person, and Min-ah explains that he needs to make a remark to the External Relations Department. The man explains that invitations should not be sent to just anyone. The woman says, what's the matter, and does he really think he has the right to be here? The man says that he wanted to congratulate the Ilya Group on their 50th anniversary on behalf of the Pugyang Group and asks the chairman not to be so angry. The woman says she thought the man was smart, and the man explains that if he is younger, he should stand behind his elders. Min-ah says he doesn't like being called handsome and clarifies that it's not a compliment. He asks where Li-rua is. Min-ah says that he hasn't seen her at all lately and explains that he has unfinished business with her. He is surprised. The man says something. A man shouts at Li Su-hyun. The man says he has a report on that matter. Min-ah says he has a very important conversation with the chairman right now. He says maybe you can come back later. The man says he can't afford to relax. The dark-haired guy asks who this brat is, and Min-ah is surprised. The woman laughs, making puff-fuff and fa-ha-ha sounds. The man laughs. The woman is surprised. The man in the suit looks forward. Min-ah says that this is Lee Soo-hyun's style, and he is a good judge of character. The woman says she's busy, but thanks to him, she laughed. The woman says that as a reward, she introduces them to each other and offers to say hello. The man says that this is Lee Soo-hyun, a member of the Secretariat's security service. The woman says it's Sha Woo-hyuk. Min-ah reveals that he is the CEO of Spot Entertainment, a subsidiary of the Bugyeong Group. The woman explains that this is Lee Rua's fiancé. The girl is surprised that her high school student has a fiancé. The girl is surprised that he didn't know she was in a hospital. The man says he is not going to give up and that he has a plan that will definitely work. They say that cars are more important than lives and that corporate murder is protected by law. The guy demands a proper apology. The man calls Kim Gyu-hyun and the crowd asks for the irresponsible sentence to be overturned. The man with the microphone says that it is Mr. Chairman Kim Kyu-hyun and asks what he thinks about the court's decision. A man asks if he acknowledges the lack of safety oversight and what he will say to the families of the dead and injured. Another man explains that safety has always been the Yugo Group's top priority and they will work to prevent accidents from happening again. The man says they will do everything possible to support the families of the victims and ease their suffering. The man in the suit says he now apologizes. The man in the suit explains that this monster in human form must take responsibility, calling him a bastard. The crowd accuses him of murder. A man says, "You," while loosening his tie. The man says that the illiterate bastards only know how to shout and explains that accidents are commonplace in such a large plant, and also asks if they have ever run a business themselves or done anything worthwhile in their lives. A man is surprised. Two men in uniform stand with their hands raised. The man shouts who he is. The man screams that he can't believe what's happening. The man in a helmet says it's time for payback. The man says, "A," and "You, Yuk." The man says, "Oh," and then asks where he is. The man screams that he doesn't understand where he is. The man explains that he left the court and got into a car. The man says that later. The man is surprised that he was kidnapped and asks why this happened, and then explains that he does not understand who dared to do such a thing. The man is surprised that he woke up. The man shouts that he doesn't know who he is and who sent him, and also wonders where he came from and asks if the person knows who he is to dare so. Chairman Kim Kyu-hyun appears. A man in a protective suit and gas mask screams. A man in a cloak and mask says he knows a famous person. A man in a white shirt and tie, tied up and sitting on a chair, explains it. A voice asks to tell why he's here. A man in a glove holds a phone. A man in a protective suit says that 5 people have died at the Yugo polymer plant in 3 years. A man wearing a mask with filters and a hood says safety instructions are being ignored and deaths are being senselessly repeated. The man is silent. The man says that the other man only talks about safety in words, but does nothing himself. The man says that big business has enough worries without this, and notes that the other man is from the family of the deceased, but explains that it is impossible to take revenge in this way. The man says he didn't have enough money, and it's all about money. The man explains that they paid an extra 100 million won for humanitarian reasons, but it's still not enough for them. They make noise every day and hold illegal rallies. The man holds a sign that Kim Kyu-hyun should apologize. A girl with a portrait of Kim Kyu-hyun stands nearby. The man is surprised. The man explains that this isn't even half the price of the apartment he bought for his mistress. The man is surprised how Min-ah found out. A man in a protective suit and gas mask says he doesn't just want money. The man says no. The man is holding a gas cylinder. The guy screams that this is. The man screams that this smell. A man tells Severodor that his abandoned factory has never been restored and explains that such hazardous substances need to be disposed of properly. The man screams that he is going to die and asks what he needs. A man in a hazmat suit says that before repenting, one must go through a process of empathy. A man in a mask says to feel the same. The man coughs. The man screams that he is a bastard and demands to be untied and also asks to be saved. A hooded man comforts a man with his hands tied and tells him he can survive while the man screams. The man says that he needs to read this then, explaining that it contains information about the victims who died at the plant and that it holds his salvation. The man places his hand on the book. The man screams. Explains that he can change. The man screams and chokes. A man asks to be saved. The man explains that he can't afford to lose his job because he has a family. The woman says she understands his situation and is willing to help. The man says he's grateful for the support and promises to do his best. Chairman Lee Chi-hyun says Lee Soo-hyun called him to report. The woman says he either chose to use metaphors in his report or simply went crazy. The man explains that if there was a more appropriate expression, he would have used it, and the woman tells them to look at the surveillance footage from the evidence room that day. The guy in the brown jacket says he can't believe it happened, and the girl in the black suit explains that it really did happen. The man in the dark hoodie sits on the table, silent. The man in the suit explains that he can't afford to lose this job and shouts that he's not going to quit. The woman is surprised and says he shouldn't do this. The man in the beige jacket explains that the situation is getting out of control. Minna screams that it's impossible, and the man in the suit explains that he won't let that happen. The man in the yellow jacket says they need to retreat. The woman is surprised. The girl places the documents on the table and says they are ready. The man stands nearby. The woman explains that this ability manifests itself on herself, and it can't be called anything other than superpowers. The woman says she wants to know if that bastard killed Rua. The man says his name is Kang Ki-han. Bin-ah reveals that at the time of Han-yura's death, he disappeared from the scene using his superpower. The man explains that the voice recorded at the police station has been confirmed as Kang Ki-han's. The man explains that DNA samples collected from the places he visited are also believed to belong to him. The woman says he came empty-handed. The man says he finds it strange. Min-a says that. The hooded man says it's as if he's provoking them to come after him. The man says it feels like he's throwing bait. A man tells Lee Soo-hyun not to think too much. The woman says that if he is a hunting dog, he should bite, and explains that he needs to swallow the bait so that the one who threw it will appear. The man says he has taken the necessary measures. The man in glasses explains that the safety of Kang Ki-han's immediate family has now been ensured. The man explains that movements are tracked in various ways and that digital forensics is used to analyze. The man says that when they dismantle Kang Ki-han's entire life down to the last screw, the guy tells Hari to squeeze everything they know and don't know out of Kang Ki-han's parents, and the girl asks, and he, Sunbae. The man is silent, then explains that the call came just in time. The woman is surprised and asks something. The man says hello. The man says it's Minna's mom and explains that the call's about their conversation. The woman says she wanted to ask when it would be convenient. She says she really wants to. The woman says that Min-ah probably wants to see him too. She says she came back from the library, and the man explains that he just came back. The man says he's approaching at 7 o'clock tomorrow evening and asks her to send him the address of the meeting place so he can come. The girl is surprised. The girl is silent and then says that The man asks if they have arranged a meeting with Kang Min-ah's mother. The man coughs and shouts that it needs to be done faster. The man screams and hiccups. The guy screams and falls off his chair, hitting the floor. The man steps forward abruptly. A man is crying. The woman says that this is not for her mother, but for Kang Min-ah herself. The man explains that this is not for her mother, but for Kang Min-ah herself. He asks if the detective will come. The building features a sign for Ogun Hanu's aged beef restaurant. A large piece of meat and several small steaks are grilled. Min-ah says the meat is very tasty. The man is surprised, asking why exactly he was. Min-ah says that thanks to them they can eat this beef because mom has been on a diet lately and only cooks chicken breast. The woman calls out to Kang Min-ah. The man laughs. The woman says that she's still not growing. He explains that she's still growing and needs to eat well. The man asks why the woman suddenly started talking about growth. Min-ah says his mother is half to blame for his genes and asks for food. The man explains the meat. The girl says she doesn't understand who she takes after in personality. A man screams. Min-ah says he's already eaten today, and the man explains that he's always working. The woman says there's no need to be so overzealous. The man says he can't believe it. The man is surprised and says that it is him again. Min-ah says he's daydreaming, and the woman explains that he always does that. The man coughs and explains that the tape is about to break. The man says, Kach, thinking he needs to get out before this bastard comes back. The man asks what you were thinking about. Min-ah says that he cooked delicious food today and invites everyone to try it. The man explains that due to personal circumstances, the man says he never. The man says he didn't live with his family and explains that he's the worst father to his daughter. The woman says she doesn't know all the circumstances, but Minah's family should understand, and Minah explains that his father was also a police officer. He says that Minah says that if Dad were around, things would be much better. He says it must be very difficult with her husband. The woman explains that they try to hold on, but time does not heal the void he left behind. Minah says he'll be out for a bit. The girl looks at him and listens. The man at the table is silent. The man says he always works. The man explains that he cannot afford to relax. The guy is screaming. The man says that it worked and explains that he was tied up with some kind of crap. The man says he will definitely find the rat and tear it to shreds, and then explains that he feels dizzy. The man is silent, looking at the book lying on the ground. The man explains that this is a list of the victims who died in his factory, and that this is his only chance of survival. The man is coughing. Min-ah says that he took off the tape as expected, and then the man is silent, then says that there is a chance of survival. The man says he can't afford to lose. The man says the victims are nonsense. The man says that no one has the right to tell him to repent, and explains that he has no sins, so he has nothing to repent for. A man walks across a floor with a shoe, an overturned chair, and a broken bottle on it. Min-A explains that if he can't get through, he'll have to take another route, and the man says it's no problem and he can try. The man explains that he is not good at expressing his feelings. Minna listens to music through headphones while holding her phone to her mouth. He says that she was in the same class as Li Ru. The man asks about it. Min-ah is surprised and wonders. The man asks if the other person knows where she is. Min-a asks if something happened to her. He explains that the thing is that the press hasn't reported on it yet, so he asks to keep it a secret. A man says Li Rua from Ilya Group has gone missing. Min-a reveals that he can't lie. He says, A. The man says he can't believe it. Minna is surprised that this happened and says how could this happen? He explains that they are just figuring out how it happened and reveals that Kan Ki-han, Huang Gun-woo, who kidnapped her, and Huang Gun-sung are connected to the disappearance. The man says that Kang Ki-han said something. Kang Ki-han asks Kang Min-ah if she knows where Li Rua is. Kang Min-ah repeats Kang Ki-han's name. He remains silent, then explains that Ki-han must have been talking about that day. Min-ah talks about that day. The man asks about that day. He says that now they will take water procedures, and the guy asks to stop. Min-ah yells that you have to say hello when meeting elders and hits the guy in the face, causing money to fall out of his pocket. The girl says to buy herself new glasses with this. The man explains that he cannot afford to relax because he has a responsibility. Min-ah explains that she can't say what she thinks because she's afraid it will look stupid. The woman tells them both to stay after school and promises to take them to a good place. Min-ah reveals that she knew she didn't invite her and Chung-hee just to have fun and explains that she didn't know what could happen, so she didn't stay at school. The man says he doesn't understand why Rua did this. Min-ah wonders if it's okay to do this if there's a reason. He says that this world is truly unfair and asks if Rua has disappeared. Min-ah says that when Chung-hee was suffering, everyone at school and at the police station remained silent. But as soon as Rua, who humiliated others for fun, disappeared, everyone immediately rushed to look for the culprit. The man screams that he can't take it anymore and coughs, covering his face with his hand. The man says, we need to hurry before that bastard comes back. The man says to forgive. Minna says that the other person has every right to think so. The man says that if he only knew what Li Rua was doing, he would never have stayed away. The man says he's very late. Minna explains that if he doesn't work, he won't be able to eat. He says he's leaving and asks if it matters to him whose child she was. The man says that even if it concerns his daughter. Minna is surprised. The man screams that he is suffocating and that he cannot stand it, and also says that they cannot lock him in such a hole. The lock starts to click and open. The man says the lock has opened, then screams. An explosion occurs in an industrial tower, sending a man flying backwards. A man screams. Minna asks why the man called himself the worst father, and the man begins to explain. The man explains that if his daughter had ever met him, she wouldn't have thought that way. The man says that if he ever meets her, he will definitely pass it on. Min-ah says her father is a wonderful person. The man says he didn't expect such a turn of events. Min-ah smiles. A man lies on the floor in a pool of blood with debris and rubble scattered around. The man explains that he is not afraid of the rain. A man in a hazmat suit takes a picture of a body on the ground. Another man in a hazmat suit explains that everyone needs to hurry and preserve the crime scene first. A man in a hood asks if they've brought more tarpaulins. The man explains that it started raining about half an hour ago. The man says that everything is pointless, and what the hell is the point of saving? Minna says that the big shot died. The man asks if he is up there, and the woman explains that judging by the position of his body, he fell from there. The man says he was last seen getting into a limousine outside the courthouse and asks how he got there so quickly and fell from such a height alone. A man asks when the equipment will arrive, and another man explains that they have requested a drone specialist and a boom lift and are also checking the security footage. The man says it's also that guy's work, but the handwriting has become much more complex. A man in a raincoat is surprised that he has evolved. The man lies on the ground in a puddle of water. Men in raincoats stand behind him. A tall industrial tower with metal stairs and railings is depicted against the backdrop of rain. A man sprays liquid from a spray bottle onto damaged equipment. A hand with a screwdriver tries to open a lock. The man says that the police will be here soon and that we need to finish this quickly and get out of here. The guy is screaming. A man in a protective suit and gas mask explains that the book contains important information. Min A says that this is his chance to survive and explains that there is a phone hidden between the pipes in the wall so he can call for help. A hooded man stands on a box and reaches up to reach a pipe. A man in a mask presses the call button on a phone. Min A screams and suddenly rises into the air, holding a large black bag in her hand. A phone falls into a fire, raging in a metal barrel. Minna says she'll watch the news. The man in glasses explains that this recording is being published at the request of the informant. A man tells what's on the news today. The man explains that he paid each of them an extra 100 million for humanitarian reasons. The man says he has no sins, so he has nothing to repent of. The man shouts that all this is because a couple of workers died. Min-ah says he's disgusting, and the woman explains that the police are currently looking for the informant who provided the video. He says not to talk. The man says the informant also attached an audio message reporting the death of Yugo Chemical CEO Kim Kyu-hyun in a fall after his mysterious disappearance. The screen shows a microphone icon and sound waves, symbolizing the recording or transmission of sound. The man explains that he can't afford to lose his job, and the woman says that she can't give up hers either. The woman says they need to find a way to cope together. The woman says the idiots on TV changed her voice. The man explains that he's already requested the original file, so they'll be able to listen to it soon. The man says he can guess whose voice it is. The woman speaks to Kang Ki-han and explains that this is also the work of that gifted girl. The man says that according to the police information, it is definitely him, and then wonders if he could have been mistaken. The man says that at the moment of Chairman Kim Kyu-hyun's death, Kang Min-ah was with him and never left his sight. He smiles as he stands on the balcony against the backdrop of the evening sky and greenery. Min-ah says he can't smile, but he does now. The man says that for now, they continue to dig towards Kang Ki-han, and the woman explains that his family does not know anything, but the man says that a lot of encrypted reports were found in the cloud storage, and something interesting was found in the transaction history. The woman explains that if she doesn't work, she won't be able to eat, and says that's just how things work in this world. The man says that this is the same brat who was called her fiancé. The man explains that he appears to have been receiving money from one of Spot Entertainment's recruiting contractors, while the woman explains that Kang Ki-han was running around the streets scouting for talent for idol groups. The woman says, "Ha," then explains that he is interrogating her and tells that she sees a story with. The man says that she is very attracted to her fiancé. The woman says there were conversations about an engagement, but everything quickly fell through, and Rula realized he was a dud. Minna explains that no matter how he tried to present himself, Rua saw right through him. The man explains that he may have harbored a grudge against Rua. Minna is surprised. The woman says that Cha Hyuk had a grudge against Ru, and if she is somehow connected with Kang Ki-han. The woman says that this coward would hardly have the courage and asks for a minute. The girl says that Kang Ki-han kept a very detailed schedule and, judging by it, he has a meeting scheduled for this Thursday with a recruiting manager from Spot Entertainment, and the place and time are also indicated. A woman explains what needs to be checked. A man listens. The man says the bait must bite. The woman says, "Heh." The man says that Madam Chairman will have to help them with something. The woman is surprised, asking what it is for her. The voice on the TV says that as soon as new details appear. The woman says that many people have been dying from falls from heights lately, and she recounts how a bully at their school also fell from an unthinkable place. Min-ah explains that a knife-wielding maniac suddenly fell from the sky near the computer club in their neighborhood. He says it looks like a series of murders. Min-a says that he is afraid to even let the girl go to school, and the girl asks, "What?" He is surprised when a man touches his hand. Min-ah says there are too many scary things happening around the person he's talking to. The blonde man is screaming, and Min-ah is supporting him. The man is lying in a hospital with an oxygen mask. He explains that he can't say what he feels, and that he doesn't want to hurt anyone. The woman says she can't stay home forever. Min-a explains that he understands her concerns about that incident, but he's really okay. The woman says she's scared and doesn't want to go through that again. He listens. Min-a says he can't understand why he has to do this. He is surprised, and the woman says that yesterday at dinner with the detective she shared her experiences with him, and now a reliable person has appeared, so everything will be fine. The man tells her not to worry and explains that since he was in charge of Min-ah's case, he will keep an eye on her regularly. He is surprised. The woman says Uncle Hongyong is very passionate about his work. Mina yells that Mom didn't consult him. The girl is surprised and asks if he is uncomfortable with this detective. Min-a is silent. He says he can't do it. Ilhai University Hospital is depicted. The man explains that he's visiting Changhe this weekend and invites her in. Min-ah says, "Hello, Grandma." The woman thanks him for his help with complicated paperwork and says it's like a weight has been lifted off her shoulders. He explains that this was supposed to happen anyway. Min-ah explains that there is no improvement yet, so all that remains is to wait, and the woman says that the poor boy. He says that thanks to the benefit, he doesn't have to worry about paying hospital bills for now, but he doesn't know what to do next if he never wakes up. Min-ah says she can't let her grandmother pay for the hospital herself. He says that he will take care of Chang-hee in any way possible. The woman says that the patient has not woken up for 3 days, and Min-a explains that the doctors are doing everything possible to help. The woman says the man is right here. Mina is surprised that she's here. The woman explains that she came here. He wonders what she's doing here. The woman is also surprised. The man says that the chairman of Ilya Group is Lee Chi-hyun. A woman walks quickly in heels. Mina says she is Yoon Chang-hee's grandmother. The elderly woman reveals that she is Lee Chi-hyun, Rua's grandmother, who was in the same class as Chang-hee. He explains that, yes, the woman says that this means that from Ilya Group. The woman explains that she came not as the chairwoman of Ilya Group, but as a grandmother worried about her granddaughter and couldn't stand by after learning of the tragedy involving her granddaughter's classmate, Yoon Chang-hee. The older woman asks what she's talking about. Mina stands to the side and looks at the woman in the red shirt who is holding the hands of an elderly woman and says that she is also having a hard time right now because of her granddaughter. The woman suggests they talk alone in a separate room, and the older woman agrees. He looks at them. The woman asks if he is really Kang Min-ah and says that he is friends with Chang-hee. He says hello and then is surprised that she knows his name. The woman asks Min-ah to be her grandmother's substitute, and Min-ah explains that everything is fine and she can go. He is silent. Min-ah wonders what they are up to. The man explains that he can't afford to lose his job because he has a family. He says he understands the situation and offers to help. The man says he's grateful and hopes for the best. The man says he always works. The man says they met. Min-ah is surprised. The man explains that whether Yoon Chang-hee survives or not, he must remain under their observation. The woman says she doesn't understand what Yoon Chang-hee's accounts mean. The man says he is the central figure in all the incidents involving superpowers and explains that, if you look into it, all the victims are those who tried to harm him. A man with a knife says he's a maniac from a computer club. The man says that they are brothers, Hwang Gian-song and Hwang Gian-woo, as well as Han Yu-ra. A woman lies on the ground unconscious or dead with a large blood stain around her head. The man says he can't afford to relax. The girl screams and stretches her hand forward as if trying to grab something. The woman says it doesn't seem like Kang Ki-han is that sentimental. The woman remains silent. The man says the boy's motives are still unclear, and to find out, he needs to be under their observation. The woman says the Ilya Foundation will cover his expenses. The man says it's impossible. Min-ah says he's Detective Lee Soo-hyun and asks how he ended up here with the Ilya chairman. Min-ah explains that he really does work for Ilya. The man says he's investigating Li Ru's disappearance and that they meet frequently so he can report on the progress of the case. The man asks if the girl has come to visit a friend, and Min-ah says that she comes as soon as she has time. He asks how the search for Rua is going and hopes that she will be okay. The man says that he was heard and a miracle happened. Min Ah says that they found Lee Rua and she is now being taken to Kiljae Hospital. He says he can't understand why he can't forget it. Min Ah says it's happiness. The man explains that the details are still to be determined, but it seems she was hiding for some reason. The man says that they won't be able to interrogate her in the near future, and all that remains is to wait and see how her condition changes. A man screams. Min Ah says that Grandma should be happy. Min Ah is surprised that this is a blatant lie. He is surprised that he is still suspected. The man remains silent. Min Ah explains that suspicion falls on her because she was with Chong Hee. He says it's somehow sad. The man explains that the news that Rua is alive left Min Ah with mixed feelings. Min Ah remains silent. He says it's not me, it's Chong Hai. The man is surprised. Min Ah says the detectives may be happy to have solved the disappearance case, but wonders if Chong Hee will be happy to see Rua back, adding that it's not just Chong Hee. He explains that everyone hated her. The man says the girl was severely bullying Chan Hee. Min A says whether this can be called bullying and explains that it was one-sided violence. He says the detective doesn't know that immediately after Rua's disappearance, there was a look on Chong Hee's face. The guy says he can't swim. The man says he thinks if Rua hadn't disappeared, she would have destroyed this boy completely. The man is surprised that he is not destroyed already. The man lowers his head and remains silent. The man says he needs to go and asks to say hello to his mother. Min Ah is surprised and says, "Okay, goodbye." He wonders what this facial expression means. A man scratches his head and stands in a parking lot. The girl says Sunbae. The man asks if she heard everything. The girl explains that she didn't mean to announce the press release about Lee Rua being alive, but he looks like he's about to break down and wonders what to do. The woman shouts at Sunbae. The man stands there without turning around. The girl says they need to remember how many people they killed. The man remains silent. The man says he can't afford to relax. The man says that there are more than 30 drug dealers, traitorous spies, and overly curious journalists, and if hell exists. The guy says that they will definitely get there with you, and explains that that's why. The girl says to go all the way in what you have planned and take revenge. The man says he can't afford to relax. The guy screams that he will be with them until the very end and will follow them even to the edge of hell. The man is surprised when he asks if he is going to hell, and the girl explains that she meant something else. The man says that, Hari. The girl is surprised, confirming what she heard. The girl is surprised and says that he always works, and the man explains that he has already eaten today. The girl is surprised when she hears Sunbae's name. The man says he can't understand why this is happening. The girl says that she is probably waiting for them there and explains that he will not go to his daughter empty-handed. The man says he thanks Hari. The man explains that he was completely broken, but thanks to the girl, he feels better and strokes her head. The girl is surprised. The man says it's time to begin. The girl smiles. It is reported that the granddaughter of the chairman of the Ilya Group, Lee Rua, fell into the sea during a yacht ride and is now in critical condition, and the Public Relations Department of the Ilya Group explains that Lee Rua is currently being transported to the hospital at the University of HEI. The guy explains that a schoolgirl on a yacht and the Golden Youth live differently, while the man says someone dies at a factory, and it's not even on the news. The text states that the details of the incident are not being disclosed to protect privacy. The guy explains that Rua was just having fun on the yacht, which is why she wasn't visible. The girl says the same thing. Minna says he can't believe this happened and explains that something urgently needs to be done now. The man says that Rua, who should have been dead, turned out to be alive and explains that he, of course, guesses that this is a lie, but once the flame of doubt has been ignited, it can no longer be extinguished. Minna explains that the moment the criminal, whoever he is, comes to check if this is true. The woman says he will die. The man remains silent. Everyone loves her. It is reported that Yugo Group chairman Kim Kyu-hyun was found dead on the grounds of an abandoned factory owned by his company. It is explained that both Yugo Group and the police are remaining silent, citing an ongoing investigation. An Yo-hyun reveals that she is the producer of the program, Investigation 60, and today they will talk about this series of falls. The woman explains that in all of these incidents, the victims were either dangerous criminals or people who had caused serious public outcry. The man says it was a random massacre and explains that it was a drunk driving accident and a hit and run. The boy explains that severe violence occurs in the school environment. The man says he can't afford to lose his job because he has a family to feed. A woman is asking if the person behind these falls is a serial killer with a twisted sense of justice, or if all these incidents are just a coincidence. Professor Lee Juho explains that the identities of the victims indicate that the targets were chosen with intent, and says that it can be assumed that these are serial killings committed by an ideological criminal. The woman says that it is not nice to say such things, of course, but to be honest, he deserved his death. The man says that Huang XX was a complete psychopath who beat children for fun, filmed it, and even forcibly gave them drugs. Lee Yu-min says the judicial system stood idle while their loved ones died, and explains why there is so much activity following Chairman Kim Kyu-hyun's death. A man screams that this bastard got what he deserved. The caption explains that he is the father of Mr. Yoon, the victim of a drunk driving accident. A woman says the alleged perpetrator left a message saying it was punishment for a better world. The woman says she wants to ask a criminal who might be watching the show, and explains that you can't build a better world through murder and fear. Min-ah says the police are still silent. He says it's scary. Min-ah says that if you're scared, you shouldn't do bad things. The man explains that the granddaughter of Ilya Group chairman Lee Rua is in serious condition and is being transported. He explains that Lee Rua, who fell into the sea during a yacht ride, is currently in a coma. Min-ah says it's a flimsy lie. The guy is surprised that it's in the middle of the sea and explains that even an Olympic swimming champion wouldn't survive there. Min-ah says that they just want to lure him out and explains that once he goes in to check if Rua is alive, he will walk right into a trap. He says she didn't really see herself die. The man is surprised that the detective actually wants to play with him and explains that he hopes he will bite. Min-ah screams. He says that the trap will remain a trap and explains that he will simply destroy it. Min-ah is surprised. He tells breaking news. Min-ah says he can't believe this happened. A fire, presumably caused by arson, broke out in an office building in the OO area. Firefighters reportedly began extinguishing the fire immediately, but rescuing people trapped on the upper floors is difficult. Min-a says, He says that he is very interested in what they have prepared for him, but Min-ah explains that she will have to play detective next time and asks to forgive her. He says that putting this pathetic mannequin as bait is something else. Min-ah wonders if a criminal would fall into such a simple trap, and the man explains that a trap should be simple and clear. The man explains that in Vietnam, the most effective traps were pits and bamboo stakes, and the woman explains that this VIP intensive care unit is called a pit. They explain that infrared sensors are installed at the entrance, in the ventilation, near the windows and under the bed. They explain that there are sensors installed on the floor that react to even the slightest weight. The woman explains that if even one goes off, flashbang grenades will explode on all sides. Min-ah says that no matter how gifted he is, if you blind him with a flash and knock him off balance, he will become no more dangerous than a mannequin. The man explains that if he teleports into this room or flies to the window, everything will end in that moment. The woman says that if he doesn't come, the woman explains that this obvious trap will hurt him, and the man says that he will definitely come. A man in a yellow jumpsuit jumps from the roof of a building against the backdrop of a burning and smoke-filled house. A man in a protective suit explains that stealth and speed in all aspects exceed human perception, but the man says he is not shy about putting himself on display. The man says that if he wanted, he could use his powers without anyone knowing, and asks why. They shout what to do with those people. The building is too high. The aerial ladder can't reach. When will the helicopter arrive? They go in by the ladder. There is no time. Feet run quickly along the sidewalk, causing sparks and crackling sounds. A man in an orange uniform explains that he can't breathe, and a woman in a similar uniform says that an ambulance needs to be called immediately. The man in the orange uniform shouts that the victim is in serious condition and asks for help. The man in the helmet is surprised by what's happening. A man in a hazmat suit says a woman has smoke inhalation and is asking for help, but the woman is coughing. The man explains he'll remove as many as he can. The man says that it is. A man in a hazmat suit explains that he unconsciously flaunts his achievements. The woman says she is exhibiting. The man says the fake news that Rua is alive is a primitive trap. The girl in the yellow suit with the gas mask says that she would definitely come to destroy all of this personally. A guy in a yellow suit holds a man in a suit who falls to the ground. A woman in orange runs toward them. The man in orange stops a girl sitting on the ground and covers her mouth. The woman explains something to the man in orange. Several fires. A man in a protective suit explains that the smoke makes it impossible to see anything, and a firefighter wonders how that's possible. A man in a protective suit asks if he can borrow a camera, and the man replies that he's not sure. A man shouts for someone to wait for him. Rescuers and firefighters surround the man lying on the ground in the center of a glowing circle. The man wonders if this is the same superhero. A man and a girl are coughing. The man is surprised. A man in a white shirt and tie stares ahead tensely. A man in a green sweater coughs, covering his mouth with his hand. A girl with long hair holds her head and expresses fear. A man in a blue shirt holds her head in fear. A girl with short hair. A man in a protective suit says, "Grab the rope in threes." The man in the suit says with surprise that it can't be, and asks if the other man is filming. A man in a yellow suit stands on a fire truck. An energy flow glows around him, and people below are surprised and ask if this is really happening. A man says an incredible miracle is happening at the site of a fire in District XX. A man screams that he has a stomachache and holds a bottle of water. A woman explains that he needs to rinse his mouth. A man says he has a headache. The woman says that an ambulance is coming. A man helps another man up. A woman examines the injured man. The man says that he just saved another one and explains that they are witnessing an inexplicable superpower. The woman says she sees it with her own eyes, but still can't believe it. The woman is surprised that miracles do exist. Min-ah says she feels like she's already exceeded her limit. He says that she saved everyone she found inside the building and explains that if she doesn't leave now, she might get caught. The man with glasses says that 15 people is a real miracle and explains that this guy single-handedly saved 15 people, after which he is surprised, asking if the interlocutor is sure of this. The guy yells to look. The man explains that they will immediately try to get an interview. The man says there are people on the roof too. Min-ah says that they need to leave here because it is impossible, and explains that a fire helicopter will arrive soon and save them. The man in the protective suit remains silent. A man in a blue uniform says the firefighters have arrived, and a firefighter explains that the fire needs to be put out immediately. A man in a blue hoodie with a camera and a man in a suit say the firefighters are working quickly and professionally. A man in a yellow coat coughs. A man in a protective suit and gas mask coughs. The woman explains that the video is from a conference where a man is talking about new projects. The hooded man says he didn't expect to see this here. The girl in the bun explains that it's important for their work. The girl is screaming. A man in a protective suit shows a victory sign. The man screams, "Ah!" A man in a suit says that this superhero is back. A woman and a guy express fear, and a girl in the background looks at her phone. A man in a protective suit jumps from a height onto the street where fire trucks and firefighters are trying to extinguish a fire that has engulfed a building. The man says he is not going to give up and that he has a plan. Min-ah says that his thoughts are correct, and the girl explains that showing the V sign in such a situation. The woman says his thirst for attention exceeds all expectations. The man remains silent. Min-ah says that he must definitely wake up and see how to save people. He screams. The explosion is accompanied by the words that this is also fun. They say a miraculous incident during a building fire in the W area has attracted the attention of the whole world and explain who the mysterious man who saved as many as 21 lives could be. The man explains that this is a video from the scene, filmed by their channel KTN, and explains that someone is saving citizens in an inexplicable way. The man says that if this video is real, it requires a major revision of the existing laws of physics, and explains that Korea is already receiving requests from scientific circles from all over the world. The man says some are raising suspicions that the rescuer in this incident may be the same person as the suspect in a recent series of fall deaths. The man reports that the hashtag teleportation has topped global search queries, and also reports on breaking news from KTN about a mysterious man at a fire in the XX district. Min-ah says he can't sleep because he's thinking too much. Min-ah explains he needs a distraction and suggests they watch something together. He screams. Min-a says that American intelligence agencies won't come after him. The woman says she was enveloped in smoke and thought she couldn't take it anymore. Sparks flashed before my eyes, and the guy in the hazmat suit appeared, telling me to take his hand, and then in the blink of an eye, he led the man out of the building. Min-ah says that if it weren't for him, she and everyone else trapped there could have died. The man says he still can't believe it, but he can say one thing for sure. Min-ah screams. He screams and says, "Ugh." Min-ah says it's good that she's considered a man, but the video from the time she saved Chang-hee still exists, so she can't relax, and everyone will try to uncover her identity. He explains that Yi's voice alone, trained on Kong Ki-han's voice, is not enough. The man says he will definitely raise suspicions. Min-ah says that detective can easily figure him out, and he fights incredibly. A man with a tattoo gets punched in the chest by another man in a white shirt who screams, and the man with the tattoo thinks it's happening like that time. Min-ah lies unconscious with his eyes closed and his face dirty, someone holding him by the shoulder. The man shouts his name while holding her in his arms. Min Ah is surprised that dad is alive. The man says he is the worst father to his daughter. Min Ah is surprised that his daughter is also the same age and explains that it's not just a fight, but some real drama. The man says he needs to look into Lee Soo-hyun's police contact. Min Ah says this person is more attentive. The woman explains that it's about 2-3 seconds, and the man says that you need to take into account that he can be faster. The man explains that, judging by the way the guy rescued 6 people from the railing 3 at a time using a rope, he has a limit on the amount of weight he can move at a time, and the fact that he borrowed the camera may have to do with restrictions on moving to places he hasn't seen with his own eyes. A man in a protective suit says that immediately after saving 15 people, he stopped for a moment and asked if he seemed to doubt anything. The woman explains that perhaps the range of movement is less than they think, or there is a limit to the number of times, and the man explains that if they hit this weak spot, they will have a chance. The man says 2 seconds is enough. If he can touch the enemy's body even for a moment, he can immediately incapacitate him. The girl smiles. The woman says that it is as expected from Sunbae, and the man explains Hari. The man tells the press to leak information about the VIP ward where Rua is staying, and the girl explains that Sunbae understood. The man says that. The girl asks, what, exactly? The girl says that even if the criminal is not Kang Ki-han. The man asks if their plan is still on. The man asks what is meant. The woman asks if they can kill Kang Min. If she shows up. The woman says that if this is the one who killed her daughter, then she does not forgive anyone. A man explains that he doesn't like being called an old man. The girl says she is not going to give up and intends to fight to the end. The image shows the Spot Company building, entertainment at night illuminated by many lights. The guy screams and the coffee cup falls and breaks. The man says the girl is embarrassed. The girl apologizes and explains that she doesn't quite understand. The girl screams Kia. The man says he's been looking forward to this meeting for a long time, ever since the girl was a nickname. The girl explains that he said he wanted to discuss a performance in and if it wasn't a business meeting, she'd better leave. The man says that they are just discussing business and asks Hai-soo not to be shy and try to impress him, and the girl demands that she be released immediately. Min Ah says, stop right now. The man in the suit with a sweaty face smiles. He says that Hai-soo is okay and extends his hand. The man says, what's the matter? The girl is surprised and calls the man chief, and he explains that he's the chief of Cha Woo-hyuk. Min Ah tells Hai-soo to come here. The man says not to worry and that everything is fine now. The woman shouts, Mr. Cha. The man explains that he is not worried, and another man asks what Cha is doing. The woman says that the deputy must be aware of his actions. The man shouts that he does not understand and tries to explain himself, turning to his interlocutor. Min Ah says he was going to do a favor and hold their concert at the constituency, and then explains that he was so disappointed. The man shouts that he doesn't believe him and asks what he's doing, calling him a puppy. The man says he is the head of security, and the other man confirms this by addressing him as Mr. Cha. The man says that he has been waiting for this meeting for a long time since the girl was a nobody, and explains that now they will discuss business, urging Hai-soo not to be shy and try to impress him. The man says, Min-ah says he's not at all afraid of public opinion. The man screams that he was playing with fire. He explains that he didn't mean to do it. Min-ah is silent. The man sharply pushes another man, who screams. He says he should think carefully about his future behavior. The man on the floor asks what kind of behavior he's having. He yells at him, why is he doing this to him? Min-ah says that he doesn't want them to suffer in any way, and explains that if he were in their place, he would value his mandate more. The man is silent. The man asks Chief Yu to escort the respected gentleman home. Chief Yu explains that he obeys Mr. Cha. Min-ah says that she apologizes on his behalf and asks if Hae-soo was very scared, and the girl replies that she was fine, and Min-ah explains that from now on, the company will be hers. He explains that it needs to be carefully protected. The girl says that Mr. Cha. Min-ah says she'll wait in the lobby, and the girl thanks Mr. Cha. The man leaves. He screams. Min-ah says they are idiots. He says that if she were in Rua's place, she would have understood everything immediately, and explains that the intellectual ceiling of those who rule the country disgusts him. The man tells Mr. Cha that the leader of the XX party just called and wants to discuss the problem his son caused at the party. Min-ah explains to tell him not to worry, as the video from the party has already been hidden and witnesses silenced, and tells him to contact the editorial office. He says it's simple and explains that those who run into his web are already lined up. Min-ah says his world will soon end. The man says that, just think, Lee Rua, who was supposed to be his, is in a coma, and because of some incident on the yacht, he shouldn't be made fun of. The man tells Chief Yu to change his schedule and prepare for a trip to Ilya Hospital. Chief Yu responds in the affirmative. Min A explains that she is someone he has a close relationship with, so he needs to visit her in person. On the roof of the building stands a water tank with a ladder, and a small outbuilding is located nearby. A ruined balcony with a lighted room is visible on one of the upper floors. The building is surrounded by trees, and the city at night can be seen in the background. The man, Lee Soo-hyun, says, repeating his name and explaining that he doesn't understand who this person is. Min A explains that neither messengers, nor social networks, nor email, nor phone number are linked to anything. He says it's impossible not to have a digital footprint these days, and asks if he's a spy. Min A says phew and eats chocolate. He says that there is really no other way out except to meet and ask in person, and at the same time, he eats a chocolate bar. Min-ah says that we need to find out for sure about Lee Rua and remove suspicion from ourselves. He ties his hands with a rope, then raises it above his head and says that he will come fully armed. The guy is clutching a gun in his hand. The woman explains that the monitoring team's report indicates no anomalies within a 10-kilometer radius of the hospital. The man explains that it's unknown where they could be monitoring the hospital from and orders them to remain vigilant. The woman asks about the location of Kang Ki-han and Kang's phones. The woman explains that Kang Ki-han's phone hasn't been ringing since that night because he turned it off, and Kang Min-ah's phone is at school now and classes will be over soon. The woman says people won't be able to teleport with phones because they can't help but know they're being tracked. The man explains that he doesn't expect such luck and needs something else. The man explains that even within the coverage area of the same tower, there will be moments when the location signal will jump, and you need to catch that moment. The woman says that if he doesn't show up, they'll fail, and the man explains that the old woman will be furious. The woman wonders, since when Hari became such a coward, and the man counters that he can be a coward if he wants to. The girl says she's just worried about Sunbae. The man says not to worry. He explains that as long as he is alive, he will not stop. The man speaks, but the man says that if the object's capabilities exceed his expectations, it will be difficult to even track it with current resources. The woman is silent. The man is silent. The man says that if he doesn't fall into this trap, then the next plan is to contact that person. The girl is surprised and says that with that man, the man says he will have to invite colleagues from his previous job. Several glowing balls move around a destroyed building. Min-ah screams as a powerful explosion throws him into the air and destroys the floor beneath him. He says it's more complicated than she thought, but it's already pretty clear what's going on, and sighs. Min-ah says that now you just need to practice and everything will be perfect. The guy screams that he can't believe what's happening. Min-ah explains that it would be a big problem if he died during the experiment. He says that he can go to see him once and explains that she hasn't been there for 3 days. The guy is screaming and coughing, breathing heavily at the same time. The guy is screaming. The boy asks who he is, and the man answers by making sounds. Min-ah says her name is Kang Ki-han and asks if he recognizes her. The guy shouts, and repeats it again. Min-ah explains that she's now certain that penetration is causing internal damage and says that her cognitive abilities have declined significantly, so she thinks this will be enough. The man asks Ki-han. He says, "Thank you." A car drives along a road in an urban area in the evening. Min-ah says he wants to know if he's sure Lee Rua is in a coma, and the man explains that it's not known yet. He says he can't understand why the girl isn't answering. The man says he doesn't believe in anything he hasn't seen with his own eyes, and explains that his interlocutor isn't sure either, Mr. Ja. Min-a says, and the man explains that Min-a looks really worried and that it's not like him. He says it's worried. The guy is screaming. Min-ah reveals that when he decided to found Spot Entertainment, everyone was wondering what was scaring bands and the entertainment industry. A group of people enters the room. A man explains that he wanted to get into something other than the typical entertainment business, but to find the most exciting moments. The man says that if this light can be turned into a spotlight that illuminates the whole world, then isn't that the most valuable thing? The man explains that the big explosion also started from one point, their spot, and explains to watch the big explosion from the spot. A woman and a man say "Chagul Hyuk" while clapping. The man in the suit smiles. Min-ah tells everyone that the party they have prepared for everyone is about to start. He says that he can't afford to lose. A man speaks to Lee Rua. A girl stands with a glass in her hand. The man addresses the girl as Ms. Rua and explains that, judging by the fact that she is standing in the corner alone, the party seems boring to her. The girl says that her grandmother was busy, so she came instead, and explains that for a party in honor of the founding of an entertainment company, it is indeed a bit boring here, but it is rare to gather so many high-ranking officials in one place. Min-ah says this proves the influence of Spot. The girl says, this shows incredible self-confidence for someone who runs a business with daddy's money. The guy is silent. The man says Ms. Rua is right. The man explains that people like them need to know how to use their assets wisely. The girl is surprised that she is talking about them and explains that she has not received pocket money since middle school. Min-ah is surprised. The girl laughs and says that Mr. Hyuk calls pocket money assets, and the man is surprised and says that it is very funny. The man asks Ms. Rua to speak more quietly, and she laughs. The girl says that Astral has arrived and suggests they go quickly. The woman is surprised. The guy says that if they invited Astral, they should have told them in advance. Min-ah says she almost forgot, and the man asks Mrs. Rua to wait. The girl says that Mr. Woo Hyuk is completely unattractive. The guy shouts that he's not going to give up. The man in the gray suit says it's impossible. The girl in the black dress explains that they have to find a way out of this situation. The man on the right says they have a plan, but it's risky. Min-ah says to Lee Rua. A man says he will force another man to kneel before him. Min-ah says that he will see with his own eyes what state the other person is in. The man in the suit explains that there are no anomalies on any of the routes to the VIP room, and that there are no anomalies in the drone observation zone. The voice explains that there are no abnormalities in the VIP intensive care unit. The girl says what Sunbae will do and explains that if no one comes, the man remains silent. The man says that the sensor might be broken and suggests throwing the girl into the VIP room for a checkup, but the girl is indignant that this is cruel. The man says that perhaps this is the limit of his abilities, and the other man asks, what? The man says they are monitoring a 10-kilometer radius around the hospital, using facial recognition software to identify everyone present. The woman says it's impossible to walk here unnoticed. The man explains that nothing can be seen inside the room because of the thick curtains. The man explains that a place he hasn't seen in person and a distance of more than 10 kilometers may be the limit of his capabilities, and the girl is surprised. The man says they'll check it out. The man says he might not come because he thinks Rua is dead. The man says he can't afford to relax. The girl wonders why he is so sure of this. The man explains that they are made of the same stuff. A man reports a report from a surveillance team while another man reacts to it. The girl is surprised, asking who it is, and names Kang Ki-han and Kang Min. The man explains these names. The man is surprised and starts talking. He says that Kang Min is walking from the subway exit towards the hospital. The man is silent. Min tells Sunbae to look and explains that she is looking right at them. The man asks Kan-on's current location. The woman explains that she is heading to the ICU. The man explains that it is unexpected that she is walking without using her abilities. The man says that without superpowers, she won't be able to look into Rua's room and that they weren't just waiting for Min-ah. The woman explains that perhaps the criminal is actually Kang Ki-han and Min-ah is just a victim. The girl asks Sunbae what he thinks and clarifies which of Kang On and Kang Ki-han is Rua's killer. The man says that all the evidence points to Kang Ki-han, the voice, the DNA, and Min-ah explains that there is only circumstantial evidence against her. The girl says, The man says he wants to know what's wrong with Wonhari. The man says that recently they have started calling her simply Min-ah. The man is silent. Min-ah says that, as expected, the atmosphere in the hospital has changed. A man talks about cameras that weren't there last week and people in black suits. Min-ah explains that the dots that were vaguely visible in the sky were probably drones. He explains that she feels like the whole hospital is watching her. Min-ah says it's just super. A man explains that Khan is going into the toilet, and another man is surprised. The guy says that right in front of the department there is a blind spot where there are no cameras. The man says she has disappeared from sight. The man explains to Wonhari to wait right outside the intensive care unit and orders him to grab her immediately if he sees her using her powers. The girl confirms that she understands. The man says she won't be able to see the VIP room and asks why the rush. Min-ah says she came out of the toilet. He says he is approaching the VIP room again. The man says that Min-ah is lost in thought. The guy counts to 60. Min-ah says that such a distance is not a problem and explains that she has already checked everything. The door says this is an intensive care unit with limited access. A man stands at the counter clutching his stomach. A woman with a backpack stands in the hallway across the hall. The woman asks Min-ah what she is doing here. He says hello to Detective Ha-ri and explains that Detective Lee Soo-hyun doesn't seem to be around today. The woman says that outsiders are not allowed in, and Min-a explains, the man says he can't afford to relax because he must always be on guard. He explains that even if everything seems calm, danger can arise at any moment. Min-a says she can't afford to relax because she always has to be on guard, and the girl explains that she understands this and is ready to help. He says that he came to Lirua. The man is surprised. The girl asks if she came to Lirua and explains that they were so close. Min-ah says that he wants to see if she can wake up or if she has no chance, and explains that he was wondering what kind of punishment she received. The man says he can't believe it happened. Min-ah says she can't allow it and explains that visits are prohibited anyway, so she needs to leave. He says he can't understand why he is being called. The woman is surprised that the distance from here is 7 meters and explains that she won't be able to look inside. Min-a says, okay, and explains that, look carefully, Mr. Detective, and also notes that, well, what's the difference? A hospital is depicted against the night sky with a black car approaching. The woman on the right says it's that person. The man in the gray sweatshirt explains it's him. The girl on the left says something. The man with blonde hair looks at them. A man says it's the head of Spot Entertainment, and another man shouts. Min-ah says that he came to visit Lee Rua and explains that the engagement rumors seem to be true. The man says they should have come in through the back door and asks if they really want to enjoy all the attention here too. The woman explains that her mere appearance here will cause people to speculate about her relationship with Lee Ru. Min-ah says that when she thinks about how mad this old woman will be, she can't contain her joy, and the man explains that he has a character. A man screams that he has a huck. The guard says it seems a man has come to visit Miss Lee Rua and is now submitting a visit request and asking what to do. The man explains that the reception staff doesn't know about the operation and can't stop him. The man says he can't believe he missed it and asks him to wait. The woman says that Cha Woo-hyuk had a grudge against Rua and if he was somehow connected with Kang Ki-han. The man says yes. The man explains that he doesn't like going to the office, and Min-ah explains that he came here today to take care of some business. The man says that Cha Woo-hyuk is coming and notes that he and Cha Woo-hyuk have too many unforeseen factors. The man says the operation is temporarily suspended and orders Kang Min-ah to be taken away and hidden for a while. Min-ah is surprised and says something in response. The girl says okay then. He looks forward with a determined expression. Teleportation occurs 1 millimeter back. The woman explains that this is an intensive care unit with a restricted access area, and Min-ah explains that at that very moment, the person connected to her. A man sits on a toilet with vomiting sounds all around him and the word gifted written above him. The girl is surprised. She screams as the hooded attacker attacks her. Min-ah says he's here. The woman is in a fighting stance, preparing to attack. The man in black is kneeling. The man is surprised. Min-ah explains that he can't afford to lose. He covers his face with his hand, and behind it stands a man in a dark hood. The guy is screaming. The hand is clutching a stun gun that sparks. A girl stabs a hooded man in the chest, causing sparks and light to emanate from the point of impact. Min-ah yells at Hari and explains that this bastard is wearing so much. Min-ah explains that such a shock should have at least knocked him out. The man tells Hari to attach the GPS tracker first, and Hari replies that he will do it. Min-ah screams. The guy screams, the girl is surprised. The guy shoots, the man falls to the floor. The man says he withstood 100 milliamps of current and teleported again. A man and a girl jump back sharply from the explosion. The man screams that he can't believe it, and the girl says that it's impossible. Min-ah sits on her knees and explains that she didn't expect this. He's surprised that the detective even found anything here. A sharp kick occurs. The man shouts that he is a scoundrel. The man raises his gun to strike, then is suddenly surprised. The guy is screaming. The woman says he's a bastard. The man explains he's dead. The man is surprised that death could have been caused by a flashbang grenade or electric shock. The guy wonders why he has lost so much weight. Min-ah explains that she came here to save them and warns them that it's dangerous here. The man says he can't let her take any risks and suggests they leave together. He says that it is Ki-han and wonders if he is dead. The man tells Min-ah not to come near and orders Hari to take her away. Hari replies that, now. The guy is screaming. The guy screams and stumbles. Min-ah screams. The man shouts that Min-ah is surprised. He says that he didn't mean to hurt anyone, and the girl is surprised that he says that. Min-ah says that he is wondering if the other person is okay. He explains that if he can't protect himself, he won't be able to protect others. Mina takes cover from shots fired by a man and a woman with pistols. The man in black jumps, attempting to attack the man in the white coat. The guy is screaming. The man falls to the floor as flashes of fire erupt around him. The guy is screaming. An explosion, or a strong release of fire and light, occurs from a dark room. A guy screams that it's him. A man and a girl run down the hallway. The man holds a gun. The guy is screaming. Min-ah explains that if she doesn't work, she won't be able to eat, and says that she doesn't want to be hungry. That day, a man in a protective suit with a gas mask extends his hand with a rope. Min-ah explains that any object that he wills into physical contact with him can be teleported along with him to the desired location. The hero in the protective suit explains that if it worked with the rope, Min-ah explains that the device on her arm is a transmitter that allows them to stay in touch. She explains that if one of them gets into trouble, the signal will immediately be transmitted to the others. Min-ah says this will help them coordinate their actions and avoid danger. He dodges the falling barrels and prepares for his next move. The man with the gun says he didn't expect anyone to be there and orders them to put their hands up. The man in black lies motionless on the floor. A man shouts, calling Kang Ki-han. A man looks away tensely, a bead of sweat appearing on his face. Another man lies unconscious on the floor. Mina wonders what they did to Rua. He is surprised and says that he is the same. The man says it's a reception in honor of the founding of Ilya. The man remains silent. The man says that Cha Woo-hyuk shouldn't see this. The image shows a person lying on a bed with an eye patch and oxygen mask with tubes attached to the mask. Damage or burns are visible on the skin. Min-ah is surprised and says, "Mannequin." He's surprised that this is what's going on. A man in a white cloak and a girl with dark blue hair are standing in a room with a broken floor and cracks in the walls. Min-ah says, "Detective." The man says the trap is pathetic and explains that he ruined everything. Min-a says, "I'm sorry." The woman says entry is prohibited and asks him to leave the premises. He explains that it's time for them to leave too. Min-ah explains that he doesn't mind if the other man wants to come closer. The man smiles and places his hand on Min-ah's. The girl screams and suddenly grabs the man's hand. The man tells her to take his hand. The girl screams. The man explains to be careful. The girl screams that you will break it. Min-ah says he can't afford to relax. A man slams his fist down on a table, causing a loud crack. He steps back sharply as another man watches. The man explains that he cannot afford to relax. The man yells that he was just doing his job conscientiously, and Min-ah says that he shouldn't be so rude. The man explains that annoying flies are constantly flying to their director, but he remains silent. The man says he can't believe it. The woman says Captain Lee Soo-hyun, and the man explains that he is Sergeant Yoo Jung-hoo. The man says it's true that he is Captain Lee Soo-hyun and asks what he is doing at Ilya Group since he should be at JSOC. Min-ah says JSOC. The man explains what it is. The guy asks Chief Yu if he knows him, and Chief Yu explains that everyone in their circles knows him and names him Captain Lee Soo-hyun. Min-ah explains that he can't afford to relax because he has to be prepared for any eventuality. A man reports an emergency in the hospital lobby. The girl screams, "What happened?" The man remains silent. Min-ah is surprised that it's just in time. A man in a suit explains that the team is speaking from the lobby and is here now. A woman and two men behind him look concerned. The man explains that everything is paralyzed because of reporters and television cameras, and in such an environment they cannot be on duty. The man is surprised. The man says that they are broadcasting live from the Ilya University Hospital, where Lee Rua is currently located, and explains that information has emerged that a gifted person will appear here today, so they should follow the broadcast. The woman says that according to their source in the SVS, the gifted one is going to bring justice to Lee Rua. The man slams his fist on the table. Min-ah says they dare and shouts that these worthless people. A woman tells Sunbae that they can't contain the reporters, and the man turns to his boss. Min-ah reveals that the gifted man who executed criminals has come to punish the chaebol heiress and wonders what journalist would miss such an exclusive. Now the whole world will tear Lee Rua apart. The man with the microphone shouts that he's always working. The man with the microphone says that he's always working. The man explains that it is noisy outside and advises them to leave before reporters notice them. Min-ah says there is nothing more to catch here and asks if it is Mr. Lee Soo-hyun. The man in the white suit says that after what happened he has a lot of questions and suggests meeting sometime. Min-ah speaks up as a detective and explains that she still needs to know so much about him. He says he will deliver it home safe and sound and offers to go together. Min-ah says no, it's him. The man explains to the boss that he should see you out. The man tells the director that he does. Min-ah wonders what this bore wants. He says that the man explains that he cannot afford to relax. Min-ah says, take your hands off and act quickly. The man says, take your hands off and act quickly. He says he can't leave the schoolgirl alone in such chaos, and asks what has his interlocutor so upset. The man says this is his last warning, and asks her to leave him alone. Min-a is silent. The girl shouts at Sunbae and explains that now is not the time. The man says that everything here needs to be closed off and everyone needs to leave, explaining that if reporters break through here, they won't be able to hold them back. The man is silent. The man explains that he always works, and Min-ah says that he has already eaten today. The man says he should go straight home and be sure to call his mother. Min-ah says it's a pity. He says he'll give her a ride and she agrees. Min-ah says of course. He wonders what that look is. He explains that he cannot answer this question. The girl with the glass is surprised. Min-ah screams. The voice announces that all entrances and exits are blocked and they will continue reporting from the outside. Min-ah tells that the trap has been destroyed and Li-rua turned out to be just a pathetic dummy. Besides, the man reveals that he gave the detective a gift in the form of the gifted Kang Ki-han. Min-a explains that, however. He says that some annoying fly has attached itself to him. The guy says that it is his school uniform and explains that it belongs to Min-ah. The phone screen displays GPS coordinates and a route. Min-ah is surprised that it's Sunbae, and he explains that it's a GPS tracker and asks when they managed to install it. He explains that he cannot afford to lose his job because he has no other source of income. The man says he needs to make sure this bastard gets her there properly. Min-ah says that she can't understand why the girl isn't responding and explains that she can't just disappear. A helicopter rises into the night sky. Two men stand on the roof of a building. The man says it was the reporters. Did he really tip them off? And the woman explains that because of them, they had to hastily organize an emergency exit. The man is surprised that he finally caught it. A mental appeal to Kang Ki-han occurs. Man says he caught his daughter's killer, but wonders why. Min-ah explains that he can't afford to be weak. The man wonders why the relief that it wasn't him is greater than the joy of catching Kang Ki-han. The man screams that all this is really his fault. A car drives down the street in the evening. Min-ah says she saw the news too. He says that everything is fine. She went to Chan-hee and explains that she is already on the bus and will be there soon. Min-ah says he thought they were there to see Rua, and the man explains that the young lady is a skilled liar. He is silent and wonders why he is attached to him. The guy is surprised that he has already heard the name Cha Woo-hyuk and asks why he is staring like that. The man asks if she and Rua are friends, and Min-ah is surprised. He says that she is so calm. Min-ah gets irritated and says that he is constantly irritated by why he interferes in other people's business. He is surprised and asks to wait. The woman says they are the man from the reception in honor of the founding of Ilya. Min-a explains this. He is surprised that it is Captain Lee Soo-hyun, and the man explains that he must be in Jae-sok. Min-a says then. The man says that Detective Soo-hyun had a confused look on his face. Min-ah says she didn't come to visit Grua and then asks, what? He tells that he saved her life at the meeting with Detective Lee Soo-hyun. Min-ah is surprised and says that it's interesting, and the man explains that he is now a detective. The man says that the other person knows Mr. Lee Soo-hyun well. The man explains that they served together in a special forces unit. Min-ah is surprised that Detective Soo-hyun was a soldier in the special forces unit and asks if the man served in the unit too. The man explains that he apparently did and calls himself a detective. The man says that they served together for a long time with Captain Lee Soo-hyun, and he learned a lot from him, sincerely admiring him as a soldier. The man says he kept thinking about what he would do after leaving his job, and laughs, explaining that he only thought about being a detective, and it seems he decided not to show off. Min-ah wonders what kind of hints these are, and asks if he is a detective after all. He is surprised that the identity of this person is classified, and explains that this is why there is no information about him on the internet. The man says detective, and then asks who they really are. Min-a is silent. He says that it annoys him that someone is sitting next to him. The voice says that it speaks of Lee Soo-hyun with such a sparkle in its eyes, and asks if Min-ah knows how many girls dream of being in her place. He wonders why he doesn't pay any attention to her. Min-ah is surprised by Li-rua and wonders why he is drawn to such scoundrels. The man says he has to get off here. A man asks if his interlocutor's house is too far. Min-ah says that the other person overheard his conversation, and the man explains that he doesn't want his mother to see him with them. The man says you're welcome, and he thanks him. Min-ah says see you soon, Min-ah. He says that they have a lot of questions for each other. The car brakes sharply at a stop. Min-ah looks at her phone. A man stands at the stop. The car brakes sharply. The man says his name is Cha Woo-hyuk. Min-ah remembers where she came across this name. The man says he always wins. The man says that the appointed hour for the crime against the granddaughter of the chairman of the Ilya Group, Lee Ruwa, has long passed, but the situation here is still tense to the limit. The main question that worries everyone now concerns the reason why the gifted person chose her as his goal. The woman says they are, of course, curious as to why a crazed killer would target her granddaughter. A woman screams. The woman says they are curious too. The man tells the chairman that things were out of control and there was nothing he could do about it with his superiors, and the man is surprised, calling him the chairman. The woman says that, as the largest shareholder, she can't turn a blind eye to management's incompetence and asks if he can't manage even one department in his company. The man explains that's not the issue. The woman says the man is planning to delve into the personal life of the victim, a very young girl, rather than try to expose the criminal. Min-ah says that this is the truth they are striving for, and explains that they still decided to go the way of the tabloids. The man says the chairman is right, and now they should focus on a serial killer who fancies himself a vigilante. The woman says that such a person should not become a hero. The woman says she believes. The woman says they must be busy, so that's all. Men accompany the woman who walks in front. The girl explains that he always works, and the man says that he has already eaten today. Min-ah says he can't believe it. The guy explains that the body has no signs of violence and does not look like the body found in the park, and the girl says that the body was found in the park. The guy says that this is the very gifted one. The woman says it was he who killed their Rua. The man says that he appeared right in front of him and his target was Rua. The woman says it's definitely him. A man screams. A girl stands in front of him, leaning on a table with a man lying on it. The man says that a parasite has attached itself to his girl, a worthless creature who doesn't know its place and calls itself a friend, and explains that it was time to deal with it. The eye closes. The man says to Lee Soo-hyun. The woman cries and says she can't see Kang Ki-han's family. Min-ah is surprised. The man is silent. Min-ah asks why the man didn't bring them. The woman says to bring them here so that they can fight and then exterminate their entire lousy race. The man says he's asking about Kang Ki-han's parents and explains that they don't know anything. Min-ah stabs a man. The girl is surprised. The man says he is not going to give up. The woman explains that she's tired and wants to go home. The man explains that it's been a tough day and he wants to rest too. The woman says she'll be home soon and asks him not to worry. Min-ah is surprised that he can't understand what's going on. The woman screams that the sins of the children are the sins of the parents, and that they gave birth to such a worthless creature and hope to get rid of him easily. The man remains silent, tells Min-ah that she can't stand this situation anymore. He asks why the girl lied. The woman tells Min-ah why she lied. He explains that he said he was riding the bus, and the woman says that it is. Min-ah says that Detective Lee Soo-hyun just called her. Min-ah is surprised. He says that there was an incident at the hospital and the girl was involved in it, and also explains that the director of Spa Entertainment gave her a ride. Min-ah is surprised that he had to call his mother and calls the man a detective. He says that he is always meddling in other people's business. A woman says a guy can be open with her and asks what he's thinking about, then is surprised by asking if he's even listening to her. Min-ah says, I'm sorry. The girl says that she is already completely worn out because of that incident. Min-ah says he's fine and there's no need to worry. The girl says okay and explains that she has experienced this strange feeling before. Min-ah says she's hungry and suggests they go home. He says that's all. He gets surprised and asks what. Min-ah asks if she's sure she told him everything. He wonders what this is. The girl explains that she's not good at expressing her feelings and is afraid it could lead to a breakup. She says she wants to learn to better understand herself and her emotions for the sake of her relationship. Min-ah explains that she has a smooth voice. The woman is surprised that it is already late today. Min-ah stands with a knife in his hand. There are bloodstains on his clothes and body. A dead dog lies nearby. The woman screams, and he stands with a knife in his hand next to the dead dog, the woman calls him. Min-ah tells her mom what she did. The woman retreats in horror, and the man holds a knife covered in blood in his hand. The girl says she can't believe it happened and explains that she didn't expect such a turn of events. Min-ah says that this is not his daughter. A dead animal with an open mouth and sharp teeth lies on the floor, and bare feet covered in blood walk nearby. Min-ah began to calmly explain that it was a well-deserved punishment. He says, "So what, Mom?" Min-ah says, "Not to worry." He is surprised that he cannot believe his eyes. Min-ah reveals that the knife belongs to him. The girl says, "Eh." The woman asks Min-ah to listen to her and explains that Dad is like that. He says he knows. Min-ah is surprised, asking what. He says that Dad doesn't forgive villains, and she explains that that's why she couldn't forgive Turi. The woman says he killed Sina and therefore should have died herself. She explains that children don't choose their parents. Min-ah says he doesn't know what to do with the girl. He says that what happened can no longer be fixed, but asks to listen to his mother, and the girl is surprised, repeating her mother. Min-ah says that you can hide it with emotions. He screams at her about what she did, and the girl covers her face with her hand. Min-ah explains that if he can't win, he will die. The girl asks him to do as she taught him. Min-ah coughs and says that he is, but Dad. He says that Turi killed Senna. Min-ah screams that she punished him. He asks his dad for forgiveness and explains that he was so angry. Min-ah screams, his hand quickly reaching towards his face. He is surprised when the man suddenly hugs him while a knife with blood is lying on the floor. Min-ah says that he can't let her die and explains that he has to help her. He says that you can't take someone else's life, no matter what, and asks if the other person understands how terrible what he did was. The man asks for forgiveness. The woman says she needs to wash up and asks if she's hurt. The man explains he'll take Turi. The woman says she will go to the bathroom with her mother and Min-ah. He explains that he has 2 wounds and says he's fine. The man says that it's not worth taking such risks. The girl says that they need to be more careful now. The girl is surprised that he didn't come home. Min-ah promises he won't make the girl worry like that again. The girl says it's impossible. He says he can't smile well, but he tries. The man says he can't afford to relax. The woman explains that if you raise a child incorrectly, you will always have to pay for it because he is an extension, flesh and blood. The woman says that she, too, raised her daughter incorrectly and failed to protect her from the wrong path, and then explains that she paid in full for it. The woman says that the child was the light that her daughter left her, her only dazzlingly beautiful treasure. The guy says that this light. The woman explains that the body in the bag cannot be identified. The man says that's impossible, and the girl explains that the body was found in that state. Min-ah explains that all possible evidence needs to be examined. The man on the screen asks if they understand what he means. The man says, and the woman says, The man speaks with difficulty. A man places his hand on the face of a girl lying on a gurney and covers it with a cloth. A man is crying. The man says he can't afford to relax. The woman is silent. The man is silent. The man says he is not going to let anyone interfere in his affairs. The man says he can't afford to relax. The man says what's more important is what happens next. The man says that wasn't this what his interlocutor wanted? The man says that if you haven't forgotten how Rua died, then you'll listen to him. The woman says to burn them. The man explains that it must be done right in front of him. The man says that. A girl shoots a revolver. A man looks at her. The man is surprised. The guy asks if it's one-ha-ri. The girl stands with a gun pointed at 2 people tied up on the table. The girl says she can't believe this happened. The woman is silent. The man laughs and says the girl is cheeky, then explains that he didn't say to burn them alive. The man says, "Okay, that'll do," and asks to finish, promising to wait in his office tomorrow. The man says to leave Kang Ki-han's body in the morgue, in the cold storage room, and explains that the death of a gifted person is not the end. The guy says that this is just the beginning, and there will be many who want to get it. Min-ah says he's not going to give up. The phone screen shows an article with a photo of Cha Woo-hyuk, who introduces himself as the CEO of Spot Entertainment, and that he has been selected as one of 10 next-generation global leaders. The man says he is the CEO of Spot Entertainment, which means Min-ah says that half of the money Kang Ki-han made came from his company and explains that he wonders what Kang Ki-han sold them. He says that G&D look like some kind of abbreviation and explains that to find out more. A man shows a business card with the inscription CEO Cha Woo-hyuk. Min-ah explains that he needs to ask his business partner directly.